I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151: The Uncrowned King and Internal Strife. Lee, are you in trouble? Seeing the excited look of the reporters outside, Van Persie knew that Lee Yuxin had clashed with them again, and it seemed to be quite serious. Some reporters even planned to rush in. Van Persie, who had already experienced the crazy momentum of these reporters, couldn't help but worry about Lee Yuxin. It's okay, I can handle it. Let's go and compete for goals today. Lee Yuxin shook his head, pretending to be relaxed. When he entered the training, he put aside the things outside the court and went to change clothes first. Damn it, I don't know what you think. You are so bad, Lee, I have to talk to you again. Seeing Lee Yuxin's indifferent look, Van Persie suddenly yelled and caught up with Lee Yuxin. Okay, Robin, but you have to beat me on the training ground first. Of course, you have to catch up with me first, Damn it, wait for me, put on your shoes and I will shake you to death. Van Persie shouted while holding his shoes. Lee Yuxin and Van Persie were the first to arrive at the training ground. In Lee Yuxin's opinion, everything seemed no different from usual, except that there were more reporters. He believed that he could handle it. Swish. Click, 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 make way. Let us pass. Wait, don't go. I'm the Daily Mail. Terry. Some people already think that Lee is the new king of Arsenal. What do you think? Is there no place for you in Arsenal? Will you leave Arsenal after this season? Tiger from the Daily Star. Bergkamp, as an old senior, have you helped Lee's life? What do you think of his chaotic life? There are reports that your retirement was to make way for newcomers. You were forced to do it, right? I'm a reporter from the Mirror. Ashley, you go. Will you take Lee with you to the nightclub? There. Is he more popular than you? Will you go to West London after the season? Luvis. The Guardian, I want to interview. Let a man who only knows women take your place. Robert, how do you feel? Has Virial invited you? You have no right to refuse. I'm a reporter. Cesc, you played the first team game earlier than Lee, and Lee's performance is much better than yours. Where do you think the gap between you and Lee is, and will you catch up with him? Abramovich. As a newcomer in the team, what do you think of Lee's status in the team? Chaos. When the Arsenal players came to the Colony training ground, like a thunder attack, the reporters, who were already jealous, opened their big mouths to devour, kept shouting, not letting any player go, and endlessly provoking and embarrassing the Arsenal players. The Arsenal players didn't know what was going on at all. They just felt that a large group of people were swaying in front of them, and they couldn't get into the training ground at all. Arsenal's security guards repeatedly carried their stars and guarded them, allowing them to enter. Okay, let's get ready for training. New challenges are coming, excellent boys. Pat stood not far from the entrance, welcoming his players, and tried his best to calm them down with words. Yet, although Henry and others were safely escorted into the training ground, they were inexplicably attacked by the reporters' words, and they were also angry in their hearts, with some indignation on their faces. As stars, they are now the focus of the world's attention. How could they have been provoked like this? But seeing Pat patiently welcoming them, they could only suppress their anger. They followed the arrangements honestly, and after being reminded by Pat, they immediately understood what their mission was at this time, and put their minds back into training and competition. It's terrible, I knew these people wouldn't give up like this. Damn, what do they want? Can't they be quieter? Can we go more smoothly? In the office, Wenger, who has always been elegant, was like an angry lion, constantly slapping a pile of newspapers and complaining angrily. Man, as long as we can get through it, we can't mess up at the moment. Seeing his old partner lose his temper for the first time, Pat hurried to persuade him. Pat understood Wenger's feelings, because the two of them were under the same pressure. The stage that Arsenal is pursuing now is a glory that the club and even the entire Premier League have never had before. Once Arsenal can win 5 championships in a single season in the fiercely competitive world's first league, this result will be enough to make any club look sideways, enter its own great era of football, and rank among the great football overlords in history. Therefore, Arsenal is definitely the focus of the world's attention now, and any slight disturbance may attract the attention of the world. For those media, a team that is too quiet is not what they want, and they can't wait quietly, so they need hot spots, and even some malicious intentions to see Arsenal fall in the final stage. They add various topics to this Arsenal all the time. As the leader of the team, Wenger is facing huge pressure, and it is still coming one after another. He knows very well that any slight mistake of the team will be magnified in front of the whole world. As long as the season is not over, he and his team will be on the crater. If they are not careful, they may be pushed down by those people at any time. More importantly, Wenger is really afraid that his players will be disturbed by the outside world, and they will collapse in the final stage after working hard for a season with him. In fact, in Wenger's heart, he is also very nervous. After all, in the history of the team, even at the level of football clubs, no team is like Arsenal now, ready to win all the championships of the season. Even if he won the championship undefeated in the previous season, it can't be compared with the situation he is facing now. This morning, I saw that the media was bombing Lee Yuxin again, and it was getting more and more intense. Wenger, who is usually calm, could no longer bear it and angrily accused him. Because of Lee Yuxin, Arsenal would inevitably fall into the eye of the news storm, which would make Wenger's tone that the players should try not to contact the outside world likely to fail, and those reporters would not miss the opportunity to invade. No one knows Lee Yuxin's role in this team better than Wenger. It can be said that it is because of Lee Yuxin's existence that Arsenal has achieved such incredible results. Lee Yuxin is just like the nickname King of Heavy Artillery given to him by the outside world. He cleanly and sharply destroys all opponents that block Arsenal's progress. Hey, how can this little guy make so much trouble? Why didn't I notice it before? I have to keep an eye on Lee these days. Thinking of the upcoming news wave, Wenger rubbed his temple helplessly, with a look of sorrow on his face. It's too late. Didn't you ask him to come earlier? Those reporters came earlier than him this morning. You know, Arthur. Pa was more helpless than him, because when he came in the morning, there was still a large group of reporters outside shouting. After asking, he found out that Lee Yuxin had angered the reporters again. After arranging the players, he had to work with Arsenal officials to appease these uncrowned kings. You mean? Yeah, what is he doing, brat? What is he thinking? He disappointed me. Wenger saw Pat nodding, his head swelled, his brows twisted, and he blurted out that what he was most worried about had happened. Lee Yuxin went to confront the media again. Arthur. Pat saw Wenger's furious look, and his heart trembled. Don't take measures against Lee at this stage, and a shadow suddenly appeared in his heart. He had been with Wenger for so long that he naturally understood his old partner's temper. Although Wenger was gentle and elegant in his dealings with others, and looked like an old professor, if his bottom line was really touched, Wenger's wrist would definitely be thunderous. Huh, Pat, go and arrange today's training first, I'll handle this matter. Wenger shook his head and asked Pat to go out first. He frowned and sat in the chair, lost in thought. Run, don't walk. Always be prepared, boys. Quick, pay attention to the timing of passing the ball. Intersperse, seize every gap. Good job, your defense should be like this. Abu, don't dribble the ball stupidly, pay attention to the position of you and your teammates. On the training ground, the players seemed to be fully prepared for the game, but except for the coaches shouting, everything seemed a little quiet. Here, Lee, let's talk. We've all been under a lot of pressure lately. We need some understanding, okay? We're worried about you. During the break-in training, Bergkamp and Van Persie chatted, while Henry sat next to Lee Yuxin, handed him a bottle of sports drink, and spoke carefully. I'm sorry, Captain, I've caused you trouble. Lee Yuxin saw that his teammates left him some space, and he quickly understood that he knew that he frequently provoked the media, which made his teammates a little worried and suspicious. Lee Yuxin felt a little guilty, so he took the initiative to apologize. Lee, remember your first game this season? I remember you were a little nervous on the bus and didn't look ready, but your performance was so amazing. In the first game, you helped us win a championship. Haha, it was incredible. At that time, I felt like they were pressing us down like a mountain. When you scored that lure, we all thought, wow, look, that kid is crazy. How can someone do so well in the first official game? That kid helped us beat our strongest opponent. Haha, Lee, you helped us get to where we are now, helping us beat Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Real Madrid. Lee, we don't know what's wrong with you, but we still need you, man. Henry said expectantly, even with eagerness. Henry really likes this little brother, otherwise even as the captain, Henry would not have such a heart-to-heart talk with Lee Yuxin, or as the captain's duty, Henry should have reprimanded the players who put the team in a storm, but Henry has a gentle personality and doesn't like to pressure people, and he has more of a protective feeling towards Lee Yuxin, so he deliberately persuaded Lee Yuxin. I understand, Captain. I promise that all the championships will be ours. This is my last game of the season, and we will win the championship. This is my promise. Believe me. Click, click, click. He's out? The demigomaniac is out, but the training isn't over yet, is it? No matter what, follow up, hurry up, today I'm going to strip him naked from the inside out. Hey, that's not right. Lee got in Wenger's car. Quick, quick, catch their expressions. No, something's wrong. Damn it, hurry up and see if there's any gap. They seem to be arguing about something. There's something. Damn it, damn it. I finally waited for it. Before the outside world could digest the newly updated newspapers, even crazier reports followed. Argument? Falling out? Lee is not satisfied with Wenger's reprimand. Wenger finally made up his mind to punish Lee. Generals and commanders are at odds. Arsenal's future is uncertain. Champion? Ridiculous. Arsenal must first deal with Lee. The end of the championship. Arsenal's internal strife. The king of heavy artillery will fire at his own camp. Wenger has given up on Lee. The lost lamb. The beginning of turmoil. Lee finally fired at Arsenal. Lucky Chelsea, Liverpool, Barcelona. After all these things, the reporters who had been waiting at the Colony training ground for a long time finally got their reward. They saw Lee Yuxin get into Wenger's car and drive around the private club for more than half an hour. They finally secretly photographed the two of them arguing suddenly. Wenger, who has always been gentle, even slammed the table. This gave the reporters unlimited imagination. For a time, the relationship between Lee Yuxin and Wenger, Lee Yuxin's future in Arsenal, and Arsenal's road to the championship were all pessimistic. The media were full of bad reviews and wanted to beat Lee Yuxin to death with a stick. The Etihad Stadium is a wonderful place. Anything can happen. I'm sure of this. No, they are not invincible. There is nothing you can refuse on the football field. I'm sure. Period. Overtake? Haha, I don't think Arsenal can catch up with us now. Maybe they should deal with their own affairs first, not us. I believe we can win the final championship because we only focus on our own affairs. We are different from them. Now our world only has football, no banquets, bars and women. Newcastle? They still have strength, but we are determined to win. It may be difficult, but my players are never afraid of any game. Winning the game is our only choice. Lee? Indeed, he is the best player besides Chelsea players. I don't know if Lee is a player, but I haven't seen him in sports newspapers recently. Entertainment newspapers? Oh, there's nothing to be surprised about. I said a long time ago that Lee is a maverick. I didn't know that Wenger taught him to be a maverick. He is a little different from Arsenal. Of course, it's Wenger's business whether to use Lee or not. He can choose to use him or not. In the Stanford press room, at the pre-match press conference of the last home game, Mourinho sat upright, looking down at the crowd of reporters. Facing their endless questions, he responded to them without any restraint, just like a talk show, speaking freely. Facing a new round of news storm about Lee Yuxin, especially seeing the news about Wenger and Lee Yuxin's quarrel, Mourinho was very excited. He didn't believe that Wenger would use Lee Yuxin at this time, but he couldn't let go of any opportunity to create trouble for Arsenal. In addition, Arsenal was about to play the 35th round of the Premier League, which inevitably involved the dispute between Chelsea and Arsenal. Mourinho deliberately veiled the topic to Arsenal's so-called internal strife. Of course, the proud magic bird would never give in, and still hold the initiative of public opinion in the championship in his own hands. It was already the moment of life and death. Mourinho couldn't lose heart, and he also expected Arsenal to make mistakes. Oh my God, did Lee really have a conflict with Arthur? Damn it, what happened to the club now? Why did things become like this? I don't believe it. We should unite at this time. Hoo-hoo, this is going to be a good show. Arsenal's ace and the coach are fighting. After a glorious season, Arsenal is finally in trouble. I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know what the ending of Arsenal this season will be. Haha. Let's go to Manchester quickly, maybe we will know something. Yes, I'm looking forward to Arsenal's performance now. Maybe there will be an upset. As soon as the reports from various media came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Arsenal, which was already in the center of the storm, became even more popular. Whether they were Arsenal fans or not, everyone's eyes were on Arsenal at this time. The most direct thing was that the match between Arsenal and Manchester City was suddenly heated up, and tickets were hard to come by. It's incredible, Adams, our Arthur is not an impulsive coach. These reporters are really looking for chaos in the world, Lee, this time you really angered the public. I'm afraid a quiet game will become very lively. Hey, right, man, can you help me get a ticket? Inevitably, after the internal strife between Arsenal's generals and coaches broke out, various celebrities and critics also set their sights on this game. Although Lee Yuxin's behavior did make them have some opinions, they did not believe that Arsenal and Wenger would choose to give up Lee Yuxin at this time, and they also wanted to use this game to see how Arsenal, which was caught in the internal strife, was doing, and whether Lee Yuxin could continue his magical season. Beep. Beep, the bus whistled for a long time, and then, it whirred. Kali, please tell me what the conflict between you and Wenger is. Wenger, will Lee play in this game? When did the conflict between you start? Terry, do you know about the conflict between Lee and Wenger? Please make way. Sorry, we are not accepting interviews now. Period. As the Arsenal bus appeared, the reporters who were crowded outside the stadium rushed to the bus, ignoring the long horn of the bus, taking photos randomly, asking all kinds of questions quickly, and making a lot of noise. As a last resort, the Arsenal players entered the stadium again under the escort of security guards, with blank faces, preparing for this much-anticipated game. Okay, kids, you only have 15 minutes to warm up, don't take any pictures, understand? Pat, you go deal with those reporters. Facing the unexpected internal conflict, Wenger's face was even darker at this time. As soon as he entered the locker room, he announced that the warm-up time would be shortened. He even asked Pat to go directly to the pre-match news, while he stayed in the locker room, looking like he was sitting on the Diaoyote. Chapter 152. The final moment. Hey, will Lee play or not? It's really unbearable. When will Arsenal's starting lineup be announced? Don't make us stay up all night waiting for nothing, Wenger, give us a chance. Dear fans, welcome to the Etched Stadium with us. The 35th round of the Premier League this season will soon begin. This is a game related to Arsenal's championship. What is more concerning is Lee, the player who just had a quarrel with his mentor and constantly divided the Arsenal players. Will he be able to play? Will he be removed from the list? How will he perform on the court? Can Arsenal continue its victory? Period. Let's wait and see. Oh. Dear fans, according to the latest news from the front, Coach Wenger did not attend the press conference. I'm afraid that the rumors of the discord between Arsenal's generals and coaches are true. Coach Wenger chose to avoid it. Will this game become a turning point for Arsenal's season? Let's wait and see. Hoo blue moon, pride of war. Pride of war. Pride of war. Kill them. We have a chance. This is our home court. Beat them. Defend. Defend. The Etihad Stadium has turned into a blue ocean, with flags all over the sky and cheers ringing out as soon as the two teams entered the stadium for warm-up. Manchester City fans are unrivaled in the Premier League for their tenacity and loyalty, as they have been able to stick with the team despite being suppressed by their city's arch-rivals, the Premier League giant Manchester United. Even when facing the hottest team in Europe, they are still not afraid, and the momentum at home is overwhelming. Robin, the weather is great, it looks like they have good energy. Looking up, there were banners waving, people gathering in the stands, blue shadows constantly rejoicing, and the Etihad Stadium was filled with a huge noise and bustle. Lee Yuxin was quite proud of himself, and he had begun to enjoy the progress of the game. Come on, this is not our home court. They can't wait to kill you. If the rules allow, they will throw you out immediately. Van Persie couldn't stand his look and gave him a cold look. Haha, this is jealousy. Listen, Robin. This. No way. Tisk. Damn it, how can that guy still warm up? This football hooligan. Liar. You are not welcome here. Go back to your women. When Lee Yuxin appeared in front of the cameras of the whole world, the fans of Etihad, who were originally celebrating, suddenly widened their eyes and opened their mouths to watch the guy leisurely dribbling the ball, as if they saw a plague. A trace of uneasiness emerged. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to say that it was really too difficult for their team to beat that guy. Damn it, why wasn't he kicked out of the team by Wenger? Bad weather, bad day, bastard, who said that Lee would be kicked out of the match list? I hate this feeling. The originally noisy Etihad Stadium, after a period of cursing, suddenly fell into depression. It has to be said that Lee Yuxin has reached an outrageous situation. Lee is out, haha, I knew that Lee would not be frozen out. Huh, look, Lee appeared in the main team to warm up. It seems that there is nothing serious. Lee should be on the field. Don't worry, Arsenal fans, there is no war in London. It seems that Lee is in good condition and has a harmonious relationship with his teammates, unlike what those reporters said. Finally I see Lee. Oh, I've been worried that Lee won't play in this game. If that's the case, this game will indeed be missing something. Fortunately, Arthur is calm enough, haha. Although the fans of Etihad Stadium were extremely unhappy with Lee Wuxin's appearance in the main camp, the commentators were relieved by comparison. Although the news of the discord between Lee Wuxin and Wenger only came out one afternoon, its impact is indeed too great. It is not only related to Arsenal's season prospects, but also to their ratings. Now as long as Lee Wuxin is there, they will not worry about no one paying attention to it. Moreover, for them personally and even everyone who pays attention to Arsenal, they are not used to Arsenal without Lee Wuxin this season. Boom. There was a loud noise. Dear fans, welcome to watch our Sky Sports at the Etihad Stadium to bring you the 35th round of the makeup match, Manchester City vs. Arsenal. I believe that everyone has been filled with Arsenal news before the game, and is curious about the relationship between Lee and Wenger. This game can also directly observe the problems between them, so this game is definitely the focus of everyone's attention. Now, let we enter together! Exclamation mark. With the flying ribbons and the loud opening remarks of the commentator, the players of Arsenal and Manchester City stepped into the stadium. Go. 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 The high and low shots were staggered, and the big screen quickly captured the expressions of the 22 players. Looking at their images, the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax again, especially the players of Manchester City. This is their home court. The fans of Etihad will never let their heroes down, and they use the loudest voice to show their support for them. Lee. Sure enough. No one can take down our Lee. No way. Don't try to separate us. Lee, our eternal genius. Go to hell with discord. However, no matter how enthusiastic the fans of Etihad are, they are still not as crazy as the fans of Arsenal and Lee Yuxin. When the last camera shot on Lee Yuxin, the shouts of thousands of Arsenal fans instantly covered everything and suppressed the voices of Manchester City fans. Not only the fans at the scene, but also the fans watching the live broadcast, were instantly filled with joy after seeing Lee Yuxin appear on the camera. Before stepping onto the court, Lee Yuxin came to Wenger and hugged the old man, and Wenger's originally calm face showed a gentle smile after being hugged by Lee Yuxin. Go on the court, Lee. With a simple sentence, Lee Yuxin also let go of Wenger and stepped onto the court. There is no contradiction between Lee and Wenger. Arsenal looks no different from the past and is still so strong. Adams looked at the situation on the field and gave a conclusion. Well, maybe it's just fiction, Adams. The game is about to start. You tell me about the starting lineups of the two teams first. For some reason, Matthew's interest suddenly dropped. He was not as excited as he was when he saw Lee Yuxin warming up. Adams looked at his old partner for a moment, then reacted immediately, took over the list and spoke. Well, okay, for Manchester City, the starting lineup: James, Sommer, Dunn, Richards, Son, Sinclair, Barton, Reina, Lira, Visser, Samaras. They had to send out their strongest lineup. This was their last home game of the season, and it seemed that they did not want to be a foil for Arsenal. It is worth noting that China's Son started this game, but unfortunately he did not play against Lee. If we could let them play against each other, I think it would be a big boost for our ratings. You know, they are the two hottest players in that mysterious country. Well, let's talk about Arsenal again. They still continued their 442 formation, but there were significant changes in their personnel. Goalkeeper, Lehmann. Defenders, Ebao, Toure, Campbell, Ashley Cole. Oh, Cole finally returned, which is great news for Arsenal, who are in the final sprint of the season, and England, who are preparing for the World Cup. I hope he can adjust his condition as soon as possible. This game is indeed a good time to recover. Midfielders, Ljungberg, Flamini, Alexander Song, Lee. This may be the biggest change for Arsenal in this game. Whether it is the combination of the two new players in the middle or the condition of Lee, it is worth our attention. Forward, Thierry took a rest. Adebayor and Van Persie played together. Will the Togolese give his captain more rest time? It is worth looking forward to it. Indeed, in the final stage, Arthur must use Arsenal's players carefully. There are still 3 games. Arsenal has to complete an unprecedented task in 13 days. This is definitely quite difficult, especially the last 2 finals against Liverpool and Barcelona. This is definitely a test of their will. But before that, they have to deal with their own league. Although they are facing weak teams, it is still difficult to play 2 games in 4 days. Now let's take a look at the first of their remaining 2 league games to see how this magical team will perform in the final stage. 3-0 without any danger, Manchester City, which is not supported by the local tyrants, is still vulnerable. After 2 days of rest, Lee Yuxin will attend the award ceremony. Gerrard is here. Rooney is here too. David also appeared. Owen is here too. Pires, wow, Pires brought his girlfriend, she is so sexy. Thierry, I love you, Lampard. Marry me, Owen. Real man, Warcraft. Oh, Cristiano, he is so handsome today. Look, Robin is so happy, his wife is the most beautiful pregnant woman. As the Premier League drama of this season is about to end, the major awards in England have been announced one by one. The 2 most important best trophies, PWA, England Football Writers Association, Best Player, and PFA, England Professional Players Association, Best Player, will also have their own owners. The only difference between the result and history is that Lee Yuxin became the best newcomer. At the official press conference of Chelsea at Stamford Stadium, reporters gathered like a crowd, filling the entire room. Didier, at the award ceremony 2 days ago, you were only selected for the candidate list, and you didn't even make the best team. Lee won the PFA and FWA double best this season. Do you agree? It's the last game, and all the media have shown all their enthusiasm. They have to pick it up, otherwise there will be no chance. The reporter from the Daily Mail came up and threw out a question full of gunpowder. It's a pity. I think my performance should be recognized more. I try to bring happiness to the fans in every game. I did it, but it doesn't matter. It just shows that there are many good players in this league. What about Thierry? He was selected as the best player. That's it. Maybe you should pay more attention to some of his special comments. Obviously, Drogba, who thought he had performed well enough this season, was upset about not getting anything at the award ceremony, and was full of disdain for Lee Yuxin. He had long been unhappy with Lee Yuxin enjoying the blessing of having many people. His tone was sour. Didier, you are already 1 point behind Arsenal. Do you think you have hope in the last game? Lee may have a more terrifying performance. Hearing Drogba accusing the award ceremony of being unfair and Lee Yuxin of being selected as the best player, the media below became more excited and quickly led the topic to the upcoming league game, which was definitely a topic of Mars hitting the Earth. It's just 1 point. 1 game is enough. There's no need to tell me about his affairs. I only care about whether I can help the team. Drogba was even more upset when he heard reporters mention Lee Yuxin one after another, and at the same time he wanted to provoke his desire to win. I don't know if it was influenced by Lee Yuxin's momentum this season. Many players who have not yet won a big victory this season have made amazing progress in performance, including Drogba. He scored 28 goals and 17 assists in all competitions this season, far exceeding his performance last season. Facing the competition with Arsenal, Drogba, the team's top scorer, naturally did not want to be outdone. Frank, you were defeated by Lee and Thierry in the FWA Best Player selection. How can you ensure that you will not be defeated by them together for the second time? Seeing Drogba's silence, the reporter immediately pointed the finger at Lampard. This is our game. We have proved our strength this season. We don't need to rely on others. I believe that my teammates and I can play well in the last game of this season. It's just Lee and Arsenal. I hope Wigan Athletic can help us. It's that simple. Lampard avoided the questions at the award ceremony and led the topic to the upcoming game. Does this mean that you don't have the confidence to win the league championship? No, even if we are directly talking to Arsenal in the last game, we are confident that we can win them, but we have to face the reality. Now the initiative of the league is not on our side. We must hope that the goddess of luck will stand on our side. This is the reality." A relatively calm Lampard did not have too many bold words, but was more practical. "Terry, do you agree with Frank's words?" The question was quickly thrown to the last Chelsea player, Captain Terry. "There is nothing to deny. We want to win and expect our opponents to lose the game, because our goal difference is nearly 30 less than theirs, which cannot fill the hole." Terry seemed more leadership-like, and did not express his attitude with a smile. He gave an explanatory answer. Terry paused and continued, "Actually, the schedule is a bit frustrating. I hoped that we could start the last game earlier than them, so that we could have the advantage or play directly against Arsenal. Unfortunately, we played too early. We played against each other 3 times in more than 2 months. For the rest, we were like parallel lines. This is somewhat disappointing. Then why do you think you can win and your opponents fail? Arsenal, I believe Wigan will do well. They have the strength to enter Europe. Of course, we won't just look at our opponents. There is no doubt that we won against Newcastle. Every team will prove that they are the best team, and we are no exception." In a word, Terry said that he and the team would be based on reality, play their own games well, and ultimately everything would depend on God's will. "Terry, what do you think of Chelsea's terrible failure this season?" As soon as this question came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on Terry, Lampard, and Drogba. It was obvious that this was a move to force the Palace. Seeing that Chelsea was going to fail this season, these big-name stars couldn't help but have some ideas. Even if they didn't have any ideas, they had to be thought of, especially since Chelsea had the most domineering boss in the world. They felt that someone should pay for Chelsea's record this season. Bad? Failure? I don't know where you got it from. On the contrary, I think we have gained a lot this season. It's impossible for everything to go smoothly on the football field. This season we have experienced some more meaningful setbacks than in the past. This will be a signal for us, yes, our entire team, to return. And you know, the league is not over yet, everything is unknown. I don't agree with your words." Terry obviously understood their provocation. "Frank, I heard that you and your girlfriend have already booked tickets to Madrid after the World Cup, right? The major European leagues are about to end, which means the curtain of the summer transfer is about to open. The disintegration of the first generation of Real Madrid's Galaxy battleships in La Liga has caused many top stars to be involved in scandals with this club that is said to make players the most proud, including Lampard, the world's top midfielder. Well, that's right, not only me, but also my boss and teammates will go. We will have a lot of time together. I will even invite Owen to be my guide. I will tell me which place is more suitable for me and avoid me making mistakes." "You didn't say it, but I hinted at it." Lampard responded firmly. "Didier, at the beginning of the season, you said that you are an ambitious player. So what kind of changes do Chelsea or you need to prove your ambition?" "From the beginning to the end, we have proved our ambition, and I believe that the current team deserves my ambition. I am a whole with it, an inseparable whole." Drogba curled his lips and another piece of empty talk came out. "Anyway, if you can talk nonsense, I can brag nonsense." At this time, the Chelsea players' part was over, and the rest depended on Chelsea's brain, Mourinho. "Jose, at the beginning of the season, you said that Chelsea was unstoppable this season, but you were eliminated by Barcelona, who performed better in the Champions League, and you were kicked out by Liverpool, who performed more tenaciously in the FA Cup. In the league, you were 1 point behind Arsenal, who performed more stably. Do you have anything to say?" As soon as they came up, the reporter of The Sun questioned Mourinho as if he was accusing them, venting their depression that had been suppressed for 2 seasons. If Yuxin is the number 1 thorn in the Premier League this season, then Mourinho is the second. In the last season, he was the well-deserved number 1. He landed in London with the title of the treble. Mourinho showed an aggressive and arrogant attitude from the beginning, not only in the transfer market, but also in external relations. Mourinho, who is eloquent, also slapped those reporters and media in the face many times and ignored them. The fact that Chelsea, an upstart, won the English top league championship after more than 50 years, gave Mourinho a better footnote to his arrogance. Chelsea showed a condescending attitude at the beginning of the season. Although they were defeated in the millennium, they still couldn't stop Mourinho's tyranny. Now seeing this situation, they would naturally add insult to injury. "I am surprised by your enthusiasm for Chelsea. If it were another occasion, Maybe we could talk about the construction of the team, or I should ask you what tactics I should use, what players I should buy, and even whether I should sit here and let you decide. Mourinho, who was as cunning as a fox, knew that they were making trouble. They believed that they had nothing to show for the club this season and might have to leave. They wanted to kill themselves with a stick and settle accounts later, so they came to encircle themselves at the end. Mourinho saw their faces clearly and asked them back with a teasing look. Although his tone was slow, it completely shocked the group of reporters. I am puzzled by the media's constant speculation. Where is their professional level? I think you should focus on tomorrow's game. Good hunters will fall, but they will keep moving forward, while those who eat carrion will always wait for others to give them alms. After saying this, Mourinho signaled to his assistant, and then left the press room with his players, leaving behind a group of reporters with stunned and angry faces. Here. Wenger is here. Dennis Bergkamp has also appeared. Lee? Look, Lee is here this time too. Not only in Stanford, but also in Highbury, because there are too many news points for Arsenal this season. Arsenal's own renewal has ushered in the second wave. Bergkamp's retirement, the expiration of the contracts of famous players such as Pires and Henry, and even Wenger's own contract, Highbury's exit from the historical stage, a series of uncertainties, indicate that Arsenal is about to usher in a very different time. As far as the current situation is concerned, Wenger's innovation is considered successful. Lee Yuxin's sudden appearance was like a star, forcing the reporters to avoid him, and they were unwilling to avoid him. Who made him so good at making trouble? He attracted attention both on and off the field. Of course, for them, they would rather see him off the field. No, the news just came the day before yesterday that Emma and Avril left London. According to them, they were both hurt and could no longer endure the chaotic life of one man and two women, so they abandoned Lee. Or maybe the mysterious rich Oriental woman pushed Lee to the top, which made Lee finally have a choice and use 2 trophies to get rid of the 2 AI. And so on, it depends on who likes to watch. Wenger, will Dennis play in tomorrow's game? The Times asked the newcomer at the press conference. Indeed, since Bergkamp decided to retire at the end of the season, he has not appeared in front of the media for a long time. Now Wenger brought him to the press conference for the last game at Highbury, which naturally has a different meaning. They want to confirm it. Yes, Dennis will definitely be in the starting lineup tomorrow. This is my announcement of the starting lineup. Haha, you can ask Dennis. Wenger has been in a good mood these days, except for being irritated by Lee Yuxin occasionally. He said with a smile and handed the microphone to Bergkamp. Dennis, the game will start tomorrow. How do you feel now? Can we talk about it? Nothing, just like before, we are always confident. The only difference is that there are so many reporters today, haha. In his last home game, Bergkamp rarely joked. It can be imagined that Arsenal's mental state has reached a very good state at this time, at least the mentality is not panic. Don't you have any special feelings? Don't you miss it? Now I can only think about the game wholeheartedly, because this is my last time. I want to leave my best side here and engrave it into history with Highbury. Although I love this sport, the decision is the decision, and I will not change it again. Bergkamp reiterated with a serious face. Dennis, what do you think of the last league game? How many goals will Arsenal score? How many goals? It's hard to be sure. I think you should ask Thierry and Lee. I will do my best to help them score goals, and I also hope that I can taste the taste of the league championship again. What about the Champions League? Will you go to Paris? I am very happy to have such strong competitiveness when I retire. The Champions League has always been my dream. I am very, very eager to get this trophy before I leave. As for whether to go to Paris or not, it is up to the coach to decide. Of course, I hope to get the St. Bledsoe Cup with my partners, but now I will enjoy tomorrow's game first. This must be a game that I will never forget in my life. I will leave here with my last league trophy in the last game at Highbury. As a tribute to the world's top football master, the media was the first to interview Bergkamp and gave him enough time to show his open-mindedness, self-confidence, unity, ambition, glory, etc. in front of everyone, and Bergkamp's final determination also won warm applause. Thierry, tomorrow will be your last game as the King of Highbury at Highbury Stadium. This season, Arsenal may win all the championships, and you haven't renewed your contract with Arsenal yet. Will this be your farewell game? Being polite to Bergkamp doesn't mean that these reporters have changed their ways. When they asked Henry, They were straightforward and sharp. Next season we will move to the new stadium. Tomorrow will be a farewell game for everyone, regardless of whether it is me or not. As for my contract renewal, I have handed it over to my agent, and I am now fully preparing for the remaining games. I am enjoying my life now. Wenger, is it true? Did Terry really renew his contract? How many years is the contract? How much is the weekly salary? Although Henry gave a vague answer, the reporters at the scene all had a keen sense of smell. When their eyes lit up, they immediately asked Wenger for the truth. Well, that's right. This problem is being solved. The specific situation has been handed over to the club. It is not appropriate to announce it now. We are confident that Terry will stay. Just like in the past, he will spend every season with us. Wenger nodded. The heavy brows during this period, as Henry's contract renewal negotiations went smoothly, Wenger's heart also fell a stone, and he relaxed a lot. Wenger's recognition, the flashlights on the scene became more and more frequent. If we talk about a top star in the Premier League now, it is definitely not Lee Yuxin, but Henry. After all, his outstanding achievements for many seasons are there. If Arsenal's Champions League record for many seasons was not bad, Henry would never miss the European and World Footballer of the Year. Terry, Lee won the double best a few days ago. If Arsenal wins the Champions League this season, do you think Lee has the ability to win the European Golden Ball? Will this become a regret for you? Yes, there is no doubt that Lee is absolutely qualified to win it. Well, that's right. That's right, it shouldn't be so regretful this time. There's an Owen. The reporter from the Mirror brought up a new topic, which was obviously more interesting for the reporter. Well, I believe that Lee will have an advantage in the European Ballon d'Or selection, and even in the World Footballer of the Year. I have never seen such an outstanding talent. This season belongs to Lee, and his achievements are enough to attract the attention of the whole world. At least I think Lee has a great advantage in this selection. I even think that it would be a disaster if the European Ballon d'Or does not consider Lee. Of course, Lee's personal achievements can be called miracles, but I think if Lee wants to get that trophy, we must play the remaining games to match his personal performance. Haha, we have one more reason to win. Henry hid a trace of loneliness in his eyes and cheered for Lee Yuxin for the first time. Henry was really conquered by Lee Yuxin's amazing personal achievements. He believed that Lee Yuxin had the ability to win the most sacred personal trophy for football players. Click, click, click. Terry, don't you want to win that award? Do you want to compete with Lee again? Haha, I want to, but I think it will be very tiring to fight against this guy Lee. If you let me choose, I will definitely choose Lee. There is no second choice, including myself. Henry smiled and shook his head, and quickly cast his gaze on Lee Yuxin's head with admiration in his eyes. Chapter 153. The decisive battle started at the same time. The final round of matches is about to begin, and the attitudes of newspapers towards Arsenal and Chelsea are clearly divided. Arsenal is praised constantly, and some media are even more hyped about Henry's statement about staying at Arsenal. However, the most popular player of Arsenal and the most concerned player of the media is not Henry, but Lee Yuxin, and the praise for Lee Yuxin has risen to an unprecedented level. According to the views of these media, Arsenal can now be acquainted with Lee Yuxin. On the other hand, the comments on Chelsea and Mourinho are not so polite, or even add insult to injury. It has even been said that Abramovich is ready to kick the arrogant and ignorant Mourinho after Chelsea beat Newcastle. No one believes that Wigan Athletic, which has no desire, will win this victory in the hands of Arsenal, which has countless desires. Chelsea is in poor form. Facing Newcastle, they are already preparing to reserve various pages for Arsenal to break various records. Arsenal, Arsenal, Arsenal fans. Welcome to our sacred temple, Highbury. The invincible team. The invincible team today will be the last game of this great stadium with a history of 93 years. It was the birthplace of Herbert Chapman, the greatest Arsenal coach before Wenger. Even so far, Cliff Aston, a figure from the 1930s, the Arsenal goal record holder before Henry, Betty Rice, the first double champion coach, Greenham, I won't talk about this, Ian Wright, Adams, Keown, Nigel Winterburn, Lee Dixon, Parlour, Anelka, Patrick Vieira. Countless great and glorious stars are shining here. Arsenal, Highbury. Arsenal, Highbury. Arsenal, Highbury. Arsenal, Highbury. Arsenal, Highbury. Now, Our team has more powerful and shining members. Our gentle and wise head coach Arsene Wenger, the diligent and gentle Rice Uncle Pat Rice, the extremely talented French King Robert Pires, the English Iron Gate Sol Campbell, the Dutch flying man Robin van Persie, the number 4 genius Francisco Fabregas, the king of heavy artillery and invincible strongman Lee Will, the talented and contemporary master of artistic football Dennis Bergkamp, the spiritual center forward and the king of Highbury Thierry Henry. Invincible team, invincible team, invincible team, invincible team, invincible team, invincible team. As Senk read out the great names that had once illuminated Highbury one by one, the Highbury Stadium, which was dressed up like the new year, echoed again and again with the two blood-related nouns Arsenal Highbury. Highbury fell into a boiling state, and the red cannons rolled up and down endlessly. Although it was still very early to leave the ball, Highbury was already crowded with people. None of the away fans from the past were seen. At this moment, the Wigan players were hiding in the away locker room. They knew very well that today was definitely a festival for Arsenal fans, and there was no need for them to rush out to make themselves bored. The current Arsenal first-team players and reserve players, led by Wenger, step into the stadium one by one with the trophies won by Arsenal over the years in their hands, and placed them on the exhibition stand on the sidelines that had been set up long ago, witnessing the 2100th game at Highbury, which was also the last home game of this great stadium. When Bergkamp and Henry took the Barclays Premier League trophy with 2003 to 2004, Arsenal on it, the whole stadium seemed to be overturned. Team flags, jerseys, towels, posters, etc., all shouted Invincible Team in unison. The camera panned, and Graham, Terry, Neil, Wright, Liam Brady, David O'Leary, Tony Adams, Ovis, Keown, etc., Arsenal legends also came to watch, and Prince William, Roger Daltrey, British rock star, Rod Laver, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, Dido, etc., also came to add color to the farewell match at Highbury. In the Arsenal locker room, the Arsenal players who returned here looked at their home reluctantly, especially Bergkamp, Henry, Pires and other veterans. They spent the most glorious period of their lives here. The joy of winning, the glory of the championship, the unwillingness of losing, the tears of failure, everything, after today, they can no longer feel it here. They are more silent at this moment, but their eyes are more determined as the target moves. Among them, Pat should have the deepest emotions. This 57-year-old Arsenal's greatest right-back has never left since he came here at the age of 15. This place has become the most important place in his life. At this moment, he is alone. Looking at everything around him silently, this is his home, and now he has left this old house and moved to a bigger and better residence, but there is no emotion there. Everything has to start from scratch. Pat has a trace of confusion in his heart, and an old man's feeling of attachment to his native land slowly hits his heart. It's been 10 years, old man, now it's time for us to open a new page, believe me. Wenger was also filled with a trace of reluctance, but the new stadium was the place where all his future emotions were carried. Wenger pulled himself up, came to Pat, and gently patted his shoulder. Okay, come here, pay attention. Pat nodded with a smile, and shouted a few words to the Arsenal players as always, focusing their attention on the person next to him, and continued to repeat the past 10 years. Hearing the familiar shout, the Arsenal players quickly gathered around Wenger and listened to their coach's last pre-match instructions at Highbury. Wenger's eyes quickly swept over each player, and the gentle look on his face that was always gentle in the past was no longer seen. Instead, it was replaced by a solemnity, and even his tone was a little hard. Listen, what this game means, and the reasons why those fans and guests come, you should know better than me. You will be the real protagonists of this stage, and it will be the last time you will play the protagonist on this stage in your life. This is the only moment to become a hero, and it will never come again. Do you understand? Understand? Exclamation mark. We have absolute strength, but no one can be careless, otherwise I will make him the player who is replaced here. No one is exempt. This is your honor, and it is also your responsibility. You have to make this place a sea of joy, and your role today is not only this. I also want to remind you that the Premier League champion is ready. You must bring it here, understand? Understood? Exclamation mark. Very good, and today we have to play our momentum, convince the other side, and let them feel the joy here. You old players should understand it. Understood? Wenger confirmed 2 consecutive votes for his entire team, but put the last confirmation on Bergkamp, Pires and other veterans. Well, okay, let's go, let's go. Fans. Are you ready? This will be the last game at Highbury. Today we will welcome our last league opponent of this season here, Wigan Athletic! And after this game, I believe we will be crowned our 4th league champion here. Under the attention of these champions, we will continue our glory! Come on, welcome our heroes. As time drew to a close, Senk's loud voice once again echoed throughout the stadium, bringing up the curtain on Arsenal's most important league game of the season. Glorious. 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 The players of Wigan Athletic have entered the stadium and were quickly enveloped in the red and white light. The boiling and roaring stadium was like a behemoth with its bloody mouth wide open, swallowing everything, leaving only a shock in their hearts. Damn fa. The roaring crowd, the flags like a forest, the dense crowds of people moving without hesitation, the deafening cheers. Hutchins saw the momentum of Arsenal's home court that was about to swallow up others, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why did he meet this wolf-like and ferocious Arsenal? His heart was already shrouded in a shadow. Wow, Highbury is so lively today. My God, Prince William is here too. Wow, Harry Potter. When the camera swept across the Arsenal VIP seats one by one, Adams couldn't help but sigh at the number of stars who support Arsenal. Haha, didn't you see that I wore a new set of clothes today? Adams, you will have to see me on TV after this game. Matthew was wearing a red suit, and his face was rosy. Adams saw that he looked so happy, and he looked like a female gorilla in heat. Hey, you know, Arsenal has invited me to be their post-match host. They are so wise. I believe that with my devout love for Arsenal, it is very suitable for me to go. Haha, men, I am too familiar with this. You know, I hosted the school sports meeting in high school and college as well, such as debates, sports meetings, welcome parties, concerts. Haha, it's really suitable, but Matthew, the game is about to start, shouldn't you announce the list of players? Adams really didn't realize that his old partner was so flirty, and he interrupted him with a frown on his face. Oh, I almost forgot, cough cough cough, dear fans, the game is about to begin. Let's take a look at the players of Wigan Athletic. They still continue the traditional 442. Pollard, Chimbonda, Jackson, Chanel, Baines, Thompson, Kavanagh, Ziegler, McCulloch, Roberts, Camara. Hutchins is average, there will be no changes. Let's take a look at Arsenal. Lehman, Ebow, Toure, Campbell, Ashley, Cole. This is Arsenal's strongest backcourt so far. Against Manchester City, Cole proved that he is still the best player in this position at Arsenal and his performance is good enough. Midfield, Lee, Arthur replaced Lee to the right, and Pires is undoubtedly on the left. The two central defenders Fabregas and Silva are the most suitable configuration for them. I think Pires should have no problem with physical fitness now. The striker, Henry, the king cannot leave his battlefield, and the other, Arthur did not go back on his words, Dennis Bergkamp. Oh, how long has it been since I saw the two of them on the court together? I think this game will be another fantastic performance for them. Chapter 154, Thrilling. As if they were running at high speed, Arsenal players began to suppress Wigan Athletic at the beginning of the game, from the wing, the middle, and the back. Before Wigan Athletic could react, they were pressed tightly in the half-court by the wolf-like Arsenal players, like a petite beauty struggling to resist the suffocating attack. Wing, quick. At the beginning of the game, Arsenal's attack was still initiated by Lee Yuxin. Fabregas and Bergkamp were in the middle, plus Henry and Pires who needed to cut inside at any time. At this moment, Lee Yuxin was no longer the leader in the middle. He was just an attacker on the wing, relying on his speed to pull the opponent's defense line. Even if he was not relying on the activities in the middle, Lee Yuxin still put a lot of pressure on the opponent on the court. After all, Lee Yuxin was born on the wing, and now he is just doing his old job. Lee Yuxin can run wildly. Damn bastard. Being shaken by Lee Yuxin twice again and thrown away by his speed, McCulloch couldn't help but curse. Before the game, he studied Lee Yuxin's game videos several times and found that the opponent wanted to get into the middle, and even Arsenal players would deliberately open up space to pass the ball to him. Therefore, in defending Lee Yuxin, McCulloch defended his right side and cooperated with Ziegler to prevent Lee Yuxin from breaking into the middle. However, After several encounters, he finally found that the opponent had no intention of entering, but passed the ball safely on the side. McCulloch had to follow Lee Yuxin and run back and forth up and down. It was not the most important thing that McCulloch was thoroughly understood by Lee Yuxin. What was more frightening was Baines behind him. Facing the current outstanding player in the Premier League, Baines never dared to be arrogant. He always paid attention to Lee Yuxin's every move, fearing that he would become a burden if he was slow. But even so, Baines still failed to stop Lee Yuxin. It was not because Lee Yuxin's breakthrough was so powerful that the opponent frequently ate dirt, but because Lee Yuxin's combination of man and ball was so terrible. Even if Baines focused on Lee Yuxin's dribbling, he could not stop Lee Yuxin from completing the next action. He could not even predict it. In the first 3 or 4 minutes, Lee Yuxin was allowed to do whatever he wanted and frequently kicked the ball. Go hey, how many times has this happened? Lee, cut in. In the 5th minute of the game, Fabregas knocked the ball directly to Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin cut the ball with his left foot and made a slicing action to let the ball pass. With a swish, he turned around and rushed out like a cheetah, like a silver bottle suddenly breaking. The terrifying explosive power burst out, so fast that even the camera did not capture Lee Yuxin's entire set of actions, and saw Lee Yuxin turn around and leave. McCulloch had no time to react before he saw Lee Yuxin brush past him. Anxious and annoyed, McCulloch could only curse and turn around to defend. Damn it, what is he doing? Seeing Lee Yuxin rushing in front of him, Baines was already furious. How could his teammate be passed so easily? Seeing Lee Yuxin's dragon-like steps, Baines pressed against the inside, observing the opponent's movements while retreating, not daring to be careless. Even though his body was advancing at high speed, Lee Yuxin found that Baines' eyes were fixed on him, knowing that he was about to steal his ball. However, Lee Yuxin, who was going to open fire, simply ignored the opponent. The casual passing of McCulloch just now was just the beginning. Who made Wigan unlucky? In this case, they chose to be Arsenal's opponent, which was destined to become a footnote. Oh, my God, he can't be suppressed at all. What a terrible explosive power, is this a human? What is Lee playing? Period. A flash, a trip, only 2 actions. Lee Yuxin's instantaneous change of center of gravity caused the opponent's thinking and actions to be blindly followed for a short time, and then he dribbled the ball quickly, walked away, and passed Baines directly, and directly broke through the defense of Wigan Athletic. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the unguarded Lee Yuxin's next action had been completed, and a snap sounded. An arc was drawn on the side, and after passing Baines, Lee Yuxin did not choose to enter the penalty area, but chose to pass the ball. An arc to pass through the sides of Chanel and Ziegler. The two people stretched their bodies and stretched their legs to intercept, but the ball not only had an arc, but also had a terrible speed. The speed of the flight was completely not the speed of a cross ball, but more like an endless pass. But when the ball bypassed Ziegler's body, the high-speed rotation finally took effect. Under the huge friction, the speed of the ball suddenly decreased and quickly fell in the middle of the Wigan penalty area. The back point that countless people expected did not appear, but a person had already appeared on the ball path. He was like a leader on the field, with a terrifyingly calm and composed mind, and could quickly familiarize himself with the technical characteristics of his teammates, and Lee Yuxin's pass was exactly in it. If this guy passed a ball to the back point, it would be a high-speed low ball, not a falling leaf-like arced ball. Oh, Dennis, good job. Well done. He unloaded, turned around, dunked and flicked, and then walked away, completing the perfect technical action. Lee Yuxin's pass was accurately delivered to Bergkamp's feet. Although the Ice Prince rarely played this season, his awareness and experience were all there, and this game was of great significance. He was in an excited state at the beginning of the game, so he could respond to Lee Yuxin's pass in this rapid change. Although Jackson rushed to Bergkamp's side at the first moment, he did not expect that the veteran who was about to leave the court would have such a swift technical move, and Bergkamp's body was beyond his expectation. After the opponent's fake move of spiking the ball, Jackson reacted at the first moment and turned around to stick to Bergkamp to drive him away so that the opponent could not shoot or pass the ball. However, after turning around, he found that it was not the case at all. Dennis. Bergkamp didn't know how long he hadn't felt this way, with strength, vitality, and even more confidence. It felt like he was 10 years younger. It was this feeling that made Bergkamp complete the whole set of actions of receiving the ball, changing direction, and breaking through perfectly, and even left the defender behind and directly formed a single knife. The Arsenal fans in the audience had not seen Bergkamp in such a perfect competitive state for a long time. After Bergkamp passed Jackson cleanly, the cheers for Bergkamp resounded throughout the audience. Pollitt never knew that his teammates were so useless, allowing a 36-year-old veteran to pass so easily, without even pulling anyone. Pollitt had no time to get angry. When Bergkamp shook off Jackson, he had already completed the move and subconsciously wanted to block the near corner. But Pollitt completely underestimated how powerful the last desire of a professional player was. This power not only allowed Bergkamp to shake off the young and strong Jackson, but also gave him a keen ability to finish. Almost at the moment when Pollitt moved to the near corner, Bergkamp had already opened the arc. With a snap, the perfect ability to capture the game allowed Bergkamp to find a gap, and the keen ability to finish allowed Bergkamp to magnify this gap without limit. In a flash, a rapid volley was completed. Pollitt squatted down and subconsciously scooped, but found that a ball passed through his fingertips, swish, and the white waves rolled. Goal, Dennis scored. He gave us the lead, and we have our championship in our arms. Thank you Dennis. This is his 120th goal for Arsenal. He told us in this way that he has never grown old. Never. After scoring the goal, Bergkamp could no longer restrain his emotions. He was no longer the Ice Prince with a cold face at that moment. Like a roaring lion, he rushed to the fans waving his posters and jerseys, venting his excitement, even the restlessness of that moment. You have never grown old Ice Prince. 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 At this moment, there is no king or king of heavy artillery at Highbury, but only the Ice Prince, shouting the Ice Prince, shouting that he has never grown old. Just like when he came to this stadium 10 years ago, his style is still the same, and he still conquers and moves all the fans. Stay. We need you. Take us another 10 years. In the past 10 years, it was under the influence of this superstar that Arsenal broke away from its glorious but ancient history and began to transform into a luxurious team of modern football, reaching its historical peak. Arsenal fans cannot help but love the standard-bearer who brought the languid Arsenal into the representative of gorgeous modern football. At this moment, seeing this once brilliant world superstar become an old veteran on the bench and reproduce his former style, Arsenal fans can no longer control their emotions. Many old fans even felt the sadness of parting in advance, and cried out to their hero to stay with tears. Thank you, Lee, you have never been excellent, do you understand? After venting his emotions, Bergkamp immediately turned back to the sidelines, hugged Lee Yuxin, who rushed up to celebrate first, and whispered in his ear. Haha, this is what I should do, Dennis, let's enjoy this game together. Lee Yuxin hugged Bergkamp, and a smile appeared on his face, which had been tense since the beginning of the game. His presence also made Bergkamp more lonely this season. Although he played 20 games, he played more in the process, which also intensified Bergkamp's determination to retire. He was able to help Bergkamp complete his 120th goal for Arsenal at his feet. The sense of satisfaction in Lee Yuxin's heart was infinitely magnified, but he also turned the topic back to the game. Well, let's go, our teammates are there. Bergkamp let go of Lee Yuxin, glanced at Lee Yuxin, nodded, and returned to his teammates with Lee Yuxin. Great, Dennis is fully capable of playing for a few more years, look at his set of technical moves. It's been a long time since I saw Dennis perform like this. Beautiful Dennis, the old tiger is still in his glory. Wigan really drew a bad draw. In this game, Arsenal will never let go anyway. Javier should calculate how many goals they are going to lose. The championship is no longer a suspense. As Bergkamp scored this goal, all major commentary stations made comments at the first time, and they were all impressed by Arsenal's unstoppable momentum. Far away in St. James Park on the banks of the Tyne, Villas-Boas urgently came out of the locker room passage and walked towards the coaching seat. As if in line with Villas-Boas's pace, the big screen on the scene quickly scrolled out a text, "Ladies and gentlemen, Arsenal news from London, Dennis." Bergkamp scored a goal at 5 minutes and 51 seconds into the game, and Arsenal took the lead. Hoo Portuguese, go back and bite your neighbors' asses. What are you waiting for? Surrender. Warriors, give them another punch. The big screen at the scene was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, shocking everyone, and then the Newcastle fans made a deafening noise. All kinds of mocking and disdainful voices whistled at Chelsea's players, and gave Newcastle's players greater confidence. The camera quickly captured Mourinho's expression. The magic bird still had a calm face, with his hands under his legs. Even when Boaz came to his side, he took the initiative to give him a seat. Seeing Boaz's expression of wanting to say something, he made a gesture, indicating that he didn't need to say anything, and couldn't see any anxious expression in him at all. It's not that Mourinho is not anxious, but that he can't let himself affect his players. He knows that the live camera will focus all the attention on himself at this moment. If he wants to have magic, then he must have the mentality to accept magic. What's more, it's only been 5 minutes since the start of the game, and everything is possible. When the Chelsea players heard the announcement on the live broadcast, they began to feel uneasy and anxious. They subconsciously looked at Mourinho and found that the coach was sitting on the diaoyote. The anxiety in their hearts was instantly calmed down. Hoo, the Wigan players are great. It's tied. The Wigan players got it back for us. We have a chance. Before Chelsea could calm down for a minute, the letters on the scene rolled again, shocking everyone's heart. Hoo, Jens' choice of attack this time is really not the right time. Damn Wigan. Are you kidding? No, damn stupid mistake. Watching the Wigan fans gather together to celebrate this somewhat unexpected goal, Arsenal fans felt extremely frustrated. Less than a minute after their own goal, their team let the opponent score because of carelessness. Nothing could be more frustrating than this. In the 6th minute of the game, after Wigan restarted, Thompson suddenly shot a direct and powerful shot, which was saved by Lehmann. Arsenal survived this disaster, but the subsequent corner kick had a loophole. Thompson's corner kick went directly to the middle of Arsenal's penalty area. Lehmann, who was attacking, collided with Toure, who was competing for the header. He made a stupid mistake and let Chimbonda miss the ball, which headed into the empty goal. Arsenal was unexpectedly tied, which made everyone in the audience fall. Chapter 155, Ups and Downs. Newcastle's big screen still reported any movement of Arsenal at the first time. The brief explanation on the big screen also made many Chelsea fans who came from afar feel panic, because they thought that the two players who posed the greatest threat to their team had not yet made a move. This was like a sort of Damocles hanging over their heads, which could deal a devastating blow to them at any time. It was even more terrible than it, because they couldn't even deal with their opponents now, and the score was still 0-0. Mourinho ignored the big screen. Everything about Arsenal had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was to make his team win, and then he was qualified to talk about other things. Looking at the anxious situation on the field, Mourinho's deep eyes were fixed on every change of Newcastle's players. He had to find his own countermeasures in half-time, defeat them, and let that damn big screen go to hell. After Mourinho's warning, the news that Arsenal was leading again came, and Chelsea dared not make any unusual moves. They also knew that they could not let the other side interfere with their emotions. There were still 70 or 80 minutes before the final result, and they had to endure. As a last resort, they forced themselves to focus on the field. But fate seemed to be playing a joke on them. Oh, it's so beautiful. Miracles are with us. The championship must belong to us. 2-2. We have a chance. The shouts finally made the Chelsea players realize something. 2-2. Arsenal was tied again. They were tied. Duff and Wright did not dare to speak, but only looked at each other in surprise, and the tense nerves relaxed again. At this moment, the Chelsea bench was trembling with a roller coaster game between Arsenal and Wigan, and their thoughts were unconsciously controlled by the Arsenal game. After this game, I want you to tell me how the game process changed. Got it. Mourinho heard his fans cheering in the stands behind him, and he couldn't help but let out a deep breath. It was a bit like relaxation, but also like being deflated. There was a hint of anger under his frown, but Mourinho's dark qualities were definitely superior. After letting out that breath, he forced himself to concentrate and issued an order. He took out a pen and paper, and while watching the game, he buried his head in the second half of the tactical deduction. He had decided to ignore the things outside the field. Got it. Chelsea players didn't understand what their head coach was doing, but after a season, they knew very well the iron-fisted methods of their magical coach, so they didn't dare to question it. They had to retract their attention again and think about their own jobs. Fortunately, the Wigan people were strong. Thompson again. It was definitely a very pleasant thing to have a midfielder with excellent footwork. After Arsenal took the lead again, Giville did not yell or jump, but let his players play as they should. Wenger was even less conservative. He waved his hand and attacked again, going all out. Therefore, both sides were not conservative at all on the field. Although Arsenal was much stronger than Wigan, Wigan was a mid-level team in the Premier League after all. How could they not attack? Arsenal's fouls were also indispensable. Not long after Arsenal scored a goal, in the 13th minute of the game, Eba was defending McCulloch. He made too much defensive action on the right side of his penalty area and hooked his opponent. Rennie directly awarded a free kick about 35 yards away from the goal. It was this free kick that Thompson took advantage of. He pulled out a super arc, like a sickle split open, and directly bypassed the wall. Lehmann didn't even have time to react. The spinning ball stuck to the post and rushed directly into the upper left corner of the goal. It was a groundbreaking free kick with a perfect angle, which was even more curved than the crescent moon knife of Berlusconi. Huh? This arc is too weird, right? Oh my god, this is. Damn it, does he think Hisley? FK, this guy is so abominable. Oh my god, what did this guy eat today? Is he full of cheats? Seeing Lehmann frustratingly fishing the ball out of the net, the Arsenal fans were holding their breath infinitely. They really didn't understand what happened to their team today, why it was so easy for the opponent to break through. Neither of the two goals was real, one was a mistake by their own players, and the other was a weird free kick. Even if Beckham took 50 free kicks, he couldn't take such a perfect free kick. The angle and strength, they stared at Thompson as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this guy? What they didn't know was that this guy was also called David Lee. Seeing the goal conceded, Wenger calmly called Lee Yuxin out of bounds. Damn it, is it going to end? Watching the time slowly pass, Mourinho could not help but complain in his heart. He felt that the first half was a bit long. Although his team did not take the lead in the first half, it was more important for him to eliminate the impact of the Arsenal game. The 4 goals that were like a roller coaster in the first 10 minutes of the game not only made Arsenal fans' emotions fluctuate, but Chelsea was probably the most affected. After all, this team is a young champion, and Mourinho is also a young coach. Although he is very talented, experience is not a vain thing. At Highbury, Wenger was not anxious when he saw that the score on the field had not changed for nearly half an hour, because this was his deliberate arrangement when he lost the goal. He even used Eba as the right midfielder, and the energetically retreated from time to time to do defensive work. Pat, how is the result? Wenger asked hurriedly when he saw Pat coming to the coaching seat. Well, 0-0, their players are playing very anxiously now, and it's almost half-time. Pat watched Chelsea's game for nearly half an hour and quickly gave his own suggestions. Wenger nodded, looked at the big clock at Highbury, and walked to the sidelines. Hey, my ball, he touched it out. How could I touch it out? Is it possible with my skills? Eba McCulloch asked the referee for a sideline ball, but failed. Rennie gave Arsenal a throw-in, which also gave Lee Yuxin the opportunity to listen to Wenger's lecture. Lee Yuxin quickly called Eba over, and pretended to drink water and slipped to Wenger's side. There was a little more joy between his eyebrows. He vaguely guessed something. Go back to your position and give the side to Eba. Wenger only said a few words in Lee Yuxin's ear, patted him on the shoulder, and returned to his position. This was the time to try whether Lee's reputation as a Terminator was still there. Yet, after receiving Wenger's instructions, Lee Yuxin nodded quickly and stepped onto the field excitedly. For nearly half an hour, Wenger ordered Lee Yuxin to delay, so Lee Yuxin couldn't rush at all. Lee Yuxin had been waiting for Wenger to release his order, and now it finally came. Since the 4 goals at the beginning, there has been no trend of scoring goals for both sides. The reason why Arsenal has not opened up the situation for a long time is largely due to the slowdown of their offensive momentum. Lee Yuxin delayed, and Henry, Bergkamp and others clearly brought the game into a stable situation. They did not show an aggressive momentum at the beginning like in the opening, but patiently passed the ball and organized, and only took a few shots when there was a chance, and even had a few wonderful long shots. However, it was precisely because of this that in the first half of the game, although the Arsenal players played very well, they played very relaxed, without too much consumption, and were somewhat exciting but lacked passion. Giville was also a very powerful character. When he saw Arsenal defending the attack, he immediately understood that Arsenal did not want to fight desperately at this time, so Gvil quickly instructed his disciples to press forward appropriately, and the attack was played vividly, and there was no need to commit too many fouls on defense. He had roughly guessed that Wenger wanted to win the game smoothly. Gvil, who had no desire, did not bet on this. After all, the other party's strength was there. Gvil could see that Arsenal did not have the result of strict defense at all for the 2 goals, so he was naturally happy to do a favor. This is a tacit understanding game on the spot. It depends on whether the head coaches of both sides understand each other's thoughts. Gvil understood it, and Wenger was also willing to release goodwill. The two reached a spiritual resonance. However, Gvil was destined to be unlucky, not because Wenger was untrustworthy, but because Gvil met the full-blooded Lee Yuxin, who was even more suffocated. Damn it, why can't we score a goal? It's terrible, why was Lee so quiet in this game? Terry. Started out the season, nothing stopped you, let's see the Arsenal show on you Arsenal, yeah you are the hot stuff keep telling you on the Arsenal, Gunner see the Arsenal playing some hot stuff got another in on you Arsenal yeah you are the hot stuff keep telling us we're boring, we will just keep on scoring now. Period. The first half was almost over. Seeing that their team had not been able to open the situation, Arsenal became anxious. Wenger wanted to win the game steadily, and the strategy behind it was incomprehensible to the fans. In their opinion, according to their team's strength, they should have destroyed Wigan with ease. Why bother? They believed that their team was the invincible powerhouse in this league. Everything was going Xia. Everything was going Xia. Everything was going Xia. Soon, with a familiar figure starting, Arsenal fans seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline. The shouts of Lee is everything instantly swept from the stands. Arsenal fans excitedly watched their team's spear pierce its sharpness. In the minds of many people, Lee's appearance was to solve the difficulties faced by Arsenal. No one could have expected Arsenal to achieve such a record this season. At the beginning of the season, many critics had a negative view of Arsenal, whose finances were about to enter extreme austerity. After all, among the 4 giants, Arsenal's team's renewal was so strong and fast that it was implemented in one season. In addition, the veterans of Arsenal, only Henry and Ljungberg's status could be guaranteed, and the rest were hard to say. Some people even joked that if Wenger wanted to have any ideas about the Premier League, they had to get past their city rivals, Tottenham. Tottenham, who are young and strong and have a more reasonable player structure, may make Arsenal suffer a lot. This season is the season when the 2 London giants are closest in strength. However, after a season, Arsenal's performance has surprised everyone. Not only did they beat Chelsea in the first game and won the Community Shield, but they also played more gorgeously, with superior offensive power and continued stability. They defeated Manchester United 3 times, won the League Cup, and defeated many strong teams to enter the FA Cup and Champions League finals. They have great hope of winning the league championship, which is the most challenging for a team. All this stems from the rise of a player, Lee Yuxin. Go, Lee. The whole Highbury set off a frenzy with Lee Yuxin, leading to an endless storm. Endless waves of sound hit everyone's eyes one after another. The rolling ball and pure black and white attracted everyone's attention. Lee Yuxin's speed was not something that Wigan's players could keep up with. Coupled with the loss of the midfield, the defense against Lee Yuxin was left in a vacuum. Previously, Wigan's overall defense line was all on the top, but Lee Yuxin suddenly broke through 3 of them. At this time, Wigan's defense line could neither be pushed forward nor pulled back. And only Henry from Arsenal could rush in front of Lee Yuxin alone, and the rest were all left behind by Lee Yuxin without exception. Damn it, hurry up. Don't let him rush in. Seeing the situation on the field, Gvil quickly asked his players to push forward. He didn't want to repeat the tragedy of Manchester City. He played different football from others. In the past few days, Manchester City has become a big joke in the industry. Seeing Lee Yuxin rushing in here, Chanel secretly felt bitter. Who knew that this monster would come to attack and go in the middle, catching him off guard, and this bastard was so fast. Chanel was caught off guard. But even so, Chanel had to rush out. But it was really too late, because Lee Yuxin had already prepared the turret. Although there was an empty space in front of him, his teammates were all behind him. If he was delayed, who knew if he would have a chance? After all, Wigan's defense was very fast. Well, it was Lee Yuxin's legs that were itching. His right foot was already hot, and after holding it in for half the game, it was time to release it. Boron, the explosion, the spinning ball shocked everyone's eyes, and the sudden change was so fast that the fans couldn't keep up. The empty space in front of him allowed Li Yuxin to dribble the ball more, so there was no need to change the rhythm. Seeing Chanel rushing out and revealing the angle, Li Yuxin made a bold move and followed up with his right foot to exert force directly without any action preparation. Whoosh! The ball drew a magnificent arc like a meteor and rushed straight to the upper right corner of the goal. Just as everyone shifted their eyes to the upper right corner of the goal, the huge rotation completely changed the flight trajectory of the ball, and it changed direction in mid-air, and with a swish, it went straight down. After a brief moment of shock, the sound of cheers spread to every corner. Li Ji's goal gave all Arsenal fans a shot in the arm. For them, Li's explosion announced that he had won the game. Their heavy artillery king had never let them down. London News, in the 41st minute of the game, Li scored his 18th league goal, and Arsenal led Wigan 3-2 again. Oh, God, Li is so amazing. It's normal. It would be strange if Li didn't explode. Oh my God, is Arsenal going to explode? What's going on? Wigan, do it again. Ha ha ha, Chelsea people, your neighbors have taken all the gifts, you are finished. I think you have lost, anyway, you have no chance. When the big screen in Newcastle scrolled out Arsenal's information again, it once again caused a hot reaction on the scene, with various opinions, sighs, worries, and ridicules. Countless voices instantly flooded the stadium and rushed into the ears of Chelsea players. Damn it! Exclamation mark. We still lost, Wigan is not good enough. The first half is not over yet, can't Wigan support a little more? Wigan must catch up. Do we still have a chance? Just like before, Period. Unable to avoid it, the Chelsea players who had calmed down were affected by this news again. When the halftime approached, they received this news. No matter how calm the Chelsea players were, some off-field factors began to exist in their hearts. They can have expectations in their hearts, but they cannot rely on them. Their mood slowly began to change and fluctuate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Failure at the Last Moment. They were expecting the Wigan players to help them again and score another goal against Arsenal, but they had unconsciously turned their expectations into dependence, which made it impossible for them to devote themselves to this game. Mourinho was also anxious. He received this news before halftime, which was definitely a blow to his morale. The competition for the Premier League championship was much more intense than other leagues. You can't use experience to fully embrace and dissolve everything. Mourinho couldn't use his players have the experience of winning the championship to calm his worries. He was waiting for the halftime whistle to make adjustments. Just when everyone hadn't digested the news just now, the red light on the big screen above St. James Park lit up again, reminding everyone in this way that there was more news. Swish, swish, swish. Except for the 22 people on the field, all the remaining people cast their eyes on the big screen at this moment, expecting, curious, praying, and surprised. There were all kinds of eyes, as if a big shot was coming. Even Mourinho was no exception. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it, but he was still full of expectations in his heart, especially when the lights came on for the second and fourth time. Mourinho, who was extremely eager for victory, also intercepted a large part of his confidence from them. God was definitely on his side, and victory belonged to me. But the rolling letters soon dampened Mourinho's spirit. London News, in the 43rd minute of the game, Lee intercepted the ball in the front court, broke through the penalty area, and Terry scored another goal from 14 yards. Superman, Lee. Done it, Lee did it. Great, Lee is incredible. Chelsea is finished, Arsenal must win. Go to Germany. Period. With the announcement, exclamations rang out at St. James Park. Although this is Newcastle's stadium and they are loyal fans of the Magpies, it cannot be denied that as British people, they like Li Yuxin. After all, Li Yuxin belongs to Britain, and Li Yuxin's personal super performance has also conquered them. What's more, their team is still competing against Chelsea, the friend of the opponent's opponent. Newcastle fans are naturally happy to learn that Lee Yuxin has tied the record. Oh my god, 4-2, damn Lee. How could this happen? Wigan is gone. No chance, the first half is about to end. Why are Wigan people so useless? No, damn schedule. Compared to Newcastle's celebratory expressions, Chelsea fans were devastated when they saw this notice. They thought that this time, like the previous 2 times, they would get the timely news of Wigan's tie, but they didn't expect that it would make matters worse. These enthusiastic fans were immediately disappointed. They stared at the big screen woodenly, with ups and downs, and then another big drop until they fell. Chelsea fans spent a complicated and difficult 43 minutes, mixed with joy and sadness. The collapse came soon. In the 85th minute, the Newcastle big screen scrolled subtitles again, making the visitors of St James Park dizzy again. London news, in the 85th minute of the game, the most magical player in history, Lee assisted Terry and scored the 3rd goal, performing a hat-trick, and Arsenal led 5-2. A short text scrolled, completely sending Chelsea players and fans into hell. Beep, a long whistle sounded in Marino's ears. It was the last corner kick of the 45 minutes of agony. Marino had no expression on his face, but his deep eyes were still firm, just looking at the last chance. Meanwhile, the guests attending the post-match ceremony at Highbury were also conquered by Lee Yuxin's performance and stood up to applaud. Flags were flying, and countless cannons were rolling throughout the stadium. Arsenal fans were all smiling with great pride. There were no regrets. This was a game without regrets. Although it was only the first half, the game had been ended by Lee Yuxin. More importantly, the suspense of the league championship might have ended. Highbury received the best farewell gift of Barclays Premier League Champions Cup. The last game and the last trophy, Highbury ushered in his most perfect historical destination. Hukakuka, Terry. The King's gift, the King's gift. This was his 3rd goal in the game and Arsenal's 130th league goal this season. 130. They broke the 75-year record. Completely left Manchester United's record of 97 behind. It also surpassed Aston Villa's history of 128 league goals in the 1930-1931 season. Wow, this is a magical season. This is a great season. This is an incredible season. Cheers, Arsenal fans. Tonight, this will be everyone's Garden of Eden, and tonight it will welcome its most important gift, the Barclays Cup. Highbury King, Highbury King, Highbury King, Highbury King, Highbury King. Period. Arsenal, 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 Arsenal. At this moment, Highbury Stadium has become a sea of joy. In the 86th minute, when Henry scored the penalty created by Lee Yuxin, everyone in the stadium stood up, including celebrities, including William, Daniel, Chris Belcher, Roger Daltrey, etc. They were completely impressed by Arsenal's goal performance. No one went to see Javier, who was stabbed 9 times by Wenger. Wigan was destined to be the most tragic supporting role in this game. Posters, jerseys, scarves, team flags, slogans, any object that can be danced. At this moment, Arsenal fans are completely crazy. Jumping figures keep dancing in the stands, and the whole audience's Arsenal-like at tsunami completely cuts through the bright sky of London. Arsenal fans celebrate their 4th Premier League trophy. Drip drip. Papa. Boron. Champion. Champion. We are the champions. Champion. Champion. We are the champions. As soon as Rainey's 2 short and 1 long whistles stopped, the whole stadium burst into applause. The fans' prepared ribbon tubes burst out, and the voices of shouting champion resounded endlessly. At this moment, Highbury had become a sea of people. Waves of people swept from the stands one after another, as if there were dragons rising and falling in it. Arsenal fans stood shoulder to shoulder, dancing excitedly, and the whole Highbury had completely turned into a sea of joy. It's over, haha, champion? The championship is in hand. I am the champion. Standing in the center of the field, Lee Yuxin heard Rainey's whistle, and Lee Yuxin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one could understand the feeling of relaxation. He even relaxed with pride, just like a disabled person who crossed the Himalayas. With incomparable joy, Lee Yuxin was calm in his own world. When he heard the shouts of champions from Arsenal fans, Lee Yuxin's mind suddenly returned to the stadium. Lee Yuxin finally understood what was going to happen next. The joy finally intertwined with reality. Li Yuxin couldn't help but clench his hands and roar to the sky with an uncontrollable excitement. Haha, champions, we are champions. Boss, you are the best. Haha, we want to take all the championship trophies. Boss, when will the bonus be paid? Sir, I did it. The whole stadium was filled with running figures. Li Yuxin rushed to the coach's seat, pushed away the group of teammates crowded in front of Wenger, hugged Wenger who was about to be pushed down by his own players, and with unique respect, Li Yuxin called Wenger sir for the first time. Li Yuxin knew that his performance had ensured Arsenal's championship, but the guarantee of his performance came from the gentle old man in front of him. From the first game, he gave him unlimited trust. No one would bet on a teenager under 18 years old, especially a team with many meritorious players. But he trusted him for a season. Pires, Ljungberg, Haleb, Bergkamp, he was able to jump ahead of them, all thanks to Wenger's support. Haha, championship, I got it, well done, Lee. Hey, it's ours, we finally got it back. Lee, you are so great. Ha, Lee, you are great. Hoo, you are so handsome. Lift it up, Lee lift it up. Hey, slow down. Hoo. Similarly, the Arsenal players who had been on edge for a season also completely relaxed. They hugged each other and greeted Li Yuxin with laughter. They knew very well who was the main contributor to their championship this season. In addition, Li Yuxin had a very good relationship with him and the big brother supported them, so they naturally gave Li Yuxin the opportunity to show his face in front of fans all over the world. They wrapped Li Yuxin tightly like a dumpling. In the end, Edbau's suggestion was also adopted by his teammates. The Arsenal players quickly lifted Li Yuxin up and walked towards the noisy stands. Hoo, king of kings. I love you, my heroes. Get out of the way. We want to be with our heroes. Don't block the way, this is our territory. Please wait, Terry, here. Honey, you are the best. Don't push, please let me be with Lee. I am willing to have children for you, Lee. Thank you. You are God's gift. As the Arsenal players approached, Li Yuxin sat on Campbell and Touré's shoulders and waved to the fans with the whole team. Arsenal fans waved everything in their hands crazily, and even a large number of fans pushed and shoved to rush out of the stands, which scared the security guards. There were too many celebrities in this game. If there was any accident, Arsenal Club and London City government would be embarrassed. Fortunately, there were many security personnel. Otherwise, this perfect curtain call game would most likely turn into sorrow. The passion of Arsenal fans was completely aroused by their team, like a volcano erupting. However, at this time, the big screen suddenly heard that Drogba had scored a header, Chelsea defeated Newcastle, and the championship belonged to Chelsea! On the other side, Chelsea took advantage of the last corner kick, Drogba headed the ball in, Drogba took off his jersey and roared, then slid to his knees. Terry, Lampard, Robin also rushed over. Chelsea fans didn't know how to celebrate at the end. Hi, Blue. Our dream, football, our sport. Unity, victory is our goal. Whether it is sunny or rainy, please keep cheering for us, because our name is Chelsea. Chelsea fell into ecstasy. The team song sounded in Newcastle, in West London, and Highbury fell into silence, as if it was a vacuum. Imperfection is beautiful, people should not be too smooth. Chapter 157 Unyielding and Continuing. Li Yuxin did not attend the Highbury farewell ceremony. He was like a spectator, hiding in the locker room, watching the scene, listening to Wenger's familiar words, and feeling Henry's reluctance standing by. It was a little familiar, but also a little strange. At least he didn't see the trophy in Henry's hand before, and it wasn't as grand as it is now. But in the end, he failed and lost the Premier League. He had tried his best, but the result was so ruthless. After all, he is not God. But in the next FA Cup and Champions League, facing the champions of his previous life, Li Yuxin refused to admit defeat. He believed that he would definitely change his fate! I believe our team is attractive enough to every player, even the best players in the world, just like Figo, Zidane and Ronnie in the past. I think every player will be happy to be in a club with the best players in history. This will be a great achievement, and we will help them achieve it. Calderon officially announced his inauguration speech as the president of Real Madrid, and he expressed his arrogant and confident transfer strategy. It is obvious that he did not completely deny the superstar strategy of the old man. He knows that if he wants to suppress Barcelona again and regain the championship that he lost for 3 seasons, it is impossible to rely on the current aging lineup, and he needs the media to have high enough expectations of him in the new season to maintain his position as president. Battleship Nuclear Power, Lee. Marca Lee, the new generation of Zidane as new president, new expectations El País. The La Liga is over, and Real Madrid is once again suppressed by its mortal enemy Barcelona in the Champions League and the League. The Real Madrid president issued this unstoppable signing order, and the media once again linked Real Madrid with Lee Yuxin. After all, the player Calderon mentioned was too clear, especially when the whole world was concerned about Lee Yuxin, and the goal was self-evident. The major European leagues have ended and the World Cup has not yet arrived, but the hot summer transfer storm has already formed. In fact, it is not just Real Madrid, which has just experienced a somewhat failed season, but Juventus, which has had a successful season, is also ambitious. Patrick, congratulations on winning the championship in your first season at Juventus. Do you have anything to say to the fans? It's a great championship. I have won 3 Premier League titles at Arsenal in the past, but believe me, this time is different from those 3 times. After all, I have become fully mature here, and my goal is very clear, which is to win the championship for Juventus. I am highly focused on every game, and my position is different. I don't have so much pressure, and I enjoy everything at Juventus. It brings me more relaxation. Well, I know you came to Juventus not only to help it win the league title, but also to achieve your goal of winning the Champions League, and Juventus fans are also full of infinite expectations for this. Unfortunately, we lost to Arsenal this season. As a witness of both teams, why do you think Arsenal can go so far, or what does Juventus need to beat them? Lee, I have been in that team for 8 years, and I know every one of their players. Before this, I knew that Juventus could beat Thierry and his team, but Lee's growth was beyond my expectations. As shown in the past 2 games, it was Lee who beat us. Believe me, having Lee is the factor that makes Arsenal unstoppable so far. He is the player who is above all of us. At least I know that Ronaldo, Thierry, and Zidane, none of us have such great control at this age. I don't know where Lee's limit is. The strength Lee has shown this season is enough to surpass the peak of each of us. He is an irreplaceable player who can succeed anywhere. So, you think Juventus needs to introduce Lee if they want to stand at the top of Europe again? Do you look forward to Lee joining? Haha, okay, I admit that no matter which team has Lee, it will be easy for them to achieve their goals. Juventus is no exception. Well, I look forward to working with Lee, but at this level, it is not something I can solve, but I think an ambitious team should take Lee as its goal. Vieira, who is holding the league trophy and wearing casual clothes, was also introduced to the topic of Lee Yuxin when he was interviewed by Juventus mouthpiece Turin Sports Daily. When asked whether he was interested in Lee Yuxin joining Juventus, Vieira, who is in a complicated mood, gave his choice very frankly, but he still made up for the loopholes. After all, Vieira still considers himself an Arsenal player in his heart. He still longs to return to Arsenal in the future. He does not want to be hated by Arsenal fans. Juventus, eager to stand at the top of Europe again, will naturally join the competition for Lee Yuxin. Vieira is just a gimmick to attract Lee Yuxin. Inter Milan, which has nothing to do with Arsenal, has joined the battle for Lee Yuxin. It has nothing to rely on, and can only rely on the charm of Moratti, a football giant. The chairman of Inter Milan, who has expressed his love for Lee Yuxin many times, has made another appeal. Congratulations to my friend Lee for winning his first league title. It was not easy for him to win in the Premier League. He has already conquered the Premier League. I know the character of my friend. He is a player who is eager for constant challenges. Fortunately, he has already achieved everything in the Premier League, so there is nothing to attract him. He is a proud player and his performance is at the top level. Like my friend, I am eager to break Inter's past history. I need a helper. In the summer, I will build a team for Inter that can break through all difficulties. Inter can no longer wait. We need a great enough, top-level player to complete the challenges of the league and the Champions League. Just like Lee, we will have a wonderful team. I will build a brand new Inter that will never disappoint the fans again. Lee is my ultimate dream. As long as Lee plays, I will use all my strength to help him meet all his conditions. As long as he comes to Inter, everything will belong to him. Although Lee Yuxin rejected Moradi's invitation last time, Moradi personally went to London to invite Lee Yuxin, which still made Lee Yuxin have a good impression of this football giant. The two have a good personal relationship. Moradi also frequently contacts Lee Yuxin in private. Although it did not involve Lee Yuxin's transfer, the relationship between the two is indeed very close, but outsiders don't know much about it. Even though he knew Lee Yuxin's thoughts, Moradi still did not give up his lobbying, and he was more confident and sincere. This naked declaration made the major European newspapers like Chicken Blood. Foreign news about Lee Yuxin was a raging mess, and in the UK, Lee Yuxin had already formed an economic effect. No matter what, as long as it was related to Lee Yuxin, there would be no worries about lack of attention. What's more, the media, which has always regarded attention as the life and death line, stared at Lee Yuxin like a hungry wolf. As always, when Lee Yuxin appeared, the reporters at the Carney training ground came to Lee Yuxin in a swarm, like seeing a bloody shark, and asked all kinds of questions. With the end of the league, Arsenal entered the Champions League final this season. Coupled with the Community Shield and League Cup titles before that, Arsenal has become a hot team in the media, and every Arsenal player is the target of the media. In the past few days, the media has been full of various news about Arsenal players. Some were caught shopping, some were photographed in bars, and some were caught kissing. But no matter who it is, whether it is the best coach Wenger, Henry who won the league championship as captain, or Bergkamp who is about to retire perfectly, they cannot compare with one person. At this time, the most dazzling star in the world is undoubtedly Lee Yuxin. Newspapers, radio stations, billboards, websites. No matter which media platform, there is no doubt that the last picture that appears is Lee Yuxin. Not only because of his unstoppable performance on the football field, his astonishing statistics and his handsome face, but also because of the British reporters who are bombarding him with indiscriminate tracking. The Liverpool game is another decisive battle. I think we can beat them, but their will is a scary factor. They are the most tenacious team of all opponents. They have a tradition, so this game is difficult. We will chat after the game. No, but he is good to every one of us. After all, he gave us the award. Oh, by the way, we have a lot of training today and my time is up. Sorry, I still have to train. I can't answer questions about things off the court. Please make way. After several award ceremonies and the friendly interactions at the Highbury farewell ceremony, Lee Yuxin's relationship with those media people has calmed down a lot, so Lee Yuxin did not blindly refuse to answer these questions this time. Of course, once the issue of the women was mentioned, Lee Yuxin avoided the question, and later simply used the old routine of training and games. Chapter 158 Preparing for the Fuck-Up. British reporters are not so easy to deal with. They are notoriously difficult to deal with. Seeing that Lee Yuxin's attitude towards them has eased, they immediately threw a lot of questions. Indeed, the season is over, and the treatment Lee Yuxin received at Arsenal has been regarded as a huge loophole by many. Some details of Lee Yuxin's contract with Arsenal have been exposed. Among them, Lee Yuxin's weekly salary of only 30,000 yuan at Arsenal has become the focus of everyone's criticism and doubts about Arsenal. With the strategies of various clubs in the summer transfer market targeting Lee Yuxin, the connection between the two has caused countless comments from the outside world. Although Lee Yuxin has an absolute share of the personal usage fee, Arsenal chose to set a salary limit in the contract that Nang Guangzhou fought for him at the time. However, in order to appease Lee Yuxin, the rising star, only a symbolic half percentage was taken. Arsenal's senior executives never expected that Lee Yuxin would perform so well this season. They are now regretting it, and Lee Yuxin's endorsement fee alone far exceeds his income from the club. However, the income of players in the club is an important yardstick that can comprehensively measure the relationship between them and the players. A mature club will never allow its core and important players to deviate from the value of his contribution, at least it will not let them have too much psychological gap. In this regard, Arsenal needs to strengthen. Modern football is too similar to the world pattern in the early 20th century. The competition for hoarding big-name players is constantly staged, and the value of players is constantly rising, even sliding towards a crazy state. Those rationalities have begun to disappear in this era, and the flashy modern rhythm has also spread to the football field. Coupled with Arsenal's huge foreign debt, Arsenal is destined to experience a severe winter. However, the outside world has not yet raised so many doubts about Arsenal's future. Everything has been replaced by the beauty of the season. They are only concerned about the present, or who can make their newspapers sell better. There is no doubt that hyping Lee Yuxin will never be out of date. However, Lee Yuxin is used to the ability of these reporters to stir up trouble. He knows that if he continues to talk to them, he doesn't know where he will be dragged. The old method is to ignore them and quickly enter the training ground. He greets his teammates and quickly devotes himself to training. There are only 2 games left, and Lee Yuxin doesn't want to have any regrets. Run. Don't retreat too far back. Success rate, success rate. High concentration, this is not a game. Speed up the pace of passing the ball. Liverpool people will not give you so much time to think. Arthur, what's wrong? Relax, this is not your style. Hey, there are still 2 games, Arthur, we have a chance, don't be so melancholy. Standing in front of the huge French window, overlooking the entire training ground, Pat saw Wenger frowning and staring at the running figure on the training ground, and comforted him helplessly. Huh, Pat, what do you say they want? Wenger sighed and asked. His tone was unprecedentedly full of doubts, puzzlement, and even a little tired. For Wenger, the trend of this season was completely beyond his expectations. After 10 years in charge of Arsenal, the club has been deeply branded with his own mark. How could he not understand the impact of Vieira's departure and the aging of Pires, Campbell and others on Arsenal? However, for Wenger, who is determined to move Arsenal from the past to the modern, the construction of a modern stadium and echelon construction are indispensable, so he must adjust to his team-building ideas. He chose his own training, which can establish his own team culture, and also chose to sacrifice several years of results in exchange for the club's future competitiveness. However, the appearance of Lee Yuxin brought endless surprises to Wenger, who was reserved. However, as the season ended, problems began again. Most people in Arsenal would leave the team. Wenger's team did not see the signs of team strength growth because of the brilliant victory this season. Diaby, Song, Adebayor, Senders and others would not be Lee Yuxin. The effect brought by Lee Yuxin was a double-edged sword. Wenger's team was destined to usher in more intense pain. We can't count on the board of directors. This is the most terrible thing, Pat. Wenger expressed another worry in his heart with melancholy and helplessness. Arthur, don't worry. At least we have this season. I believe that after this season, you will be more attractive to the players, which will help us. Pat couldn't answer directly. How could he not hear Wenger's tone? Indeed, it is better to say that Arsenal is attractive to players than to say that it is Wenger's charm. Pat could only comfort this old man who was under great pressure. But what's the use of this? You should know what we will lose. Hearing Pat's words, Wenger became more annoyed. He didn't want the players he had trained with great effort to leave his team in the blink of an eye. Wenger was also caught in the contradiction between reality and ideal. Arthur, there is nothing we can do about it. Your only responsibility is to be the coach of this club. Huh? Yes, but my job is too disproportionate to my position. Haha, Arthur, do you want to talk to Dunn and ask for a pay raise? No need for that. If these guys can make my players feel at ease to stay here, I'll be satisfied. Let's go. Our work is not over yet. It has just begun. Wenger shook his head in self-mockery, pushed open the door, and walked out of this oppressive office with firm steps towards his football field. That is the motivation for his work, not this office building full of budgets and compromises. Indeed, Wenger's work is not over yet. Winning the league championship is not the end of Arsenal. The final of England's most traditional event is also waiting for Wenger to fight for. The FA Cup, the world's oldest football match, for the British people who value tradition, to some extent, the FA Cup champion is worthy of the identity of a winner. In the UK, the importance of this championship is no less than that of the league championship. It is also the most famous hotbed of upsets in world football. The upset of lower-level league teams happens in almost every FA Cup. And almost all top league teams have experienced being eliminated by lower-level league teams in the past. And for a period of time, some small clubs became famous in English football because they were good at eliminating big clubs in cup competitions. According to a data analysis report based on the results of FA Cup matches in the past 4 years, the probability of a team from a lower league eliminating a team from a higher league in an FA Cup is as high as 99.85%. It can be seen that the FA Cup is a hotbed of upsets in British football. The probability of a team from a lower league eliminating a team 2 levels higher than itself is 48.8%, and that of a team 3 levels higher is 39.28%. This shows the unusual nature of this event. Although Arsenal is more likely to win the championship than Liverpool, it cannot be ruled out that Arsenal will suffer a Waterloo, not to mention that the opponent is Liverpool, who is good at playing against the wind and just staged the greatest Istanbul miracle in the history of the Champions League last year. However, what is in favor of Arsenal is that the last time they were able to defend the FA Cup title was 3 years ago. If the long-lasting Arsenal is a lion this season, then the somewhat downtrodden but tenacious Liverpool is a wolf, desolate but strong. A fierce battle is about to begin. To be honest, I can't wait. In 1989, we fought with Liverpool to the end. This time is a little different. We only need one game to beat them. Yes, beat them. I look forward to such a result. Among all the teams I have met, Liverpool is indeed a very difficult opponent. They are the team we have to face directly every season. It is a never-ending series. However, the results of the Arsenal boys this season have left them far behind. Now, Liverpool will not be Arsenal's opponent, there is no doubt about it. 5 crowns? Nothing is impossible in the world, but the boys have to be careful. Beating Liverpool is part of it. I'll look forward to them creating this great miracle. I'll look forward to Lee's performance. He is like a treasure house with endless treasures. No matter how long it takes, you will never know what you will gain. Yes, I am sure this is not Lee's best performance. You know, this is only his first season. According to his performance, unless Lee stops playing, this is not a science fiction world. Seeing his team lose the Premier League title this season, Wright was in a very bad mood, but in the face of the interview with The Sun, he talked freely. During the half-hour interview, the black man was full of praise for Arsenal. Indeed, Arsenal has shocked the world of football too much, and the doubts about Arsenal will eventually be drowned out. As time goes by, the FA Cup final between Arsenal and Liverpool is about to begin. Wright clearly supports Arsenal and even puts Lee Yuxin in the identity of an unstoppable strong man, taking the lead and firing the first shot on the media. I agree with Wright's statement about the competition. There is no doubt that this will be a fierce game. This season Arsenal is enough to become the most domineering team in history, but a team is never invincible, and I believe that Liverpool, with its iron-blooded tradition, will play a more positive side in the game. This is a very exciting game. Yes, I don't agree with Wright's judgment. I am more optimistic about Liverpool. Past experience tells me that Liverpool is a team that always performs miracles. Their tradition will help them. These guys have a higher desire for honor. Arsenal's record this season is really shocking. This is Liverpool's disadvantage, but also Liverpool's advantage. As I said before, this is a game that determines life and death. Liverpool deserves the attention of all teams in such a game. Istanbul is not a surprise. They always have the ability to defeat all opponents and complete any incredible game. Period. It's too early to say whether Lee is the best player. I think Lee is no different from others. Maybe his talent was released earlier. However, Liverpool has played against too many stars in history. He can't make Liverpool give in. Any player must be careful in the game against Liverpool. Lee will not be an exception. On the contrary, we will be more harsh on him. This is determined by the game. Dalglish, a special guest of Sky Sports, also expressed his views before the game. Obviously, as the old coach of the King of Anfield, he will naturally stand on the side of his team. For Dalglish, whether it was his player era or his coaching era, Liverpool has always been known for its iron-blooded strength in his impression. Coupled with the existence of the iron-blooded captain Gerrard, Dalglish firmly believes that his beloved team will not give up easily. The curtain fell on the Premier League, but the war in Britain was not extinguished. Dalglish and Wright's opposing views appeared in the newspapers for the first time, igniting the first fire of this giant showdown. The gunpowder smell of the two teams has gradually risen. The game has not started, but public opinion has come first. The ability of the British media in this regard is really too strong. Chapter 159 Pre-Match Review. Arsenal is not scary. We are not a team that can be easily defeated. On the contrary, we have defeated many seemingly strong opponents this season, and the game against Arsenal will be the same. Carragher, Arsenal's strength inspires us to defeat them. Daily Mail. There is no doubt that our goal is to defend this championship. Liverpool will not make us afraid. The league championship will not be our end. Ljungberg, goal, England's triple crown. Mirror, Liverpool is the most successful team in English history, and the FA Cup is the oldest competition in England. These factors make us extremely eager to win this game. Alonso, Honor inspires us to win. Echo. Yes, we want to be the biggest winner in the history of the FA Cup. We have a championship tradition. I feel that this event is our lucky star. Pires, we have the DNA of an FA Cup champion. London Express. The media's attention quickly shifted to the upcoming heavyweight showdown and began to compete to report news related to this game. In the past 2 days, whether it is Highbury or Anfield, these reporters will not let go of any player before the game. Various remarks have been frequently reported in the newspapers, pushing the two fireballs forward, preparing for the final collision. Arsenal, there is no way. Liverpool does not have our Thierry Henry, or Steven can compare with Thierry in terms of team cohesion, but in terms of team attacking power, no one at Liverpool can compare with Lee. Arsenal should be careful of Liverpool's simple balls. Their midfield, whether it is Steven or Alonso, has a strong ability to send the ball forward. When Arsenal presses forward, this will definitely be the opportunity Liverpool is looking for. Fortunately, Liverpool's forward line has poor ability to grasp opportunities this season, but they cannot take chances. Liverpool, you have to know that our team has frustrated many big-name players in the past, and Lee is no exception. Moreover, our midfield has the best interception ability in the Premier League. Arsenal is indeed very strong, but we have the willpower of other teams. We can achieve a super reversal, but Arsenal cannot. Withstanding Arsenal's attack is the first step for Liverpool to take. I think they can even play 451 or even 460. It's not shameful. This season, I haven't seen any team take advantage of Arsenal in attacking. Moreover, when Arsenal attacks, cutting in from the wing and connecting with the middle are their main starting points. I think suppressing Arsenal's middle is an option. Once Arsenal loses control in the middle, it means they must create a lot of space on the wing, and we can directly break through their defense. Wright and Dalglish were the first to open fire. The reporters naturally interviewed various celebrities, including the famous players of the two teams, such as Pettit, Adams, Ian Rush, Alan Kennedy, etc., who came out one after another to give their opinions on the game, exaggerating the confrontational atmosphere of the game and making the focus of this championship battle spread all over the sky. Arsenal. We are the strongest team, Lee will smash all enemies. Liverpool, we have the most united team in the world, we will be with our team and never walk alone. Go. Arsenal is unstoppable. Liverpool, glory is with us. We are the champions, we are the champions. We are the best team in England. Beat them. We want to be on the stage for the third time. Pull them down from the podium, pull them down. During these 2 days, fans of both teams also expressed their support for the team crazily. At this time, the streets of Wales were crowded with a large number of fans holding banners. Fans of both teams quickly occupied this leisure city, and the capital of Wales, Cardiff, was dyed red, white and red. Not only the fans, but also the live broadcast trucks quickly drove into the Millennium Stadium, because the time had come, and the 3-day publicity time was enough. Now it was time to welcome the protagonists to enter the stadium, and the commentary desk and field reporters were dispatched. Dear fans, welcome to watch the live broadcast brought to you by me. We are now at the Millennium Stadium, which can accommodate more than 70,000 people. Liverpool and Arsenal are coming soon, and the 125th FA Cup final will kick off. Look at the fans on both sides have filled the stadium square. This is the third time Arsenal has come to Cardiff this season. In the first 2 times, they have defeated Chelsea and Manchester United and won 2 championships. Can they perform a hat-trick at the Millennium Stadium in this game? Beat 3 giants in a row and win 3 championships? It's worth looking forward to. Without a doubt. Liverpool is a team with a strong will, and the Istanbul Miracle is the best proof. This time they are playing in an unfavorable situation. Whether they can perform again is the expectation of all the Red Army fans. The leisure city scenery of Cardiff was constantly switched on major TV stations, and finally fell on the streets of the Millennium Stadium. The camera was projected to the corner of the street without exception. The red bus appeared in front of everyone, which was eye-catching. Welcome to the 05-06 English FA Cup final, brought to you by Sky Sports. I think we have been surrounded by Arsenal during this period, but I think most people will not be dissatisfied with this. Indeed, they have dedicated a gorgeous and domineering season to us. A series of records have been trampled under their feet. This is the most powerful team in the history of England. Even in the world football, they can also rank in the top 3. Now Arsenal is about to usher in the penultimate opponent, Liverpool. This is also another duel for Arsenal to hike the championship. It can be said that this is Liverpool is the best opponent for Arsenal in the FA Cup final. Indeed, in the League Cup final, Arsenal defeated the rebuilt Manchester United, making Sir Alex Ferguson jealous of the Professor's players for the first time. In the Community Shield, they sent Chelsea, who were at their peak, off the platform and took back their own glory. Among the four giants, they have directly defeated two opponents and won the championship directly from their opponents. Then what about Liverpool? Arsenal will defeat the three giants in a row and directly win the third championship in the Giants duel. Wow, it's exciting to think about it. I think many people have the same conclusion. The probability of Arsenal continuing to write their own records is very high. Hey, I saw that someone has left me a message to express dissatisfaction. Liverpool fans don't have to worry, we will soon give you the advantages of your team. In front of the screen, the scene of Gerrard running and roaring, and the scene of Lee Yuxin pointing to the sky and roaring, like a pair of dragons and tigers confronting each other, the atmosphere of the battle is gradually getting stronger. Matthew and Adams are still the commentators of this game. Before the game, they will also give their own judgment criteria to ignite the last fire for this game. Oh, come on Liverpool, you are the best. Stephen, our English man, destroy them, destroy them. Alonso, beat them, beat them. Risa, show them. What is power football? Cisse, score, score. Rafael, Benitez, we want the champion, we want the champion, give us the champion. Period. Liverpool arrived at the Millennium Stadium first. When the players got off the bus, the cheers of the Red Army's fans followed their heroes into the stadium for a long time. And Benitez, who helped the Red Army dominate the European Cup again last year, is the biggest motivation for them to make waves. Not only because he is the coach, their hero who won glory, but also in their hearts, this coach who staged the biggest reversal in the history of the Champions League is their biggest reliance in this game. This is also the situation that Liverpool has been facing in the 05-06 season. Liverpool has entered the stadium. It seems that the time for the game is not far away. Now let's invite our two guests, our Ian Wright and Ian Rush. Our two Ians can be regarded as the most successful strikers of Arsenal and Liverpool in the past. They are also the players of the same era. Today, they are also the representatives of the two clubs. They are also my colleagues now. Come on, say hello to your fans first and tell us what you think about this game. Hi, fans, it's great to meet you again. I am the familiar Ian. Oh? Adams did it on purpose, right? But both Ians are very active. They are not willing to give in to each other. It seems that we really invited them to come. I think this also indicates the prospects of this game. Oh. I'm really sorry, but I think this is also what all fans expect. These two teams have a large number of fans. It's not good for anyone to give in, but someone has to speak first. Right, you look eager to try, okay. Rush, I think you should go first. Hearing Adam's malicious introduction, Rush and Wright couldn't wait to speak. After retiring, they were already familiar with the life in the commentary circle, and they were not polite. What's more, they were really looking forward to this game, so they made a mistake. This caused good-natured laughter from those present. Rush and Wright also stopped embarrassedly. They smiled at each other again. For them, the confrontation on the field could not compare to the mutual appreciation off the field, not to mention that they had been away from the field for many years. Adams deliberately created a relaxed atmosphere, deliberately looked at Wright and paused his tone, and then made a comeback. This made people laugh. Rush ignored Wright's aggrieved look, and spoke with a smug smile. Haha. Thanks to Adams, since Liverpool eliminated Chelsea and entered the final. I have been looking forward to this game. As I thought, the London Hammers could not withstand the British guns, and Arsenal and Liverpool met in the final as scheduled. I think this match is more in line with the fans' expectations. The best team at this stage and the best team in the past, and Liverpool's performance in many finals, I believe they will not make this match boring, and the fans are looking forward to them performing the Istanbul Miracle again. A strong match is not only about the strength of the two sides, but more importantly, the will. In this respect, Liverpool is undoubtedly better than Arsenal. I admire Liverpool's performance in Istanbul last year, but Arsenal is not AC Milan. It can be said that Arsenal this season is unstoppable. I don't think any team has won when Arsenal is leading. And Rush, you know, Arsenal has not lost a game since 2006. If Arsenal had not suffered too many injuries, West Brom would not have become the lucky team. According to Arsenal's current state, any team, once Arsenal plays their own rhythm, I think it will be too difficult for the other team to come back, and Arsenal does not need to change tactics in this game, and the game will soon be incorporated into their habitual way. I think nothing is fixed in the game. Arsenal has a complete team now, but Liverpool is much stronger than West Bromwich Albion, and its ability to fight tough battles is among the best. The problem is that Arsenal will not give them a chance. No need, Liverpool will make arrangements against them, there is no doubt about that. Every team has its own special mission on the field. I think even if Liverpool's deployment is tighter, Arsenal will eventually get their chances, and it is a fact that Liverpool's forwards are unfavorable. Midfield, Liverpool's midfield will help them gain an advantage. Period. The Tians began to argue with each other, like a debate. Chapter 160. The game begins. Wow, it's really exciting. Look at the whole stadium, it's surrounded by fans from both sides. Look at this scene. I think the momentum will definitely make everyone excited. Look at these lovely fans. God, I can't wait to roar. Sky Sports, ESPN, Italian National Radio and Television, France 4 TV. Dear fans, all the European sports channels you know are here. You can imagine how attractive this game is. My colleagues have almost filled the sidelines. Period. The Millennium Stadium, which can accommodate more than 70,000 people, has been filled with Arsenal and Liverpool fans. Flags are flying all over the sky, and people are moving in the stands. The huge roar erupts from time to time as the big screen passes by each player, like the roar of thunder and lightning. This final of the strong confrontation also attracted a large number of media reporters. Even in the warm-up stage, the long guns and short guns are still flickering. As the hottest team in the world at this time, the most sought-after players, they had no reason to miss such a major match. They had to report whether Arsenal could achieve the domestic quadruple crown and continue their glory for a season. Lee Yuxin was the most famous player in the world at this time. His popularity far exceeded the scope of sports. Any movement of him was definitely the first focus of the media. Focus. Don't be distracted. Do what you should do. The arrival of nearly 100 reporters did not distract Pat and Liverpool assistant coach Herrera. They still meticulously urged their players to warm up and let the young people get into the game as soon as possible. They knew very well that it was not the time to enjoy the spotlight, especially Pat, who shouted almost every step he took. During the half-hour warm-up time, Pat's voice did not stop. Wenger did not need to speak. Just a little guidance to the players was enough. Seeing Wenger's tall and thin figure appear, Arsenal's players were already nervous enough. They did not want to repeat Lee Yuxin's 4 or 5 10,000-meter long-distance runs every day. 2 or 3 hours of extra training, no one was that monster. Since reaching the Champions League final, Wenger has been stricter with the rules of the team. With his long-term leadership and the guarantee of results, Wenger's power is enough to suppress all the discordant voices in the team, leaving these champions speechless, and no one dares to challenge their boss's power. Okay, back to the locker room. Kids, time is up. Warm-up is over. They're leaving. The game is about to start. Wenger and Benitez greeted the players at almost the same time. Arsenal and Liverpool players returned to the locker room one after another, and the game time was getting closer. Don't let them have any space on the wing. Set up your defensive formation. Don't let them pass the ball easily near the penalty area. Remember, keep an eye on your defensive target. Okay, use all your strength. Wear them out. Steven, in this game, your task is to keep an eye on Lee. I want you to treat him like a football, and keep him on your watch. Don't let him get the ball, let him dribble, let him pass the ball, and don't let him shoot. This is crucial, my captain. Do you understand? Benitez knew the position of his team very well, and defense was the top priority. After all matters were explained, Benitez squatted beside Gerrard, who was repeatedly sorting his shoes. He kept muttering. The Spaniard rarely started to roar before the game, and even the veins on his eyebrows were faintly visible. For him, coming to Liverpool is a test. The turmoil outside the field, the intensive competition, the fierce competition, and the strength of the opponents, all these factors made this relatively young coach feel pressured, but also full of passion. Yet, Gerrard pulled his shoelaces hard, as if he agreed and also as if he was cheering himself up. The decisiveness in his deep eyes also gave Benitez more confidence. Keep pressing their backcourt, hold their ball, Cesc, Silva. You have to resist the opponent's sudden attack in the midfield. Well, this is a game for you. In the Arsenal locker room, Wenger also emphasized his tactics, but he was not as excited as Benitez. The old man only talked about the game itself, and did not involve too much about morale and mentality. After a season, the experience has been experienced. Wenger believes that his team has gone through the finals with Chelsea and Manchester United and regained the league championship. His team has matured in temperament and transformed into a more perfect team. The big game will never make them retreat. In the game against Liverpool, which is intended to rebuild, he believes that his team can definitely have the upper hand in spirit, and higher goals will make his players more committed. Let's go. Hey, play well. Wenger clapped his hands to encourage his players and let them go. There were not many surprises. Lee Yuxin was the first player to be called, but Wenger let him stay at the end. He put his arm around Lee Yuxin's shoulders and saw him walking with his head down, looking like a timid boy. He sighed helplessly, gave a warning, and let him go. Teacher, don't worry. I promise you will have a comfortable vacation. You know, I want. You said that it's good that you don't get angry with me. Humph, stop talking nonsense. If you can't play a better game today, I will deal with you. Paris is not so easy to go to. No, it has nothing to do with this, and we agreed on it. This is also a condition, Lee, it's not that easy to convince me. Seeing this disciple who made him so worried and looked so happy with a little sunshine, Wenger was furious and glared at him. Seeing Lee Yuxin's relaxed look, he increased the stakes. But what is a better game? Seeing that the old man didn't seem to be joking, Lee Yuxin asked quickly. He knew that the old man was stubborn, and it was something that touched his bottom line, so it might not be that easy. I don't know either. Is it perfect, Lee? Wenger glanced at Lee Yuxin and couldn't give an answer. He could only ask a question in return, but before Lee Yuxin could answer, he took the lead and stepped out of the passage. Is it really perfect? Let's go, Lee, enjoy your game. Oh. Seeing Wenger's forehead full of wrinkles the moment he turned around, and his tall and thin back left his sight, Lee Yuxin fell into deep thought, but before Lee Yuxin could speak, another sentence seemed to come from behind him in the quiet player passage. Pat woke him up from a slight trance and finally stepped into the Millennium Stadium. Boom. Go. Go, Arsenal. Come on, Liverpool. Period. Our iron soul, Carragher, is on the field. Jamie. Period. Germany's invincible fortress, Lehmann. Jens. Period. As the players of both teams entered the field with their caddies, the entire stadium was instantly filled with the noise created by the fans of the two teams. The camera quickly captured the players of the two teams. When each player's face appeared on the big screen, cheers rang out. The fans of Liverpool and Arsenal were completely motivated, roaring like waves of shouting. It started. I'm really looking forward to it. There is no doubt that, as Rush said, this final is a perfect match between two rivals. Let's see what kind of visual feast the two teams will bring us. Well, okay, the game is about to start. I believe the fans have seen the lineups of the two teams. On my Liverpool side, the goalkeeper is Reina. The defense line is their strongest lineup, Finnan, Carragher, Hypia, Risa. In the midfield, there are Gerrard, Alonso, Sissoko. Steven is going to face Lee. I'm so excited. What kind of sparks will the two players have? You know, they were not very friendly before the game. I admire Steven's fighting spirit. 3 in the midfield, so Raphael will be sent in the forward line. Cisse. Kuhl, Crouch. This is really a crazy gamble. Will this game be an offensive and defensive battle? I think that's unlikely. Raphael won't raise the flag of offense at the beginning of the game. Countless games this season have proved that Liverpool's main offensive card is not worth a cost. Not only is the offense weak, but they are repeatedly counterattacked by the opponent, especially when facing an opponent like Arsenal. Once they are counterattacked, it will be difficult for them to get away with it. Without the slightest hesitation, Matthew immediately denied Wright's inquiring words. As a professional commentator, he didn't believe that tactical master Benitez would be so arrogant. That's right. According to the lineup given by Raphael, I think he will use the Christmas tree formation, with Kuhl coming off the injury list. In this way, Raphael will have an all-around attacking midfielder who can dribble, pass and shoot. Although he has suffered a lot of injuries, his speed will not be reimbursed. As for Cisse, his fast speed will definitely be a weapon for counterattacks, and it is absolutely appropriate for him to play the role of a backup behind Crack. That's right. As for Liverpool's midfield trio, there is no doubt that they are the best midfield partner now, with Gerrard and Sissako's interceptions, and Gerrard and Alonso's long-distance quick passes. Perfect cooperation, Risa and Finnan's physical strength allow them to get in at high speed at any stage of the game. And in the past 2 seasons, their assist power has gradually emerged. I have to say, Raphael has used the cards in his hand to the extreme tactically, which is amazing. Well, Raphael made a beautiful move, now it depends on how Wenger deals with it. Let's first take a look at Arsenal's current lineup. It's still the familiar 442. Goalkeeper, Lehmann. Defenders, Ebao, Toure, Campbell, Ashley Cole. Well, actually this season, Arsenal's left back for most of the season is Flamini. Except for the first 1 or 2 games, his performance at other times can definitely compete for the best left back. Of course, it is not doubtful to send Ashley Cole. Ashley's ability is undoubtedly higher, and after such a long rest, for a championship-level player, this will definitely make him burst out with powerful energy, which is what Arsenal needs, and it is also what England needs. Matthew frowned when he saw Ashley appear on the list, but he soon found the footnote. In the midfield, haha, Arsenal has too many players who can go. Let's see who is the lucky one. Haha, as expected, Arsenal has used the same lineup for a season: Haleb, Silva, Fabregas, and Lee. There is no doubt that Adams guessed right. Wenger still put Lee in the midfield. On the striker line, Thierry is the undisputed choice. Liverpool defenders should be careful. Robin, this erratic player, will give people a different feeling. Although Wenger's lineup is quite standard, he always has players who change a lot. In the past, although Bergkamp was nominally a striker, he was more like a midfielder, passing the ball to Thierry, Ljungberg and Pires. Not to mention Thierry, he switched between left winger and centre forward. Now Lee is even more excessive. He shuttles back and forth freely in the midfield and front court. The whole team adapts to his rhythm. The past games have fully proved this. Wenger has completely released Lee's unparalleled talent, so everything can only be seen in the game to truly see how Wenger arranges it. Although the 433 he predicted did not appear, Matthew did not admit that his prediction was inaccurate. On the contrary, once he encountered a stalemate and fell behind, Matthew believed that Wenger would definitely put out that lineup that occasionally showed its prowess, the lineup led by the magical Lee, with 2 wingers who were changed to center forwards as the supporting wing lineup. Steven, sorry, I can't lose either. Oh, be gentle, you can't hurt me now. That's what I thought. Lee, be careful. Shaking Lee Yuxin's hand was not enough. Gerrard simply hugged Lee Yuxin again and hit him hard a few times. Cough cough cough, damn bastard. Huh, I was almost killed by this guy. Haha, Lee, don't be gay, it's very dangerous. Haha. It seems like you and Cesc. After shaking hands, Lee Yuxin returned to his own half and saw Van Persie, the sly-looking guy, teasing him. Lee Yuxin retorted angrily. Don't say that. Actually, I still like you better, haha. Van Persie was posing and making coquettish gestures, and he didn't forget to disgust Lee Yuxin. After the season's training, Van Persie has become quite mature, and helping the team win in key games has made him more calm and confident. Get lost, you guy. Lee Yuxin was amused by this guy and pushed him. For both of them, this game was more of a motivation than a pressure. Lee Yuxin had no way out because he had already agreed. And Van Persie, ignorant and fearless, compared to Lee Yuxin, he is a real young man, and his spirit is definitely not less than Lee Yuxin. Ding, on Arsenal. As Weber blew the whistle, the cheers at the Millennium Stadium reached their climax, and the airwaves rolled down the stands like a mountain torrent, shaking everyone's heart. Arsenal took the lead in launching the attack. Van Persie pushed the ball to the backcourt. The tall crouch was not slow and strode forward to steal the ball. Cisse and Kuhl also inserted directly into the flank of the midfield of Arsenal's formation. They could force or steal the ball. Gerrard's 3 midfielders were also embedded in the mouthpiece of Arsenal's forward line. Liverpool showed high-quality positioning choices at the start of the game. It can be imagined that Liverpool's defensive training before the game was strict. Chapter 161, Leading and Equalizing. Liverpool's rigorous defensive formation led to fierce competition in the game. As soon as Fabregas got the ball, Cisse rushed over. Fabregas did not choose to break through, but flicked the ball with the outside of his foot and sent it to Touré's feet. He quickly moved up and stood up and down with Silva, while Lee Yuxin and Halebha also landed in their respective positions. Arsenal's formation was also pulled out at the first time. Touré saw the tall crouch lying in front of him, and he flicked the ball horizontally and rushed to the left. Ashley Cole got the ball. There was no one in front of him for the time being, so he decisively took the ball and rushed forward. Arsenal's formation moved forward quickly. Cisse was cruising on the left wing of Arsenal, and did not let Ashley Cole carry the ball for long, and immediately followed. Seeing Cisse following him, Ashley Cole lost the opportunity to cut inside, and did not entangle too much. With his left foot, he passed the ball directly to Fabregas, who came over on the right. In the Spaniards' duel, Alonso followed Fabregas all the way, staring at him closely, and even put his elbow on his waist. Although Fabregas was one step faster and got the ball first, the pressure from his fellow countrymen behind him prevented him from turning around and leaving easily. After all, he was a genius with full of spirit. Fabregas didn't even stop the ball, and his running body didn't even stop at all. His right foot followed directly and changed the ball's path instantly. Lee Yuxin was in front of Ashley Cole. Lee Yuxin faced the same situation as Fabregas. Although he stretched out his legs in advance and hooked the ball in the fight, Lee Yuxin just turned inside and found that Gerrard's long legs had already poked the ball, preventing Lee Yuxin from getting rid of it easily. The two fought hard, pushing and shoving each other. In the first match, Gerrard showed no mercy, and it was obvious that Gerrard had prepared a strategy. In a hurry, Lee Yuxin was entangled by Gerrard and retreated step by step. There was no rhythm of dribbling the ball. He carried the opponent and flicked the ball, trying to find a chance to break through. But in this game, Gerrard had prepared for Lee Yuxin both physically and mentally. No matter what the opponent did, Gerrard stuck to Lee Yuxin like a plaster, and his feet did not stop for a moment, stirring like scissors. Damn it! Although he knew that Gerrard would bring him a lot of trouble in this game, Lee Yuxin did not expect to meet such a difficult opponent. In the past two matches, Lee Yuxin never knew that Gerrard's defensive skills were so strong. His strong waist and abdomen strength and explosive power, several consecutive actions, could not get rid of the opponent at all, and he could not even hold the ball completely. Since he was not allowed to carry the ball forward, he did not carry the ball. Lee Yuxin stepped on the ball with gravity, resisted Gerrard's impact, and then poked the ball to the backcourt with his feet. Then he turned around and rushed at full speed. Then he raised his arms high, asking for the ball. Gerrard saw Lee Yuxin pass the ball and felt relieved. In the nearly 1 minute of fighting with Lee Yuxin, Gerrard not only relied on his strong body and outstanding consciousness. What was more important was his full commitment. This kind of will and body confrontation, even for a talented person like Gerrard, who suddenly entered this state at the beginning, was somewhat strenuous. Seeing that Lee Yuxin was defended by him, there was suddenly no fierce confrontation. This sudden up and down. But it made Gerrard instinctively relax a little, allowing Lee Yuxin to get rid of it and rush up. Damn it! Cunning monster. Gerrard felt the external force disappear, cursed inwardly, and had no time to look closely. He quickly chased after Lee Yuxin, but found that he was already one body length behind Lee Yuxin. In a flash, he had gotten rid of his defensive area, giving him a chance to rush forward with the ball. What was even more terrifying was that because he did a good job in one-on-one defense for 1 minute, no player behind him caught up in time, leaving a big gap. Opportunity, a great opportunity. Lee has shaken off Steven, and there is a wide space in front. Huh? It seems that Lee won the contest between Lee and Steven. Liverpool had a loophole on the right less than 2 minutes after the start of the game. Lee rushed up. Steven can't keep up. Fill in, fill in. Before Benitez sat down, he saw Lee Yuxin shake off Gerrard and rush forward with big strides. Even if he didn't see the ball, Benitez's sensitive nerves were still uncontrollably aroused. This was a terrible omen. Everyone's eyes followed Lee Yuxin's running and ran freely. This scene was too familiar. It was completely Lee Yuxin's offensive routine, one person rushing, rushing, rushing on the wing. Break through everything. Kill all opponents. At this moment, the only thing left from this scene was the ball. With a crisp sound, a black shadow in the Arsenal half drew a beautiful arc with a ball. Ashley Cole sent a beautiful arc ball, and Lee Yuxin faced Reina alone and calmly pushed the ball into the far corner 1-0. Arsenal took the lead. "We are in the lead, greatly." Ashley's wonderful pass, Sank shouted, but Liverpool then seized the opportunity to launch a counter-attack. Ashley Cole sent a sideline ball, and Liverpool stared at every Arsenal player with their whole body, strictly guarding against death. Fabregas, who retreated, couldn't get the ball. Ashley Cole had no choice but to throw the ball hard to the center line. The two people were mixed together again, pushing and squeezing, facing the falling ball. Gerrard and Lee Yuxin almost jumped into the air at the same time, shook their heads, and the two people undoubtedly grabbed it together. Although Lee Yuxin won the ball with his outstanding bounce, his temple was hit hard by the merciless Gerrard, which also caused Lee Yuxin to fail to head the ball well. A floating ball, a high and floating ball, slid in the air again. Back off, back off. Looking at the trajectory of the ball, Wenger's heart trembled, and he bent his body suddenly, waving his arms continuously to let his players retreat, but it was a little late after all. The ball fell high into the middle, and Crouch in the middle fully played the advantage of his height. Although Silva's lower body was very stable and he held the opponent to prevent him from exerting force, in front of this Premier League's top centre forward, he was like a small potato, without any hindrance. Peter G. O. Crouch never felt that it would be so comfortable to fight for a high ball. The ball fell straight down, almost hitting his head, so even if the opponent finally held his waist to prevent him from getting up, it was quite easy. With a rub behind his head, the ball was quickly raised and fell between the two Arsenal central defenders. At this time, Kewell, who was lying in ambush behind Crouch, rushed in from the right side of Arsenal at the first time. Liverpool found a good opportunity in an instant, and the unpredictability of football broke out again. "Oh my God, the ball. Oh. Opportunity Liverpool. How is it possible?" The ever-changing situation on the field made countless people stand up in surprise, and the stimulating and changing visual impact made their eyes bloodshot. Whether nervous or excited, the exclamations on the field came one after another. The changes were too fast. It was obviously an opportunity for Arsenal just now, but Liverpool showed its fangs in a blink of an eye, and did not disappoint. From the beginning of the game, this strong confrontation has set the tone of passion. At this moment, the Red Army fans can no longer stop their excitement. They jumped up from their seats and stared at the changes on the field. The fantasy in their hearts could not be suppressed. Injuries and age have made Campbell lose the style of the former Premier League's first central defender. The weakness of slow turning has been infinitely magnified. Although the position is better, the opponent quickly catches up. What is more terrible is his luck. G. O. Cowell. Catch up with him, Thor. G. O. Sour. Haha, chewing the grass. Isn't this too embarrassing? The tight rhythm was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Campbell. Campbell lay on the grass in an embarrassed manner, and angrily hit the grass hard. His face became darker. He actually stumbled on the last line of defense and watched the opponent pass by him without any hindrance. Lehman didn't have time to pay attention to his teammates sliding, because Cowell easily passed by Campbell and took the lead, forming a single-handed kill in front of him. There was no time to hesitate, and he ran a few steps and slid directly over to fight hand-to-hand. Ooh la 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 la. Kewell, a beautiful goal, a beautiful goal. 3 minutes and 57 seconds into the game, Kewell broke through Arsenal's goal for us, equalized. We equalized. Watching the ball pass over Lehman's head and fall into the net, the excited voice of the Liverpool commentator mixed with the excited cheers of Liverpool fans instantly broke through the Millennium Stadium. Too fast, too incredible. Whether it was Arsenal fans or Liverpool fans, the scoreboard was rewritten almost as soon as the game started. It all came so suddenly and so strangely. Seeing all these changes, Arsenal fans were eager and excited, and Liverpool fans were even more agitated. God seemed to favor the weaker Liverpool side, and the Christmas formation has always been good at defensive counterattacks. It seems that there is a law in the dark. The charm of football itself is spreading. Whether it is Arsenal fans or Liverpool fans, they are more and more looking forward to the trend of this game, let alone other fans. Haleb got the ball and passed it back to Fabregas, who knocked it sideways. Toure got in. Robin got the ball. Oh, Carragher was stuck and couldn't go in. Ebao came over and passed it. 20 yards, Lee got into the 20-yard area. Lee, shoot. Oh, Reina, magical Reina. Fabregas made a lob pass and it went in. Huh? Risa headed the ball and saved Liverpool. Henry turned around and volleyed. Got it. Oh, God. Carragher almost scored an own goal. The game was unexpectedly equalized less than 3 minutes into the game. Eager to expand the score, Arsenal launched wave after wave of attacks. Their already sharp offensive power was displayed to the fullest, pressing Liverpool in the half. However, Liverpool's tenacity in the final was also clearly demonstrated. After leading by 1 goal, Liverpool insisted on playing the Christmas formation more and more. The 3 players in front were responsible for interfering with Arsenal's midfield and backcourt, restraining Arsenal's backcourt from passing the ball, and could also sneak attack Arsenal's midfielders from behind. Pressing and restraining were Benitez's strategies after taking the lead. In the midfield and frontcourt, intercepting Arsenal players was their focus. Once each Arsenal player got the ball, he immediately faced Liverpool's death defense. The highly concentrated attention made Liverpool as a whole like an octopus spider. Although Arsenal attacked wave after wave, Liverpool played steadily and did not give Arsenal any chance. Therefore, although Arsenal's offensive was fierce, it was slow to open up, not only Arsenal's right side. On the left, Yuxin and Gerrard's confrontation ran through the whole game. Go, Ian. Steven. Damn, it's a foul, he fouled. Oh. First, in the 7th minute of the game, Yuxin, eager to equalize the score, dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, was hooked by Gerrard from behind, won a free kick opportunity, and his own free kick slipped past a goal. Then, Gerrard returned the favor, took a big step, and hit a heavy shot from 30 yards, which hit the post and went wide. In the 19th minute, Yuxin and Henry cooperated on the left. Yuxin shook off Finnan's defense and tried to get into the penalty area, but was stopped by Gerrard on the penalty area line with his body. The Arsenal fans at the scene shouted and cursed. In the 23rd minute, Gerrard took the ball and rushed forward on the wing, but was also thrown out of the sideline by Yuxin with a ball. The two seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and the scenes of competition were endless. You are really difficult today. Steven. Ashley Cole won a chance for a sideline ball in the frontcourt. Yuxin and Gerrard were entangled again. Yuxin couldn't help but sigh in front of Gerrard. Indeed. Over the past season, Yuxin has been the opponent's most focused target in almost every game. Facing the opponent's most tenacious defense, of course, including the 2 games against Liverpool. But, in today's game, he faced an opponent who was not the strongest, but the most determined. That kind of confrontation was not only physical, but also a contest of will and psychology. The 2 people were completely in a fight, targeting each other back and forth. Although the kind of highly concentrated game was tiring, it was indeed very refreshing. Gerrard was far from the point of admitting defeat. On the contrary, he enjoyed this confrontation with Yuxin very much. Hearing Yuxin's sighing tone, he couldn't help but respond to him. Haha, are you ready to admit defeat? Are you ready? How could Yuxin admit defeat? He immediately followed up with another sentence, and at the same time, he exerted force on his waist and leaned back suddenly. With a dull bang, Gerrard suddenly felt as if his chest was hit by a huge stone. His step staggered and he felt uncomfortable as if he was holding his breath. It's not that easy. After fighting with Yuxin for nearly half an hour, Gerrard's high-quality professionalism and outstanding awareness made his body react instinctively. He suddenly clamped the opponent's arm with his big hand. He knew that the opponent's next move would most likely be to turn around. His center of gravity was unstable and he couldn't react in time. He couldn't keep up, but he still stubbornly used his upper body to defend against the opponent. At this time, the ball had already fallen at Fabregas' feet. The 2 of them understood each other. When Fabregas suddenly accelerated to the middle and the opponent's defense hadn't caught up, Yuxin knew that his next move would most likely be to turn and move forward. Therefore, Yuxin used words to distract the opponent's attention and then exerted force to shake off the opponent. But just as he turned around to cut inside the baseline, he felt his arm being held by the opponent, and he couldn't speed up at all. The opponent's defense was very fast, and he couldn't quickly respond to Fabregas's possible pass. Yuxin took action, suddenly turned back, and then turned again. This time it was unusually smooth, and the upper line was completely empty. Gerrard, who had lost his center of gravity, drove Yuxin's arm. He originally planned to tangle with the opponent to delay his speed, But he didn't expect that the opponent didn't tangle this time, and his mind was unusually quick. The opponent turned around like this, and his body and arm were in the right direction. Gerard couldn't exert any force at all, and Li Yuxin easily pulled out his right hand. His legs were also a beat slower. He was squeezed by the opponent again, and his body seemed to be run over, and Li Yuxin wiped it from the upper line. Fabregas didn't relax for a while, and was immediately caught up by Alonso. The two Spaniards also fought in the midfield, moving the ball. Under the opponent's pull, Fabregas still firmly controlled the ball. He paused suddenly, then rushed forward, flicked the ball outward, followed by a pull and a push with the inside of his foot. Fabregas dodged Alonso's defense, and a gap appeared. He immediately passed a ball to the lower left side. At the moment when Li Yuxin turned around, Fabregas, who was always paying attention to him, had already seen it and immediately passed a ball. At this time, Li Yuxin had already cut inside. Without pausing, he just hooked his right foot and led the ball in front of him. With a pull and a touch, Li Yuxin directly entered the penalty area. Sorry, I will update once today, and I will resume 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 162 Will of Steel. Finnan's reaction was fast, but he couldn't retreat in time. In an instant, he saw Li Yuxin appear in the penalty area. He was so nervous that he could only move quickly to prevent the opponent from approaching the penalty area from the baseline. He was also ready to double team with Gerard. Although Finnan was in a good position and blocked Li Yuxin's path to cut in, Li Yuxin's rapid frequency change was unexpected by Finnan. Even if he had expected it, he couldn't defend against Li Yuxin's sudden rise. Seeing Finnan appear in front of him, Li Yuxin showed no sign of slowing down. He just changed his foot arch, flicked the ball with his right foot, and moved his body quickly to the upper line, intending to directly pass the opponent. Damn it, it's not that easy. Come on. It's easy to get on the line. After all, Finnan is the main defender of a top-level team. How can he be easily passed by Li Yuxin? It's really embarrassing. He twisted his waist and abdomen quickly, and his body stuck tightly to Li Yuxin's side. His big hands clamped the opponent's body, not letting the opponent escape from his defensive area. At the same time, his body felt the impact of huge force, and he was looking forward to his teammates coming up to support him. However, Finnan did not expect his teammates to come up and double-team him. Li Yuxin had already passed Liverpool's defense before them. He controlled the ball skillfully at his side and kept moving inside, as if he was going to enter the opponent's encirclement, but Li Yuxin's feet were playing tricks. His thighs paused rapidly, seemingly to stop the ball, and the ball fell behind him. Then he swung his right heel violently, and the whole person rushed up with the rolling of the ball. Seeing that Li Yuxin was about to be surrounded by him, Finnan instinctively paused when Li Yuxin paused. At this moment, Li Yuxin suddenly rushed out like a civet cat. Oh, heel pass. Li got in. Finnan was passed too easily. Liverpool is in danger. Empty. Gerard chased back and only had half of his body left to chase Li Yuxin, but he lost sight of Li Yuxin again. He only saw the ball passing by his feet quickly and falling behind Finnan. At this time, Li Yuxin had also appeared. Carried her. Beautiful. When all the Liverpool fans saw a tall figure appear in front of Li Yuxin, they were delighted and screamed. But before they could finish shouting, they were interrupted by the even louder surprise of the Arsenal fans, and the situation on the field also made them lose the reason to shout. Carragher, who stood in front of Li Yuxin, did not bring him much resistance, because the opponent's center gate was wide open. Li Yuxin just followed the ball's momentum and poked it gently. At the moment when the opponent subconsciously clamped his legs, he flashed past the opponent and appeared in front of Reina. The pictures were intertwined. Li Yuxin's resolute face had no expression at all. His deep eyes went straight through Reina, as if there was nothing in front of him, a vast expanse. Without stopping, his right leg was already hitting hard. Bang! Like the sound of rocks breaking in Reina's ears, a cannonball went straight through his body with a strong wind. Reina was stunned, still maintaining the attacking posture. He didn't even have time to open his raised arms, and saw Li Yuxin, who looked defiant, staring at his back. Li. An unstoppable goal. At such a close distance, he actually used such a great force, as if he wanted to smash the net. So shocking. Seng's voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, bringing countless waves. Oh, My God, what kind of power is this? Did it fly? Too incredible. Too powerful. Is Reina not injured? Seeing the ball still struggling to grab the net, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They had seen powerful shots, but they had never seen such a powerful shot. At such a close distance, such a strong force, everyone was stunned. After Lee Yuxin passed Kagler, he was less than 5 meters away from the goal. Everyone thought he would make a clever shot, but they didn't expect Lee Yuxin to be so straightforward. The force was not like shooting at a goal, but more like shooting a bird. It's okay, Jose, this ball is mine. Watching the Arsenal players walking towards their own half with a smile, Gerrard fished the ball out of the net by himself. Seeing Reina still a little absent-minded, he patted his shoulder comfortingly, looked at the man's back, and said something in a calm tone, with a rare hint of cruelty in his peaceful eyes. I still couldn't contain it after all, but the game is not for one person. Lee and I in Liverpool are not bad either. Gerrard wanted to defeat the opponent in this game. After the restart, he immediately took the initiative to get the ball from Alonso, unloaded it with his feet, and then dribbled it. Gerrard cut directly into the midfield, and no longer fought too much with Lee Yuxin in the offense. As long as he defeated Arsenal, everything would be enough. He flicked the ball with his right foot, strode through the midfield, and with a leap, he directly knocked away Fabregas, who was caught off guard. The unstoppable strong energy made Gerrard pounce on the Arsenal position like an angry lion. Watching Gerrard rushing with the ball, Silva seemed to feel a strong wind coming towards him, a feeling that he could not stop. He had to stop it even if he could not stop it. As a defensive midfielder, he was the last barrier on the back line. Silva went straight up and planned to fight the opponent to death. This kind of brutal attack was useless to Arsenal. Oh, Steven seemed to be angered by Lee's goal. He unexpectedly gave up the wing and ran all the way in the middle. He was going to face Silva directly. He was not as smart as Lee Yuxin, but Gerrard's attack was fearless and unstoppable. Silva only felt that he stumbled, and before he could use all his strength, he was directly knocked away by Gerrard. Hoo-hoo, what did I say? Arsenal's midfield can't stop Steven. Arsenal's middle road was penetrated. Beautiful Steven. Seeing Gerrard suddenly burst into the Arsenal midfield, Ian Rush couldn't stop his excitement. No one expected Gerrard to suddenly give up the wing and charge so fiercely. This was not the last part of the game, and it was not time for the bayonet to see blood. Therefore, Lee Yuxin and Henry chased on the wing. It was not until Gerrard rushed past Fabregas and faced Silva that they realized that something was wrong. Lee Yuxin and Henry arrived almost at the same time, and Fabregas had to pull to the wing to protect him. Damn it. Lee Yuxin also felt the anger and helplessness of the defender after being passed by the opponent. Instinctively, Gerrard almost judged at once, and suddenly buckled his feet and twisted his waist and abdomen. Beep, Lee Yuxin was too fast, and before he could change his center of gravity, he saw Gerrard's face and was directly buckled by the opponent. Lee Yuxin also instinctively stretched his legs. Damn it, diving. Woohoo, free kick, free kick. Lee Yuxin's instinct kept Gerrard because he hung on the opponent's left leg. Weber also blew the whistle, and Liverpool won a free kick. Lee, watch your movements. I didn't commit a foul. Steven took the initiative to stick to me. Hearing Weber's warning, Lee Yuxin, knowing that he couldn't change it, shrugged helplessly, and had to put down the ball and pursed his lips at Gerrard, who was looking at him. He expressed his dissatisfaction. But Gerrard ignored him, retracted his gaze, and tried to adjust his breathing. The nearly 14-meter sprint just now was very physically demanding. In the last kick, it was Gerrard who took the initiative to find Lee Yuxin based on his experience on the field and tricked him. It was a foul. This position is very good, and it is only about 23 yards away from the goal. It's time to test Arsenal's defense. Liverpool's free kick. Arsenal is in danger. Lee's foul was a bit reckless. There are too many free kick masters in Liverpool. Who is taking the penalty? Risa. Steven? Crouch has a big height advantage, and Alonso's penalty is also very threatening. Standing in front of the ball at this moment were Gerrard, Risa and Alonso, the three Liverpool players with the best free kick skills. Wenger rubbed his hands anxiously. It took half an hour to equalize the score. If they conceded a goal at this time, it would be too demoralizing. Arsenal fans also stood up nervously. Their excitement lasted less than a minute. Liverpool fans were looking forward to the free kick that brought them out of disappointment. Beep, everyone's eyes were focused on the three people. With Weber's whistle, Alonso took the lead. Alonso, no. Risa. Steven. Alonso passed through the ball, and most of the Arsenal players' sight was distracted by Alonso. When Alonso ran straight past the ball, Risa had already appeared near the ball. Bore on the muscles on Gerrard's long legs were knotted into lumps, full of the beauty of strength. The ball spun painfully from the grass. Although Arsenal's wall judged that Risa was just a cover, the huge force gave the ball lightning speed and broke through Arsenal's wall. Steven. No. Go in. Gerrard didn't even have time to put down his right foot parallel to the ground. He shouted in his heart and looked at the goal with expectation. Mixed with endless waves of sound, the ball appeared in front of Lehmann as fast as a particle cannon. With a strange sound of puff, Lehmann simply stretched out his hands subconsciously and immediately felt the pain in his fingertips. Lehmann also flew backwards. When he felt it again, he found that the ball had flown over his head. Ling. Crash. Woo 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 woo. Hoo 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 hoo. There was a painful sound from the goal, and in the stands 2 different shouts resounded, the unacceptable shouts of Arsenal fans, and the shouts of relief of Liverpool fans. This ball was undoubtedly Steven's strongest response to Lee. With the same power, if Steven was also in the penalty area, Lehmann would not have been able to deliver this heavy blow. Power, power again. Steven's desire for this game is no less than Lee's. The two people confronted each other, showing an extraordinary desire for victory, and there is only one winner in the game, like a fight between 2 lions. Lee and Steven, who will it be? Who will be the hero of the game? Leading his team to the highest podium. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Triumph of Will. Alonso steals the ball. Thierry is too careless. Gerrard stabbed the ball from behind. Lee and Thierry have problems with their positioning. Oh, Robin stops the ball, stops it too far. Risa passes it to Steven. Oh, when did Steven rush to the front? He responded so quickly. Liverpool launched an offensive again. Dribble, woohoo. Steven passed Fabregas again. Arsenal is in danger. Pass the ball. Oh, it didn't go through. Ashley is always too impatient. Arsenal needs cooperation. Lee is right next to him. Oh my god, wave after wave. Under the leadership of Gerrard, Liverpool's offensive during this period is really fierce. Arsenal has made too many mistakes. If this continues, Arsenal will pay the price sooner or later. Liverpool's counterattack is very fast. What's going on? Are the Arsenal players stunned by Steven's heavy bombardment? They don't have the momentum to tie the score. The attack is very scattered, but the goal was scored by Lee. What happened to Arsenal, who has always been unstoppable? The aggressive and domineering offensive is gone. There are still 5 minutes left in the first half. Arthur needs to adjust as soon as possible. Arsenal's left has lost its previous power. Arsenal is obviously not in good shape during this period. The situation suddenly changed. In the first half of the first half, Arsenal took the lead. In order to expand the score, Arsenal suppressed Liverpool in momentum. The offensive end always pressed the opponent's defense line, and finally Lee Yuxin's beautiful performance expanded the score. However, after the equalization, Liverpool, led by Gerrard, pressed Arsenal in momentum. Moreover, the concentration shown was obviously higher than that of the Arsenal players. The situation was reversed all of a sudden, and Lee Yuxin could not get effective support from Ashley Cole on the left. Wenger's brows were tightly knitted, his lips were tightly pursed, and his wrinkles were mixed together. His eyes were a little anxious and hesitant, as if he had left the entire stadium, thinking. This game seemed to be out of his rhythm from the beginning. Left side. From entering the Champions League final to winning the league, there are too many things going on inside Arsenal. Wenger was a little upset, but Arsenal's goals were the same. It didn't give these media an opportunity to take advantage of it, but the pursuit of the winner also caused Arsenal to be greatly disturbed in its preparations. At this time, Wenger was very worried that the negative effects of these unfavorable factors would break out in this battle of wills. Empty goal. Cissé. Pull. Touré pulled Crouch. This is definitely a foul. Damn it. Cissé's empty goal. Crouch's fall. In the thrilling 10 minutes, Arsenal fans suffered the torture of the final verdict again and again. Arsenal was completely suppressed by Liverpool. If it weren't for Cissé's high pass and Webber's penalty, Liverpool would have surpassed the score again. Liverpool. Oh. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high. Dark at the end of a storm is a strong sky, a silver song of the Aldark. Like the horn of a distant battlefield, the affectionate and melodious voice of the letter floated over the Millennium Stadium, inspiring Liverpool's players to fight. Stephen. 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 So far in the game, the most shot person is definitely not Lee Yuxin, who scored a goal, but Gerrard, a man with a strong will like steel. Although a small lapse of concentration allowed Lee Yuxin to score a goal, at other times, on defense, Gerrard tightly restrained Lee Yuxin. What is more terrible is shown on Liverpool's offensive end. Almost every threatening attack of Liverpool was planned or created by Gerrard. Seeing the captain's heroic performance, other Liverpool teammates dared to play supporting roles. Alonso even became a sweeper, specifically filling in for Gerrard. You must know that Alonso's role in the offensive end of Benitez's tactical system is definitely the hub. But now it seems that Gerrard has opened his mouth and burst out the energy of two people. Naturally, Alonso has to step down. Shua. Drop. Period. Damn Londoner, butcher. Red card. This is a red card action. Send him off, send him off. SH. A scary man. Lee Yuxin once again witnessed the scary of a tough guy going crazy. Lee Yuxin, who thought he was strong, couldn't resist the opponent. After a fake move, he let Gerrard pass half a body length from him. Lee Yuxin had no choice but to make a tackle. Ashley Cole didn't have time to come back after losing the ball, and Kraken Cissé had already rushed to the penalty area. Once Gerrard passed, Arsenal's defense line would most likely be broken. However, Lee Yuxin's tackle failed to knock down Gerrard. Gerrard, who wanted to rush forward quickly, just fell in front of the ball with his long legs and was swept by Lee Yuxin. He fell to the ground in pain. Webber's whistle also sounded, and he quickly signaled the team doctor to enter the field. Referee, Lee definitely didn't mean to do it. It was just an accident. Lee didn't mean to hurt anyone. This is a malicious foul, referee. Lee directly knocked down our captain. He made a tackle from behind. And he didn't shovel the ball. Oh my god, Lee is really reckless, but there is no way. Ashley has screwed Lee again. Looking at Stephen, he must be seriously injured. What will Webber do? Lee made a tackle from the side and back. Will this be a turning point in the game? Will Liverpool be another color of red? Seeing Webber's expressionless face, the Arsenal players quickly pleaded with Webber, and this time they came faster than the celebration of the goal. Everyone was watching what color the sign Webber showed was. How is it, Stephen? Well, no, nothing. Well, go to the sideline for treatment first. A simple conversation. To let Gerrard leave the field, Webber made his own judgment from the front pocket, a yellow card. In a game of this level, any judgment may affect the game. It concerns the fans and the media, and Webber cannot easily send someone off, let alone a player who is the focus of the world. Webber is not a referee who tries to stand out. But warnings are still necessary. Lee, watch your movements, understand? Don't cause me any trouble. I don't want to be on the headlines the next day. Lee Yuxin could only nod his head in agreement, to be honest. At the moment when Webber asked Gerrard, Lee Yuxin was really afraid that he would be sent off. Because he clearly felt that he had shoveled Gerrard's feet. Damn, this Manchester United guy. Fuck you, black whistle. Seeing that Webber only gave Lee Yuxin a yellow card warning, Liverpool was very dissatisfied, and booed and cursed. Didn't you see that Lee didn't touch the ball at all? He was defending a player who made a mistake. It's seriously unfair. Benitez couldn't sit still. On the one hand, his captain was indeed violated and injured. On the other hand, Arsenal was completely passive at this time. If one more person was sent off, Liverpool's chances of winning would increase greatly. When he saw that Webber only gave a yellow card, Benitez immediately protested to the fourth official. How's my leg? Can I play, Dave? Gerrard urged anxiously while sitting and lying on the field. Stephen, your foot is still bruised. I think you'd better be careful. Try running a few steps. Damn it, okay, I think it should be fine. How is it? It looks like you're still in pain. I want to be safe. After all, it's the World Cup. No, this game is as important as the World Cup. We can't miss it. Yet, okay, let's see at halftime. Gerard tried to run a few times outside the field. Every time he stepped on the field, he felt the muscles pulling. It was very painful, but Gerard had no choice. He rejected the team doctor's advice and raised his hand to apply for entry. Pop 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 pop, you're the best. We are proud of you. Under the camera, Gerard's brows were still not smoothed. Seeing Gerard's difficult steps on the field, Liverpool fans gave him warm applause. What a strong warrior. Judging from the way Steven walks, this tackle still brings him some trouble. Will it affect his next game? Fortunately, the game time has reached 44 minutes, and Steven will not take too long to recover. The hero returns, and Lee's opponent is back. It seems that Steven will not let the game belong to Lee, but it seems that Steven is not ready to fight against Lee yet. The iron-blooded man Steven never gives in. Fortunately, the most exciting suspense of this game is still there. We can still see the confrontation between Steven and Lee, but I think it will not start again until the second half. Steven is still a little difficult. Seeing Gerard coming back, all the major commentary stations gave him compliments, but seeing Gerard's walking posture, they all knew that Lee's tackle had a great impact on him this time. The game time is about to enter the injury time, and the score of 1-1 seems to continue. Alonso is marking Lee head-on and letting Steven take a break. Lee didn't look for Steven either, and began to retreat to the middle. Arsenal stopped pressing and should be launching the last attack. After Fabregas passed the ball was handed over and controlled by Lee. Oh? Lee suddenly accelerated and started. Something was wrong. Like lightning, Lee Yuxin, who got the ball in the middle, suddenly started and directly shook off Kuhl, who was defending him. He appeared in front of Alonso, and took advantage of Fabregas's pulling interference to draw a semi-arc on the surface of the ball. His right foot landed on the left side of the ball, and suddenly swung it, making a fake forward pass. At the moment Alonso's sight moved, he quickly broke through on the right. Alonso couldn't hold on at all. In the first half, it was Gerard who defended Lee Yuxin. Alonso, the rookie, was directly wiped out by Lee Yuxin with just a fake move. Sissoko has always been responsible for defensive tasks in Liverpool's midfield, so his defensive ability is definitely not bad, otherwise Arsenal's right side would not have fallen into silence throughout the first half. At this moment, seeing Lee Yuxin coming over, he blocked Lee Yuxin's way. With a pull of his right foot and a flick of his left foot, Lee Yuxin's speed increased again. Like a swimming fish, he did not intend to enter Sissoko's area at all, and invaded Alonso's area again. That's right, it was an invasion. Lee Yuxin's speed was too fast, so fast that Liverpool's defense could not contain him at all, and Lee Yuxin could move freely. Oh, Lee is not satisfied with the score in the first half at all, and he showed his strength at the last moment. Arsenal's offense was activated at the last moment. Variables, Lee will always be Arsenal's biggest variable. Too easy, Arsenal took the initiative to change, using Liverpool's defensive inertia. Can Liverpool not bury it? With a flick of the left foot, a sudden détente, a smooth right foot, and a forward rush, Lee Yuxin broke away from Alonso's territory and accelerated. He broke out of the chain formed by Alonso and Sissoko and rushed straight to Liverpool's backline. Lee moved to the middle, but the distance between Alonso and Sissoko did not change. Haleb was just a cover. Sissoko hesitated, and Lee's speed could easily tear open this position. Like a thunderous impact, Liverpool's defense was instantly destroyed. Go me in, Lee! With a final roar, the Arsenal fans who had been silent for a long time woke up, and shouted at the loudest volume, just like Lee Yuxin in the stadium. He moved like a rabbit and a dragon, and suddenly dribbled the ball. His body paused, then he stood up again, dribbled again, paused again and stood up again. He tapped his heel, turned his body back, flicked his right foot again, dribbled the ball continuously, and pulled it back. Click on it. Dodging and moving, the beauty of agility flashed in the Millennium Stadium, facing the interception of Liverpool's Carragher and Hypia, and the encirclement of Alonso and Sissoko. Lee Yuxin, who was completely in a state of madness, chose to ignore Henry and Van Persie's hands, and chose to challenge Liverpool's entire defense alone. Oh my god. Lee completely fooled Liverpool's defense, and Cisse has also come in. Kuhl is coming, I can't stop it, I can't stop it. Feet. On the sidelines of the penalty area, there are densely packed big feet. Liverpool was completely at a disadvantage. They couldn't contain the attack in the first place. Lee's charge was really terrifying. On the screen, only a yellow figure was seen swimming in a ball of red flames. Although the red flames gathered, they still could not submerge the yellow figure. Instead, it was dragged back and forth as the yellow figure moved, and completely became a supporting role. With a crisp sound of pop, a new world was created, in an instant. A horse breaks through 1,000 formations. A yellow figure appeared in Rena's side in the gap between Carragher and Hypia, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, and it was simply impossible to contain it, even though Alonso and Cowell jointly grabbed Lee Yuxin's shoulders and pulled him, trying to pull him back into the red encirclement. Boron surrounded by heavy encirclement, Lee Yuxin still created a gap on the right side. The angle appeared and the side was locked. Lee Yuxin did not choose to rush forward. Even if Alonso used more force, Lee Yuxin could still exert force. His right foot directly swung up. Iron cannon. Reyna saw the yellow shadow appear, but also saw the ball falling like a missile. Landing. The ball was flying rapidly in the air, and when it reached the apex, it suddenly fell, like a missile. At this moment, Reyna was not as lucky as Lehman. The ball was not only faster, but also had a higher arc and a more tricky angle. It bypassed his big hand and went straight into the upper right corner, an absolute blind spot. Behind him were countless people who were unable to accept it, as well as Alonso and Cowell who were knocked to the ground. Quiet. Silence. The whole stadium fell completely silent after seeing this goal. I do not accept leaving with regrets. Never. The roaring shouts were transmitted to every corner through the camera. After scoring this goal, Lee Yuxin left the red encirclement, snatched a reporter's camera, and made the voice that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Senk no longer had any words to express his burning emotions. His excited and hot voice cut through every area of the Millennium Stadium. Chapter 164, The Tough Second Half. Weber also blew the whistle to end the first half. Unlike Arsenal's joyful and confident expressions, Liverpool's teammates looked listless. I think Raphael needs to adjust as soon as possible in the midfield. Steven's injury is also bothering Liverpool. In the last stage of the first half, he was obviously slow in movement. I hope there will be good news in the halftime. Rush had no way to refute Matthew's praise of Lee Yuxin, because that was the fact. According to the situation in the last minute of the first half, Arsenal had completely turned the tables, while Liverpool was scared and looked very cautious. If the game continued in this way, it would definitely be torture for Liverpool. Rush was also glad that the first half was over. He could only hope that Benitez would adjust the players' emotions as soon as possible, and Gerrard's stiff Robin, shake it off, shoot goal. Oh. The post? What a pity, Robin's shot was just a little bit short and let down Terry's beautiful pass on the line. In the 56th minute of the game, Arsenal launched the most dangerous attack since the start of the second half. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas made a wonderful 1-2 combination, knocking the ball to Henry on the penalty area line before Gerrard. After Henry got the ball, he swept it into the penalty area with his heel. Van Persie, under the cover of Haleb, suddenly started to run into the penalty area, flicked the ball with his left foot, and suddenly shook several times in a row, shook past Hypia's defense, and shot with his left foot, but was interfered by Heyman behind him and hit the post, just a millimeter away. Lucky Liverpool. It's obvious that Arsenal's attack in the second half has been strengthened a lot. Liverpool is on the defensive. Flamini came on the field. Although his ability to advance is not as outstanding as Ashley's, he can make Lee not pay too much attention to the back, and most of his energy is invested in the attack, which is not good for Liverpool. Liverpool launched several attacks on the left, but it was ineffective. Cisse was stared at by Flamini. Arsenal has returned to normal. Liverpool must change. Now they are behind. As the game progresses, this is not a good situation. 10 minutes before the start of the second half, Arsenal regained the advantage on the field, which made Liverpool fans very worried. The team fell behind and there was no sign of catching up. The thoughts and comments of expecting Liverpool to make changes began to rise. Pay attention to your position. Don't miss anyone. Benitez had no way of knowing what happened in Arsenal's midfield, which allowed Arsenal's exquisite attack to appear again, But Flamini's appearance greatly discounted the strategy he set for Arsenal's configuration loopholes. There was nothing he could do. Benitez had no choice but to shout loudly and let his players respond according to the tactics arranged before the game. Benitez knew very well that it was not the time to fight against Arsenal, and the opponent's offensive was not reduced. Liverpool's configuration could not guarantee that they could retreat unscathed every time they fought against the opponent. Only defensive counterattack was the most suitable, and it was also the most suitable for his player configuration. Toure shot from long range. Reina missed the ball. Robin got it before Risa. Arsenal still has a chance. Haleb got through and passed the ball. Carragher swept it out. Oh. The ball fell back to Arsenal. Lee, the ball went in. Hypio headed it out. Alonso got it. Alonso was careless and was intercepted by Fabregas behind him. Thierry started. Dribble it over. Hit the goal. Renato shot it out. And Robin swept it. Oh my God. Carragher, the great Carragher, he saved Liverpool on the goal line. And Fabregas was unguarded. Empty goal. Hit the goal. Oh my God. Fabregas, empty goal, why are you using so much force? It's counterproductive. Just a light push will do. Too anxious. Benitez's defensive position allowed Arsenal to continue to dominate the field, and also increased the defensive pressure on Liverpool. 58 minutes into the game was turned into a half-court offensive and defensive battle. The tight rhythm made the commentators on the scene agitated again and again, and Liverpool's tenacious defense repeatedly extinguished Arsenal's attack. The whole stadium was filled with tension. Arsenal. Ian, Lee, Thierry. Destroy them, give them a chance. You'll never walk alone when you walk through to hold your head up high, and don't fade of the duck at the nefasto. The roar and applause of the whole stadium accompanied Arsenal's wave after wave of attack, which bombarded the Millennium Stadium like thunder. Liverpool fans were nervous and felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by the passionate yellow waves of sound. Just like their own team's defense, they could only use singing to inspire the team. You'll never walk alone floated over the stadium over and over again. Beep. 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 You push and shove, dodging and moving, everywhere is the scene of the players of the two teams mixed together. The confrontation between strength, will, technology and speed filled them. Weber followed them back and forth again and again, because of the high concentration but not tired. The impact of strength, the competition of speed, the roar of will, the agility of ball skills. The suffocating rhythm makes people unable to look sideways, and the game like a feast of gluttony makes everyone fully involved. Sweat wets Gerrard's resolute face, but it does not blur his goal. He follows Lee Yuxin like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Confrontation is their only topic. The difference is that Lee Yuxin is more on the offensive end during this period. Ashley Cole was removed and replaced by Flamini, who is more obedient to tactics. Lee Yuxin does not have to worry about his back on the left, and the entire Arsenal team has strengthened the offensive in order to win the game as soon as possible. Therefore, Gerrard's pressure has increased a lot in the confrontation with Lee Yuxin, and his physical energy is unconsciously consumed. It was a beautiful offensive and defensive battle. Both Arsenal's offense and Liverpool's defense were top-notch. Arsenal dominated the field, but no one would say Liverpool's defense was ugly. On the contrary, I would say it was Liverpool's performance. No other team could have such a high level of concentration in the game. You could even feel their will envelop the field. No player could escape their attention. Liverpool's defense can even be said to have achieved a different kind of control over the game. It is enough to imagine how well they are prepared. Only top teams, top opponents, and top games can allow a team to reach this level. Liverpool's players perfectly demonstrated the tenacity of English football. This is absolutely a textbook defense. Being able to firmly occupy their own defensive line in such a fierce attack from Arsenal, the concentration and will of Liverpool's players are a model for all teams. The attack was sharp and the defense was solid. The desire of the two teams to win the game was really surprising. What a strong spiritual force supported them. Oh my God, the second half of the game was already halfway over, and I didn't even feel it. They ticked away the time. Just when Fabregas missed the empty goal, 63 minutes had passed unknowingly. Liverpool's solid defense was praised by everyone. What kind of opponents did Arsenal face in the past? Whether it was Juventus, the representative of Italian defense, Chelsea, the utilitarian football, or Manchester United, which has always been strong in spirit, they had never attacked so tiredly. That was a kind of fatigue that was enough to drag down a team. And under the surface of Arsenal's fierce attack and Liverpool's steady defense, Benitez began to consciously let his players press forward to attack, taking advantage of Arsenal's psychological fatigue after a long period of attack and preparing for a counterattack. It was precisely during this period of time that Arsenal's potential problems began to surface. The players' physical energy was rapidly consumed, and they were unknowingly at a disadvantage. Arsenal has played too many games this season, especially the main players, in nearly a month. Including the make-up games, they played 4 or 5 more games than Liverpool. For the league and the Champions League, the task is quite heavy, and the schedule is quite dense. Liverpool was well rested, and the whole team was fully prepared before the game, defensive counterattack. Therefore, although Liverpool was surrounded and attacked, they were not panicked. It was this calm mentality and a bit of luck that made Liverpool's defense so stable. Now that they have defended for most of the game, it is time to make a breakthrough. Liverpool's 3 lines slowly pressed forward and began to press Arsenal step by step, trying to take advantage of the opponent's physical disadvantage and imbalanced mentality to equalize the score. Liverpool started to press forward, and the ball was still in the midfield. Arsenal's attack has slowed down a bit. Alonso suddenly tried to control the ball. Oh, what a pity, Crouch headed it off. Liverpool's attack has improved. Comparing the physical fitness of the players of the two teams, it is no surprise that the Arsenal players are at the lower end of the scale. Arsenal's offense has unknowingly slowed down, which is not something that Arsenal players can control at all. Liverpool's control of the ball has also strengthened, and the situation seems to be a little settled. However, the situation on the football field has always been unpredictable. Just when Benitez was looking forward to gradually turning things around, the ghost of football appeared again. The action also made him worried. No matter how well he calculated, he could not calculate the details so accurately. There would always be someone who would surprise him. There was such a player on the court. This player was undoubtedly Lee Yuxin. All the players who had played against Lee Yuxin directly cursed in their hearts without exception, "This damn monster," because of Lee Yuxin's abnormal physical fitness. The reason why Lee Yuxin is called the Big Club Terminator is that Lee Yuxin's physical fitness can support him to complete a series of actions in the final stage and kill his opponent. Even if he feels tired now, it may be due to the mental level of high concentration and tense fatigue. Gerrard was different. Not only was he mentally exhausted by the intense confrontation, but he was also the core of Liverpool's offense and defense in this game. Coupled with the injury to his left instep, the entire confrontation with Yuxin consumed a lot of energy, and he was the first to reach a physical bottleneck. At this time, the entire Arsenal team knew about Yuxin's abnormal physical fitness, so although Arsenal's offense slowed down, they became more determined to pass the ball to Yuxin. Beep. In the 68th minute of the game, Weber blew the whistle again. Alonso passed the ball straight to Cisse in front of him, but Cisse rushed too fast and stopped the ball. Silva slid and snatched the ball directly. Fabregas took the ball and turned quickly. Without waiting for the opponent to defend, he also passed it straight to the left. Lee Yuxin was like a sharp blade, directly stabbing into Liverpool's ribs. With a knock and a trip of the arch of his foot, his body was as fast as an arrow from the mysterious, gradually getting rid of Gerrard. Gerrard suddenly felt that he was one breath away, and he couldn't keep up with the first step. The gap was too big, Alonso was no longer behind him, and Finnan and Carragher were too far away, and the opponent rushed so fiercely that Gerrard had no time to hesitate. He made a shovel and had no time to care about defeating him at all costs. Chapter 165 Victory. Lee Yuxin, who was in a forward posture, suddenly tripped. Before he could react, the force from the side directly knocked him out and fell hard on the grass. The huge pain in his left foot made him scream. "Oh my God, this foul is too bad." Steven can be said to have stepped directly on Lee's ankle. Is this revenge? BXWX.org. Steven can't keep up with Lee, so he can only take such a foul, but the action is too big. How will Weber judge? Lee's foul in the first half was quite controversial. Weber will be very embarrassed this time. Period. At this time, the camera was aimed at Weber. The camera had replayed Gerrard's foul just now. Gerrard's long legs shoveled on Lee Yuxin's left ankle. Arsenal fans were angry, while Liverpool fans were worried. There was no doubt that this was a serious foul. It depended on how Weber judged it. Damn Mersey people, you'll go to hell. Dirty scousers, you crawled out of industrial wastewater. You're as dirty as the port of Liverpool. Red card. Red card. Red card. Red card. Red card. SH. Referee, he couldn't touch the ball at all, he was just going for the person. This is a malicious foul. As the captain, Henry immediately came up to put pressure on Way. Henry knew that once Liverpool's fighting intensity increased, it was not contained, which was definitely not a good message for his side, which was consuming a lot of physical energy. Stephen would never hurt anyone, he didn't want to. You know, Lee's speed was too fast, it was just an accident, just like Lee's action in the first half. As the vice-captain, Carragher tried his best to defend Gerrard. At the same time, he did not forget to mention Lee Yuxin's foul in the first half. He did it on purpose, towards the person. Referee, it was just an accident. Stephen would never have that idea. This is murder. He kicked directly on the little ankle, and everyone in the world saw it. It was just a coincidence, Lee was too fast, he kicked the ball away. Ding ding ding. Looking at the players of the two teams who kept spitting in front of him. Weber, who didn't want to take a shower, immediately blew the whistle and signaled them to leave quickly. Okay. Come here, Stephen. Seeing Weber's unfriendly expression, they also knew when to stop. Weber also came to call out the dull Stephen alone. Stephen, pay attention. There are still more than 20 minutes left. I don't want to endure the huge boos. Being able to play on the court is the most important thing. If it happens again, you should leave. Weber warned Stephen a few words and also showed mercy, giving him a yellow card. Referee, this is obviously I know my size, Terry. Well, I don't want to see my teammates lying on the ground again. We still have a game in the Champions League final to play. Henry wanted to put pressure on him, but Weber interrupted Henry with a dark face. Henry shook his head helplessly, complained to Weber and said a few words before leaving with his teammates. Henry was not being hypocritical. He knew that he had to let the referee notice Liverpool's actions at this time, because he clearly felt that Liverpool's pressing had intensified. If Weber didn't quickly control the size of the game, Arsenal would be very passive. This time it was Lee, and who knows who will be next time. Moreover, Arsenal did have a game that was related to England's glory. Although Henry had never read military books, his rich experience made him know how to take advantage of the situation. Beep. What a mess. Weber simply blew the whistle. Toure and Campbell are the main strengths of Arsenal's corner kicks, and even Van Persie can do it. Fabregas and Haleb interspersed back and forth, looking for possible landing points, while Lee Yuxin was cruising on Liverpool's upper line. Henry paced carefully, his eyes locked on Liverpool's penalty area. Suddenly raised his arms. Start. His left foot was like a hockey stick, hitting the bottom of the ball. Focusing on the ball, Henry kicked it with a high arc, and it quickly entered the middle of Liverpool's penalty area, forcing all the players who wanted to compete for the ball to look up in order to grab the ball as much as possible. Head it out. Grab it. Although Lee Yuxin scored a corner kick in the last game, Lee Yuxin was not the attacking point for Arsenal's corner kicks most of the time. Lee Yuxin's headers were not many, and even when he appeared in the forward position, Lee Yuxin rarely scored directly like a traditional center forward. Instead, he scored more often after getting the ball near the penalty area line. This time was the same. Lee Yuxin cruised near the Liverpool penalty area line. Gerrard did not dare to be careless. He followed the opponent several runs. Gerrard knew that his kick did not cause much damage to the opponent. The opponent was still as cunning as a swimming fish and could shake off his defense again at any time. Keep an eye on him, Stephen. Don't let him pass. Keep him away from the ball. Period. The ball spun up, pulling and tugging. Lee Yuxin still looked for Gerrard's loophole, and Gerrard still tried his best to resist in front of Lee Yuxin. Otherwise, the opponent would easily escape from his control. No one can stop me. Seeing that the ball was about to approach the area he had reserved for himself, Lee Yuxin finally exerted his strength. He changed his running strategy and no longer pulled back and forth to try to get rid of it. Instead, he pounced directly like a tiger. Even if he focused more, Gerrard's explosive power was still not as good as Lee Yuxin. When Lee Yuxin rushed directly from him, Gerrard instinctively followed suit, but the pain in his left foot made him slow down a bit, while Lee Yuxin seemed to be unaffected by the injury. He moved like a rabbit, bursting out with powerful strength, and directly pulled Gerard, who was pulling his arm, to the ground. Xavier. Gerard, who fell to the ground, supported himself with both hands and subconsciously reminded his teammates. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of rapid running came to his ears, and Alonso quickly stabilized his lower body, exerted force and jumped up, like a flying fish jumping out of the water. When Li Yuxin got rid of Gerard, Alonso was already in the corner and saw Li Yuxin start, but he did not choose to resist the position, because he could not. The ball was already falling towards him, and the most important thing was to head the ball out. Li flew up. High-altitude bombing. Looking at the arc of Alonso's feet, Li Yuxin, who was behind him, did not hesitate, and kicked his right foot, like a goshawk flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. The two people intersected in the air, and the intersection was the falling ball. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The fierce fight in the air was like a goshawk catching a flying fish out of the water. The two people stretched their bodies to the extreme with all their strength, showing the beauty of dynamics thoroughly. The reporters on the sidelines faithfully recorded this scene. Boron sound. It was a pure physical confrontation. Alonso's body immediately felt like a plane that was shot down. It was not only because of Li Yuxin's pressure on him, but also because his body was exhausted to the extreme. His right foot cramped and fell straight to the grass like a paper airplane. When he reached the top, Li Yuxin pressed Alonso and pulled the trigger from the highest point, hitting the middle of the ball firmly. The ball flew rapidly towards his head. Reina stretched out his hand and tried his best to catch it, but the huge force gave the ball a huge speed. Even if Reina's body was stretched to the extreme, he could only helplessly look up and fall on the goal line, watching the ball go into the net. L. 3-2, 3-2. In the 70th minute of the game, Li scored again. Li scored a hat trick again. God, what power made him so powerful in the final stage? So terrible. So unstoppable. Tremble, Liverpool. Liverpool finally collapsed. After Liverpool kicked off, Weber did not give the game any continuation and blew the whistle to end the game. Some unwilling Liverpool fans responded with angry whistles, because the game should have ended before that. Li's goal was favored by Weber, and Weber did not give Liverpool the same treatment. But no matter what, the game is really over. This game full of will confrontation is finally over. And each live broadcast room also made a summary. Champion Li. Champion Li. Champion Li. Champion Li. Champion Li. Sorry, I didn't mean to foul that time. This is the hardest game I've ever played. You're really strong, Steven. As the whole stadium was filled with the sound of Champion and Li Yuxin kept hugging his teammates and opponents, but soon he also hugged Gerard, who was sitting on the grass. Seeing his painful and exhausted appearance, Li Yuxin apologized immediately and praised him sincerely. Man, me too. You know it's a game. In comparison, his foul had a stronger meaning to people. The game was over and Gerard was full of guilt. Gerard didn't want his friends to become enemies with him. It's okay. I know, but you guys are really difficult to deal with, haha. Although it was a little painful, Li Yuxin was not a petty man, and things on the court could not be solved according to the attitude off the court. In that scene, it can be said that everyone has another soul beating. Then come to my place, Li, we will form the most terrifying lineup. Seeing Li Yuxin's sincere smile, Gerard, who was relieved, began to think again. Don't give me that. You have drunk a lot of my wine. You should know that. Okay, I will enjoy your pain. Damn it, you will regret it. Take off your clothes. Gerard glared at Li Yuxin angrily and began to take off his jersey and handed it to Li Yuxin. It stinks, he. That's the smell of manliness, he. Amused by this guy's jokes, Gerard smiled, and the loss in his heart was somewhat dissipated. His expression returned to calmness. He was supported by his teammates. He could no longer hold on. He still walked to the sidelines to applaud and thank the Liverpool fans. Steven, can you please talk about this game? You fought so hard in this game and got injured. Will your injury affect your preparations for the World Cup? Raphael, isn't it too risky to let Steven play? Liverpool fought so hard but still lost. Is it because the gap in strength is too big? Carragher, what do you think of the last goal? Was the referee's decision the factor in your failure? Period. Liverpool was the first to leave the field. Although it would be troublesome to come out later, this stage did not belong to them now. There was no need to look at Arsenal's expression. At this time, In the mixed interview area after the game, countless reporters were blocking there and asking questions. Of course, most of the British reporters were the best at kicking someone when they were down. "I'm sorry, my players are very tired and they need to rest. We will be in the interview room later as required. I have nothing to say about this game. Arsenal won and I can only congratulate them. I feel sorry for my players. They could have gotten more, but this is the game is over, that's it." As for Steven, the specific situation needs to be checked. But he looks good, he is a little tired, but the opponent is Arsenal and Lee, and our team played well enough. It's just that we are unlucky, which is part of the game. Sorry, let's stop here first. Although Benitez was in a bad mood. But as the head coach, now that the players are in low spirits, he naturally has to step forward, briefly summarize the game, meet some of the needs of the reporters, and then return to the locker room. The cheers of champion coming from behind also made Benitez feel a little uncomfortable. The fuck-up is in hand, and the Champions League showdown is next. Chapter 166, Aiming at France. Of course, I don't deny that I don't agree with doing distracting things before a major game, but people are not saints. I understand that maybe you think Lee is omnipotent, so you should have stricter behavioral standards, but in my opinion, Lee is just an 18-year-old child, although his achievements are enough to stand in front of many people. Maybe the outside world is too deeply guided by Lee's performance and is too harsh on him. As for the problems with Lee and other teammates, I think I have said that Ashley is just a special case. He was too eager and lost control for a while. As for the others, I think I don't need to say anything. You can't find any criticism about Lee from them. He is the happy fruit of our team. I think this matter ends here. Seeing that the doubts of the reporters in the audience were getting more and more intense, Wenger had to explain that Lee Yuxin's incident this time was not at the right time. So Wenger was prepared early, positioning the tone as "you are too demanding and the result of hype," and tried to make this matter smaller and less. He also explained his attitude towards Lee Yuxin after a season. Although it was a bit of a substitution, it was understandable. About Lee. Don't you say more? Sorry, what about his relationship with Scarlett? Sorry. Mr. Wenger, will Dennis play in this Arsenal game? Since Wenger has refused to answer, the Mirror and subsequent reporters will no longer ask. After all, time is running out. The Champions League final is coming, and everything has to take a step back. He has already set off on the boat, but I can't give a definite answer as to whether he will play or not. We have to see what the game requires. This is also Wenger's true thought about Bergkamp. For this retiring art master, there is nothing more legendary than playing a farewell match in a major final. Robin was injured in the Liverpool game. Will Robin play in this game? Van Persie was injured by Risa in the game against Liverpool. Naturally, it will become the focus of attention from the outside world. After all, whether it is the Trident or the quartet in the front court of Arsenal, they cannot do without Van Persie. He is fine. This is the best news I got before the game. Robin is an important member of ours and who will help us. Injured? This guy also went to the bar, and you said he was injured. Do you have the nerve to do that? Wenger quickly gave his answer, which was a must. Excuse me. Which player in Barcelona's lineup do you value most, Eto'o or Ronaldinho? They are both amazing players. Eto'o is a natural killer, strong and agile, and a test for our defense. As for Ronaldinho, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the best player on the planet except for Lee. We will also focus on defending him. As for the others, our defense must keep up. This is how the final is. You can't miss anyone, because those who can stand on that stage will be players full of magical powers. As two teams that excel in offense, do you think the two teams are similar? Who do you think will be at a disadvantage in the match between Arsenal and Barcelona? Indeed, this season Barcelona and we have many similarities. Both play on the ground, are good at finding and capturing loopholes in the opponent's defense, and excel in ball possession, but we are different. Barcelona's ball was launched more from the midfield, and they pass the ball more often, which is a different style from ours. It is difficult for us to say who has the advantage, but what I can be sure of is that from the perspective of seizing opportunities, we undoubtedly have the upper hand. With Lee Yuxin, Wenger's confidence is very sufficient, and he has scored more than 170 goals. How can Wenger's confidence in attack not be strong? At this time, Arsenal is in the stage of sharpening their knives. Although affected by the Ashley Cole incident, there was a low point in the middle, but the Arsenal players are more full of resentment. A feeling of being deceived makes them even more angry. The only chance to release it is in this game. As time goes by, the Champions League final between Arsenal and Barcelona is getting closer. Reporters from all over Europe are out. This game, known as the strongest offensive duel in history, Sky Sports, BBC, Eurosport, ESPN, TNT and many sports live broadcast TV stations are out, competing to Highbury, Camp Nou, and Stade de France. Spain, France, Italy, Germany, the Netherlands. Many national TV stations are also out, not only to pay attention to the final of this Europe's top event, but also for their biggest warm-up before the World Cup. At the same time, a large number of interviews and various comments have been released, commenting on the unique insights of various celebrities on this game. As Arsenal set off to France to prepare, the atmosphere of the war became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the media began to exaggerate the game on a large scale. Not only did the TV stations constantly broadcast the wonderful pictures of the two teams this season, but the newspapers also kept updating the situation of the two teams. There were also many arguments, especially this was a game in which Li Wuxin participated. This will be a wonderful game. I am optimistic about Barcelona. Why? Of course I hope the English team wins, but I don't think a spoiled player can represent us England to win the Champions League. I know my brother Ashley. He is not a person who lies casually. I don't know everything about Lee, but I know that Ashley is not a man who is good at lying. I think he has been treated unfairly. There are too many facts that have proved that Lee has received special treatment within the team. Lee's playing with women before the big game is the best proof. I can't imagine such a mistake. A coach actually did not take any measures. This is really terrible. No coach I know is in this situation. It is undeniable that Lee has achieved more than many people when they were young, and he is also great, but this is not a reason for him to underestimate the opponent and be arrogant, especially in a final that you have never experienced. This is a really bad sign. Even when the team was about to leave, he said goodbye to his woman instead of his fans. I even think it is a blasphemy to the game. I can only wish him good luck in this game. Of course, I hope Lee can take the game seriously. I am looking forward to working with him in the national team. As a good friend of Ashley Cole in the national team and in life, Terry stood up and spoke up for his brother when the whole world was mocking Ashley Cole. He pointed the finger at Li Wuxin and raised many questions, and even questioned Arsenal's prospects in the Champions League final. Of course, Terry also admired Li Wuxin and didn't say bad things about him. Barcelona, I think no team has such an excellent midfield combination compared to Arsenal's midfield. Barcelona is much stronger, and no team can have an advantage here or there. This cannot be compensated by fighting. Lee looks more like a winger. Or it could be a striker, not a winger. Fabregas is not a defensive player. In the process of Barcelona's fastball, he will definitely be at a disadvantage, and Silva's physical strength has reached the limit. I can't imagine how terrible it will be once Barcelona's midfielder falls. As for Arsenal's problems, we have talked enough about them some time ago. After a game with us, Arsenal's physical strength may have really reached the limit. Once entering the second half, Arsenal will be very passive. Barcelona survives by controlling the ball. You can imagine what difficulties Arsenal will face if they lose their physical strength. Lee also seems to be not prepared attentively. I don't doubt Lee's strength, but the game does not always allow a player to fully play. Arsenal's and his own current situation are not conducive to his performance in the game. I am optimistic that Barcelona will win this game. As a coach who came from the Spanish league, Benitez knows very well where Barcelona's advantages lie. This is a natural nemesis of England, especially a team like Arsenal that is similar in style to England and Spain. After all, there are too many Spanish teams like this, taking into account both physical and technical aspects. They focus on technology. If Benitez thought it was hard to say whether Arsenal, who were physically exhausted, could fight Barcelona to a draw, then after Arsenal's successive incidents of Ashley Cole and Li Wuxin, Benitez's attitude changed rapidly. He is more optimistic about Barcelona. However, the view that Barcelona will beat Arsenal in the Champions League final is definitely a minority in the UK. More people think that the game will be very tense, but Arsenal will eventually achieve the feat of 5 consecutive championships. Among them are the two most influential head coaches in the Premier League, Ferguson and Mourinho. Yes, I've read the news about Ashley. I don't know why he didn't renew his contract. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not someone from Arsenal. You can go and write a novel. I can't be the one to take charge of this. I like Lee very much, there is no doubt about that. No matter where I am this summer, I want to get him. As for Terry, I think they lack understanding of each other. Next season is a good opportunity. I don't think Ashley and Lee can get along. This is a problem of the coach's personal level. I said Lee can be better. As for Ashley, he is equally good. Arsenal could have an attacking line that would make the whole world tremble, but he can no longer do that, and we are on the way. Arsenal, that 12-man team of Barcelona is not invincible. At least we have defeated them, but someone used an eraser on the scoreboard to erase our goal, and then went to France with peace of mind. It's that simple. Don't doubt Lee. Isn't the lesson he taught you enough? That's terrible. Those 12 teams will know that it will be useless even if they have another MR. Witness in the stands. This Arsenal has reached its peak. I never refuse to acknowledge a great team, and Barcelona has passed its best moment. Last year's team was close to the Barcelona I know, but the fact that they have 12 players has not changed at all from last year to this year. Yes, you can publish my words, because I think this is all achievable. Are you talking about the gentleman in the stands? I don't know if he still cares about this. Will he care? Mourinho was as arrogant as ever, not hiding his desire for Yuxin, and full of confidence. He was disgusted with Barcelona for being eliminated from the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons, and was even full of sarcasm towards Platini. Even the rhetorical question of will he care, was a mockery to the extreme, which made the interviewing reporters very excited. I am still optimistic about Arsenal. Yes, Arsenal has had a lot of things happen during this period, but that was just an exception and did not split the Arsenal players. The other Arsenal players are full of trust and friendship towards Lee. On the contrary, Ashley's somewhat stupid behavior made Arsenal players hold back their anger and eager to prove their ability. This is what makes Arsenal different. This Arsenal is unprecedentedly united. Barcelona's defense can't resist Lee and his teammates. Arthur's confidence comes from this. I think in terms of offensive battles, Arsenal's offensive strength is very strong now, especially their tenacity and offensive tenacity, which is something that no other team can ever match. Don't talk about infighting and physical fitness anymore. The desire for victory is enough to repair everything. As I said in the past, good team results are the best glue. If Arsenal had just lost to Liverpool, maybe this farce would be a little useful. But Arsenal has just achieved its greatest glory, especially Lee has just scored a stunning lure. This is meaningless. I think this is also the biggest reason why Arthur tolerated Ashley's behavior. Haha. As for Lee's behavior, I think many people should have reminded you that this is a meaningless behavior. Readers no longer believe you, so why do you continue to do it? Although the Scottish old man was quite gentle in this interview, it was still full of thorns, and the reporter was embarrassed and speechless. Barcelona can't stop Lee, who is still in good form, except for the referee the son Wenger. We are very united to welcome the Champions League. Ashley is just a momentary mistake. Daily Express strong offensive. Arsenal scored 181. How about you Barcelona? Mirror home advantage. Wenger, Terry, Robert. Daily Mail. How can a fragile defense resist the powerful Lee? Sky Sports. Wenger, Lee deserves everyone's indulgence. He will definitely lead us to the highest podium. The Times. Terry vs. Ronaldinho. BBC. Indestructible in 2006. The Guardian. In the Champions League, Lee has obtained his most powerful source of motivation. Daily Express. Apart from some alternative newspapers, almost the entire British media is optimistic about Arsenal. Even if they are pessimistic about their team, they will give it some face, especially since Arsenal has such an excellent record this season. There are only some minor flaws, which cannot change their views. The whole of England is shrouded in a strong momentum of winning. It's better to go directly to the Champions League. Chapter 167. Barcelona's saliva. Also in Spain, Arsenal's opponent Barcelona was also sharpening their knives and was also surrounded by a large number of media. Leo, are you familiar with Arsenal, the opponent in the Champions League final? When Ronaldinho gradually became proud and it too was as unruly as ever, the humble and polite Barcelona superstar Messi became the most popular player in Barcelona. This young man was hailed as the next generation of the king of football, and their opponent happened to have a person who was constantly surpassing the king of football, Yuxin. As soon as the Spanish media arrived at Camp Nou, they brought the topic to Messi. Yes, very familiar. There's a good friend of mine there. Cesc is there, so I often watch Arsenal games. Their games are indeed very exciting. We often call each other and talk about some games. He played very well this season and is already a top midfielder. He told me that he felt that he had realized all his childhood dreams about his performance. We talked a lot, so I know Arsenal very well. Then what about Lee? Will you talk about him? Cesc and Lee have always had a good relationship. Yes, we also talked about Lee. He is an existence that people cannot avoid. Cesc said that he is a very easy to get along person. Being with him is like going back to the feeling of playing football when you were a child. I think he must be a charming player. Not every player can get the same evaluation as Cesc. His current achievements are enough to deserve the title of the best player. So are you eager to play against Lee in the game? Will you play in this game? Yes, I want to play against the best players in the world. I am eager to play in this game, but it depends on how the coach arranges it. I'll look forward to meeting him in this scene, preferably on the court. This is all I think. A season ago, everyone said that you were the next generation of football king and a model for all young people. This season, Lee, who is the same age as you, has surpassed countless times. Do you think you will be able to approach or surpass Lee in the future? Lee is a challenging player. I don't know if I can reach his level in the future. But at this stage, he is undoubtedly the strongest. I even feel that I may not be able to achieve all of his goals this season for a long time. He is a special case. I don't want to compete with anyone. But I think I have my own path, and this game is an opportunity. Messi, who has always been shy, was also eager to fight when he mentioned Lee Yuxin. Messi, who looks weak on the outside, has a very strong heart. For him, no player is unsurpassable. Being dull is not his nature. Seeing everything in the outside world clearly is his real thinking. The appearance of a strong opponent made him eager to grow, so he did not hide his desire to fight at all. Although the last sentence clearly stated what the opportunity was, the eyes that were like a little lion full of desire to explore did not need to be said. The shy Messi sent a letter of challenge. This was the first shot from the Barcelona players, fired by their most valued rising star, Rijkaard. In the match against Arsenal, will you have any special defensive strategy against Lee? No special defense, but we will focus on defending against the opponent. I have studied all his videos, and this is what we have to do. Will there be any changes in Barcelona's lineup? There won't be much change. In this final, we must ensure that we are highly focused. The players' condition and tacit understanding are very important. Of course, we will not have no changes. It's just not that big. What about Leo? Will he play? He has always been eager to play against Lee. The same goes for Leo. Everything will remain the same. He is an important rotation player for us and the most valuable asset of our team. I believe he is capable of competing with Lee, but I am not sure whether he can do so now. Everything depends on the game. I am still making the final decision. Will Xavi be able to play due to his injury? Yes, this is the best news we got before the game. He can play and help us. What do you think is Barcelona's focus against Arsenal? Midfield. Our midfield is the best in the world. With Xavi on the field, we will have strong control over them. Which one do you think is more likely to dominate the game, Ronaldinho or Lee? Both are possible. They are both geniuses who cannot be replicated. Either of them is capable of changing the team's trend. From the data, Lee is more comprehensive. I also agree that he is the world's #1 star, but Ronaldinho is unique. With him, we can compete with any team. I can't say much. What do you think of Lee? I have already made my position on Lee. We will prove that we are the strongest team. It's that simple. Will you tolerate everything about him? Every player will perform differently in different places. Just like you do with Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho's status is beyond doubt. It was with his help this season that we won the championship and reached the Champions League final, which is better than last year. What else can you ask for? You know, he was the double footballer of the year last year. Apart from Lee, it is hard to imagine a better player than him. Please don't question our players. If you want him to perform well, this is the principle I have always adhered to, and the same applies to this game. Rijkaard has never been a person who flatters in the media, and this time is no exception. Apart from the topic about Ronaldinho, he only briefly mentioned two things about the others, including Messi and Lee Yuxin. For Ronaldinho, Rijkaard also has the same feelings as Wenger for Lee Yuxin. This is everything for his team. As long as he leads the team forward as always, they will never act rashly, and will not allow anyone to question him. However, Wenger is more of a licking child, while Rijkaard is more of a reliant, which is everything for his position. Although simple, it shows Rijkaard's unparalleled confidence at this time. There is no excessive emphasis, nor too much fluctuation. It is like an ordinary game. A normal mind is the greatest confidence. Ronaldinho, who has had tired eyes many times this season, now has more agile eyes, just like when he first came to Barcelona. Full of spirituality, people who are familiar with him know that this is his deepest desire for football and the game. It is also his most terrible moment, and also his most charming moment. Click, 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 click. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, all the spotlights in the audience were instantly taken away by him. Ronnie, we are about to play against Arsenal. What chances do you think Barcelona has? I can't say 100%, but I hope it's as big as possible. This is the first time in my life. I want to win the championship. Our team has been waiting for 3 or 4 years for this. Since I came to this great club, the staff here told us that we have 2 major tasks. One is to beat Real Madrid, and the other is to win the championship. We have achieved the first one, and we will also achieve the remaining one. And I hope they can be achieved within 1 season. Then what do you think of Arsenal? How much trouble will it bring to you? This is a great team. Like those legendary teams in history, they are destined to be remembered by future generations in the future. Like us, I think this game is a duel between the 2 best teams on the planet, and it is destined to be expected by many people. I can't imagine how difficult this game will be. After all, your opponent is so strong. I think Arsenal will have the same feeling. Because their opponent is us, we are definitely not worse than them. In such a game, any previous humility is useless. Victories are only choice. It's time for Barcelona to make up for last year's regrets. As the best player last year, what do you think of Lee? Is there anything special about playing against him? He is a new player. I mean, you can't find any one person among those great figures to define him. He has given football another standard. In modern football, his performance is undoubtedly beyond everyone. I don't hide my love for him at all. I am not a jealous person, and Lee makes me unable to be jealous. He has done everything beyond my imagination. This is a very difficult process. He makes me feel incredible. Playing against him will definitely be a wonderful process. I have heard too many stories about him this season. This is a suitable opportunity and it is a bit exciting. Football is like this. There are always new opponents, and this opponent is a bit strong for us, but it is our chance to prove ourselves. Would you like to cooperate with him? There is news that Barcelona is preparing to introduce Lee. What do you think? Haha, this is a difficult question to answer. You know, this is a dream that can wake you up with a smile. Suddenly hearing that he may come true is indeed a bit unimaginable. Then what about Henry? I still stick to what I said. It will be a dream combination. Period. Ronaldinho had been completely conquered by Lee Yuxin's performance at this time. He praised Lee Yuxin highly. The optimism and open-mindedness of the Samba people made Ronaldinho more kind to Lee Yuxin. After all, football has been deeply integrated into their blood. They have a natural preference for talented players, even a little paranoid, which makes him approach them naturally. However, as the soul of Barcelona now, Ronaldinho will not be afraid of fighting, even if the opponent is the current Arsenal and Lee Yuxin. The 3 Barcelona people have their own opinions on this game, and they also talked about their opinions on the opponent. Their conversation is more like a courtesy between gentlemen. You are good and I am not bad either. There is no provocation. Even if there is, it is a display of confidence. Just as strong and confident as Arsenal, they try to be restrained. However, their lack of aggression does not mean that other people in Barcelona do not have it, especially in Catalonia, which is full of autonomy. We are about to play against Arsenal. Are you nervous? Seeing that the game was about to start, Barcelona's mouthpiece Daily Sports quickly found Eto'o who did not attend the pre-departure press conference. For the self-important media, a super heavyweight game related to the club's glory was about to start. The words of those 3 people who were not hot enough were not enough to inspire Barcelona and were not enough to represent Barcelona's winning strength. Nervous? No, I am only excited at this time. There is no better opponent than this. Defeating them will prove that we are the best team in the true sense, the first team in Europe. This is in line with the spirit of this event. I can't wait. Just watch, we are the representatives of this planet. A true cheetah, Playing football and having the same personality, it too has grown from an unknown boy who was repeatedly abandoned by Real Madrid to a world super killer. The humiliation in the past made this powerful cheetah not given at all. No matter who the opponent is, defeating them to prove himself is all he wants to do. What do you think is the strength of Barcelona compared to Arsenal? The Mouthpiece newspaper gave a direct definition. It is strong in every aspect. It has the most beautiful scenery, the kindest people, and the best environment. Everything here is the best in the world, and the team here is naturally the same. It too was particularly happy to defeat the team he hated again. It too, who used to wander around and sit on the bench, enjoys the treatment of a king here, receives all honors, and is praised by the media and fans. He has regarded everything here as his hometown. In his eyes, the prosperous city, luxurious enjoyment, top team, enthusiastic fans. Everything here is beautiful. How can he not love it? It too, Catalonia is a paradise on earth, and so is football. Barcelona optimistically welcomes the Champions League final. The strongest Barcelona. Leo only needs a chance, he will be greater than Leo too. We are the best team in the world. Arsenal only has Lee, no one. We are a close team. Arsenal is one person. Lee is lucky, but he will be a comet overdrawn. Lee cannot stop Barcelona. Lee's god level is just Arsenal's indulgence. British media. Lee deprives others of the opportunity to achieve himself. Wenger is forcing things to happen. Lee is in a bad mood. Continuous propaganda. The Mouthpiece has such arguments every once in a while. They spared no effort to cheer up for their team, and even criticized Lee Yuxin, without any of the expression they had when they were chasing after Lee Yuxin before. For them, any player who touches the interests of Barcelona is their enemy. Chapter 168 Training and Turbulence. Run, run. You have to get familiar with the atmosphere here as soon as possible. Feel everything here. Just like that, find your shooting feeling here. Choose your position. Period. Without the interference of reporters, Arsenal players conducted a very compact and coherent field training at the Stade de France. From 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., the entire Arsenal team was completely enclosed in the largest stadium in France, actively practicing tactics. Although they had practiced countless times before, this time was the closest to practice. Wenger also took advantage of this opportunity to conduct a 40-minute actual combat confrontation match. He wanted to see his disciples find the feeling in this field in advance. Okay. Lee. Well done. The fifth one. Lee is really a monster. This guy, can't you give me some face? Period. Lee Yuxin, who was at the edge of the penalty area, first dunked and pulled the ball like a civet cat, and moved back and forth between Song, Senderos, and Diaby with realistic fake moves. After flashing a little space, there was no extra movement at all. The ball was shot out in an arc, which hit the dead corner of the goal. Arsenal players looked at Lee Yuxin helplessly. Although this was just training and the opponent was only a substitute player, Lee Yuxin's performance still surprised his teammates. It felt like a completely different level of confrontation. Yes, that's the feeling. Lee Yuxin once again shot past Almunia's goal. He felt more confident than ever before. He was also quite satisfied with his condition. He made light of a heavy task. Yes, that's how he got the feeling. Lee Yuxin already felt a casual state when facing defense, and he knew he could do better. A desire and mission also made him look forward to the game more than ever before. Breaking through all the temptations made him more and more sharp, and all this was waiting for the game to come. It seems that Lee is in excellent condition. Pat watched Lee Yuxin's entire training process, as brave as a tiger, and said with joy, "For this Arsenal, Lee Yuxin's tactical position has surpassed Henry and is above all other players. The existence of a brave Lee Yuxin is their greatest magic weapon. More than outstanding, it's perfect. Look at his data." Wenger handed the data analysis board to Pat. 11 perfect dribbles, 43 passes, 100%, 5 shots, and a 100% hit rate. Pat knew how outstanding Lee Yuxin was in the training ground, but it was still a little hard to believe when he saw the data. Yes, this kid Lee always makes people discover new things, Wenger nodded with emotion. Okay, Arthur, Lee's current state is a good thing, don't think too much. Seeing Wenger's somewhat lonely expression, Pat comforted and persuaded. I understand. Huh, I'm so tired. There were still some bruises on his eyes. Van Persie rubbed his thighs, with some fatigue on his face, but more of a sense of joy. This training match was the most enjoyable training in recent times. Not only Van Persie, But also Arsenal players felt the same, especially the main players. Although they had trained for more than 4 hours, they were more satisfied at this time, a kind of confident satisfaction, especially some old players such as Henry and Silva, who were more calm. Pass it. When you are attacking, you must always pay attention to the position of your teammates and make the ball flow, especially you, Cesc. I want you to pay attention to every opportunity, understand? Defense, pay attention to interception. Except for Terry, all players must find their own position in defense. This is a must. Barcelona's passing is their lifeline. You must contain it. Do you understand? Perhaps convinced by Pat, when Wenger saw the state of his disciples' training, he did not immerse himself too much in Lee Yuxin's excellent and even perfect state, and quickly turned his eyes to each player, repeating the past many times again and again. Come out, come out. Lee Qing, please say a few words. Terry, tell me how you feel about coming back here. Robert, will you appear in this venue? When the Arsenal players left the Stade de France, it was almost 12 o'clock, but outside the stadium, there were still dozens of reporters waiting for them, persevering. Obviously, the training was so late, and the Arsenal players could not appear at the Prince's Stadium tomorrow morning. The game will be the day after tomorrow. The last period of time is also a closed training. It is unlikely to interview them during this period. They have to seize this opportunity and get out some information. I'm sorry, we are very tired. We have to go back and rest. But they are destined to be disappointed. Because even Wenger did not stop, and took the players directly to the bus. Only a press officer was left, leaving 2 words. Arsenal quickly disappeared in the bustle of Paris. Even if there was an interview, Wenger did not want his players to be besieged by so many reporters. He had his own arrangements. Remember, I don't want to see any negative comments about us in the newspapers. Anything, the Champions League final, I won't allow anything that will hinder you or the team to happen. Stop all the bars and parties. Be honest. Wenger solemnly told all the players as soon as he got on the bus. Wenger knew very well that it was absolutely impossible to keep the reporters quiet for the next 2 days. These omnipresent uncrowned kings always find opportunities to dig, so Wenger can only guard against these bastards, especially Lee Yuxin. This guy is like human honey, attracting flies. Wenger had to lock his eyes on him. Yet. Fortunately, Lee Yuxin was self-aware. Hearing the old man's words, he quickly nodded vigorously, which made Wenger look away. Of course, Lee Yuxin was also inertial, because he was always a typical example of these hateful reporters. By the way, go back and go to bed early. No one is allowed to go out tonight. Seeing that these guys were so obedient, Wenger mentioned it by the way. 12 o'clock, it's still early. Isn't it too early? We usually. After hearing Wenger's ban, the Arsenal players were a little anxious, especially since most of the Arsenal players were young people. They had heard that French women were romantic and passionate. Moreover, Paris was an international fashion capital, so the nightlife was naturally rich and colorful, not to mention the beautiful girls. Moreover, the big guys in the team had boasted to them a lot, and Diaby and others had also nagged them a lot, which naturally made them feel itchy. They looked at Wenger eagerly and couldn't help muttering. They didn't really want to seek a one-night stand, but they did have a sense of curiosity. However, they were soon shocked by their boss's ferocious eyes. Your only chance is after the game, after the victory, otherwise, you must go back and celebrate our league immediately. Do you understand? Ignoring the calls of these bastards, Wenger gave them the only choice. For these players he had trained, Wenger definitely had the ability and power to deliver and kill. I understand. The Arsenal players naturally knew what their boss meant by the last sentence. So far, Arsenal has never officially celebrated any of its championships, and the club has not held a grand championship parade. One reason is that Arsenal has too many tight schedules, and the other is that they are still missing the last component. At this point, they can only wait for the final championship. However, Lee Yuxin posted an explosive message on his Twitter. I know that this news will disappoint and anger many people, and many people will speculate too much, but I don't want to affect the team because of this issue. This is my personal decision and has nothing to do with the team or this game. The reason I said it so early is that I don't want to deceive everyone. Privately, I have been disturbed too much from all aspects. The World Cup has become a heavy stone on my heart. After the fuck-up, I have received too many invitations, which I am unwilling to accept, especially as the date is getting closer. I want to quietly prepare for tomorrow's game. This is the most important game in my life, a game without reservation, so I will say it frankly. After the game, I think many of my decisions will be misinterpreted, which I don't want, so I would rather say it earlier. The reason why I don't participate in the World Cup is that I have practiced with any national team, but I am not familiar with any of them. I am afraid that I will join too hastily and have a counter effect, which is what I don't want to see. The second reason is my body. I have played too many games this season, and tomorrow's game is what I value most. I will not hold back. I think my body is not enough to support a year of non-stop competition. I have consumed too much of my body this season. I need to check and adjust my body. No one is an Iron Man. It is regrettable to miss this year's World Cup, but I think I still have a lot of things to take on. This World Cup is not in my plan, and I don't have the energy to consider it. I'm sorry, but everyone will see me in 10 years. Lee, have you really decided? When Wenger confirmed that Lee Yuxin would announce that he would not participate in the World Cup, his brows frowned even deeper, called Lee Yuxin aside alone, and asked again with a serious face. Yes, teacher, I am too tired. And by now, you already know my decision. Lee Yuxin also gave his own answer. Huh? Actually, you don't have to. Okay, I respect your decision. Don't show up anymore from now on. Just prepare for the game. Wenger rubbed his temples with some sorrow and wanted to say something, but seeing Lee Yuxin's serious face, he had to nod and change his words. Wenger knew his disciple's decision from the beginning. Although Wenger tried to stop Lee Yuxin from joining the national team several times at the beginning of the season, it was more out of his concern for Lee Yuxin's health. After all, Lee Yuxin was only in his first season and his age was far from meeting the requirements of such a high-intensity schedule. However, as the season progressed, his disciple's performance was beyond his expectations, and the state and competitive level he showed eliminated all his worries. He entered the last game as he wished. Wenger had already put down all his doubts about him. Even in the end, Wenger was eager to let Lee Yuxin participate in this World Cup, so that the world would know how powerful his most proud disciple was. He was eager to add all the glory of the world to his beloved disciple. For this reason, Wenger was willing to let the English Football Association, Chairman Thompson and others contact Lee Yuxin one after another, and even privately match-made for them at various places such as award ceremonies. He also tacitly agreed to the encouragement of several players in the team. But now it seems that everything is in vain. Lee has finally let himself down. Wenger was somewhat bored. You should know what you will face, the abandonment of the whole world, Lee. Even though he was so disappointed, Wenger was still full of adoration for his proud disciple, and hoped that Lee Yuxin could change his mind. Teacher, this is my decision made early in the morning. I don't want to change it anymore. It's just one afternoon, I can bear it, and it's appropriate after the game, right? Lee Yuxin had no way out and could only say it now. Huh? Don't go out, I have to ask someone for help. After a long silence, Wenger sighed and finally spoke. I'm sorry. No, Lee, this is your decision. You just need to play well in the remaining 90 minutes. I will, and I won't regret it. Forget it, go ahead. Hi, Saul. After leaving the room, Lee Yuxin saw Campbell standing at the door, so he took the initiative to greet him. Seeing the lost expression on his face, Lee Yuxin naturally knew what he wanted to say. Sure enough. Period. Lee, have you really decided? Campbell asked with difficulty. His dark face still looked a little unacceptable. Even though he had expected it, his throat was still full of dryness. Lee, tell me if it's because of Ashley, tell me, if it's because of him, I can make him apologize to you publicly, believe me, I promise. Campbell couldn't imagine that the best player in the world didn't say anything, and directly and neatly expressed his rejection of the World Cup. This was simply bad news for the England vice-captain who was looking forward to the World Cup. Whether it was other England players or Campbell himself, they all hoped that Lee Yuxin would agree to be selected for the England national team before the 23rd. He had also invited Lee Yuxin many times, but Lee Yuxin avoided him by saying that he was preparing for the Arsenal game and would not consider it for the time being, which made Campbell anxious, but he could do nothing about it. However, as the last game was about to end, not to mention the championship, the chance for Lee Yuxin to nod was right in front of him. Campbell was really excited, but at the last moment, He was poured with cold water, and he was so angry that he was unwilling. However, after a season, Campbell knew Lee Yuxin's temper, and long before, Lee Yuxin had repeatedly rejected the invitation and never gave him any respite. Campbell also vaguely guessed his thoughts, but he was like a hedgehog, not giving him any chance to bite. Campbell was anxious and could only leave a loophole in the sticker. Ashley Cole's incident just happened at the wrong time. It doesn't matter, Thor. Besides, only after tomorrow, we can think about the next thing. This is the first time we are so close to the trophy. Isn't it more important than other things? At least it means everything to me. My friend, tomorrow is our real battlefield. Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. Lee Yuxin didn't want to let go at this time. At this time, he just wanted to release the hottest flame in his heart. He stared at Campbell with his eyes, not hiding his desire for tomorrow's game. Huh, Lee, we can discuss it again. Campbell knew that tomorrow's game was also one of the most important games in his life, but he still didn't want to give up, even a little bit. Okay, men, you should know that I have never participated in a game. In just a dozen days, I can't integrate into the new environment. You know, it's not suitable for everyone. Now, what we need to do is to play this last game well. Lee Yuxin didn't want to say more, and could only look at Campbell expectantly. Huh, damn, you are such a pervert, Lee. Seeing that his former little brother no longer had that open-minded smile, but was more determined, Campbell had to bow his head after all. Perhaps from the beginning, he should not have given this guy so much space. Now, no one can restrain Lee in his prime. If you miss it, you miss it. He now wants to split the brainless people in the Football Association to see what they are thinking. Okay, so, even if Lee goes to the World Cup, it may not be England. You know, people in every country in the world are waiting for his choice. Being next to Campbell, Henry couldn't bear to see his players look frustrated and depressed, so he could only downplay the matter. Yet, Lee just said it in advance. Now we are completely free. Tomorrow is our last game, brothers. Bergkamp also spoke. Tomorrow is the last game, brothers. Everything is not what we want. The championship, only the championship. Pires has never had a game that makes him want so much. Yes, the championship, only the championship. Go to the World Cup, we only want the Champions League. When other players were talking about the World Cup, other Arsenal players had asked about Lee Yuxin's plans. Lee Yuxin had already said that he was no longer considering it, so this matter was a semi-open topic within Arsenal, but no one took the initiative to expose it. They were looking forward to Lee Yuxin's change of heart. After all, Lee Yuxin had a good relationship with most of the team members. Seeing Lee Yuxin refuse to join the highest hall of honor for players, they were somewhat unacceptable. But now it is really not suitable. This team did not come together for the World Cup, but for Arsenal. They are all part of Arsenal. At this time, the great glory is in front of them. Arsenal is united, and there is more burning fighting spirit. Nothing can stop their final impact of glory, and it is the most powerful. Chapter 169 Response 1. With the rise of the Premier League, this year's England national team has gathered a large number of talents such as Beckham, Gerrard, Lampard, Terry, Ferdinand, Campbell, Owen, Rooney, etc. The England national team is generally favored by the outside world and is recognized as the favorite to win the championship. It even once surpassed Brazil in the odds of winning the championship and ranked first. This has made this World Cup a place of great expectations and excitement for English fans who regard football as their traditional glory. Therefore, at this stage, apart from Lee Yuxin, the most popular thing in the whole of England is the World Cup, and the topic of whether Lee Yuxin will play in the World Cup is even more popular. Lee Yuxin's hesitation made English fans very worried. How could they let go of the fact that they had not seen the world's #1 young man enter the list of their national team? Now they don't have to, because of the news from France. Lee refused to participate in the World Cup. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Is Lee really not going to participate? Oh my god. Damn it, what on earth is he thinking? Crazy, crazy, Lee is really crazy. Damn Lee, who does he think he is? It's no big deal, no big deal. Get Lee out of here, our national team doesn't need a playboy. Why? Is he going to miss this honor? The British people and media couldn't sit still. After seeing Lee Yuxin's tweet, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Some radical fans were even angry, And for the first time, their scolding of Li Wuxin overwhelmed other languages. This is the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Li, explain to us. We want you to explain. You liar, you disappoint us so much? Period. Twitter and the internet have completely become a place for English fans, and even some of his die-hard fans who don't want Li Wuxin to miss the World Cup to vent their dissatisfaction. Posts demanding Li Wuxin to come forward to explain have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. In just 1 hour, they flooded the entire network. The news that Li Wuxin will not participate in the World Cup has spread rapidly. Spread it to the whole world. Haha, I knew that Li would definitely not participate in the World Cup. The English are dumbfounded, they deserve it. You can see but can't eat, haha. Fortunately, Li decided not to participate in the World Cup. It's a pity, even if Li doesn't join England, he can still come to us, but it's okay, no one can take advantage, haha. It's too difficult, should I support Li to participate or support our national team? It would be great if Li was here, oh, poor English people. Compared with the gloomy situation in the UK, the teams of other countries are a little relieved and melancholy, and even feel a little bit of kicking the English fans when they are down, because they have been bragging about the emergence of Li in their country. Now it's good. Li will not participate in the World Cup in England. England probably has no chance to play again. Paul, is this true? Before, did you hear the news that Li refused to participate in the World Cup? Lineker adjusted from the shock, calmed down, keenly noticed the change in his old friend's tone, and asked hurriedly. Yes. I did know it a little earlier than you did. That night, Li and Robin drank a little too much and talked about some topics. I happened to meet them, and it was such depressing news. This is one of the reasons why I am sure that Li will win this game. He is so eager that even the World Cup is not within his consideration. He told me that all this is for the final championships. He doesn't want to have any concerns. He made a decision a long time ago. Arsenal fans are very lucky. It is hard to imagine that there are players who would refuse the temptation of the World Cup and be loyal to a club. This is definitely rare in football history. Gascoigne is indeed impressed by Li Yuxin's loyalty and feels sorry and puzzled for England. Is it really impossible for England to integrate Li into it? No one understood Li Yuxin's idea of making this decision. At this time, everyone could only expect Li Yuxin to give more explanations to the outside world. Li Yuxin's explanations of too tired and too little time to integrate into the new team in the program did not convince everyone. Their eyes quickly focused on the upcoming game. They needed more information, and this Champions League was destined to leave a mark on Li Yuxin, because from the beginning, the focus of the world's attention had shifted from the game itself to Li Yuxin, or it could be said that they were equal. No matter how Li Yuxin explained at the end of the program, the outside world had its own explanation for Li Yuxin's refusal to participate in the World Cup. After listening to Gascoigne's description, Lineker became more certain of his own thoughts. It all sounds like a deliberate arrangement. Li had made the decision long ago. Before this, he must have already made arrangements for his summer plans. Ericsson and the English Football Association are really idiots. Since they refused to recruit Li at the beginning of the season, Li may have made his own choice. I think many people should now understand why Li has been postponing his attitude towards the World Cup. He doesn't want to participate in the World Cup. Now there is only one game left. He has nothing to hide. I think this may be the best time for him to announce the news. It's too late. It will hurt everyone. After today, we don't have time to worry about this matter. Li is really a cunning guy. Everyone has been fooled by Li. What a crazy lunatic, Li. The entire international football world was shocked by the news of Li Yuxin. The first to react was the king of football, Pelé, who has always lived for the World Cup. He couldn't imagine that anyone would be unwilling to step onto the highest stage of world football. In an interview with the famous Brazilian sports newspaper Reims, the black old man seemed particularly angry. Oh my god, this is such a damn decision. Is he crazy? He actually made this decision. I think Li will regret the choice he made today. He missed the most important stage of his life and missed the World Cup. His football career is definitely imperfect, even incomplete. Li's situation is completely different from Giggs. He had plenty of opportunities. I don't know why Li made this stupid decision, but I think everything can be discussed. Li still has time. I don't want to say that the Champions League is not important, but there is no doubt that the World Cup is the most important event this summer. Li must prove himself on this stage. He is not qualified to be the world's number one. Lee must give everyone an explanation. To become the number one in football, he must go to the World Cup. It is not just his business. This is a responsibility to those who like him and the fans who like football. This event must be attended. I hope Lee knows that he has done a very good job in one season and successfully equated football with himself. The World Cup is the temple of the football world, and he should not and cannot break his promise. Every football player has the responsibility to make his fans happy, otherwise it would be a contempt for your profession. If Pelé spoke more from a personal perspective, then Beckenbauer, the football emperor and the person in charge of the German preparations for this World Cup, seemed quite sharp, and even called Li Yuxin a criminal for missing the World Cup. For this German old man, the World Cup he had devoted himself to would never allow any flaws or regrets. This was a glory for German football, and he naturally hoped that this World Cup would be the most successful one in history. But who would have thought that it would start off badly? Before the World Cup was even played, Li Yuxin, as the global football spokesperson, actually announced that he would not participate. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the World Cup, and made a huge joke of the German World Cup Preparatory Committee. How could the old man be willing to do that? It is unimaginable that Lee made such a rash decision. In my career, neither Napoli nor Barcelona can be compared with Argentina. The World Cup is a player's lifetime honor. What running-in problem? This is really a lame excuse. I believe that no matter which team Lee joins, he will be the core of the team. England is no exception. They are also happy to make way for Lee. Now it seems more like Lee's own escape. The World Cup is not as difficult as imagined. Everything Lee has done this season proves that he has the ability to succeed in the World Cup. A member of the England national team is also the best in history. Our era has passed, and Lee is only one step away from the best of the century. I don't understand why he should give up. Although Maradona was not very fond of Lee Yuxin, as a big shot in the football world, he would occasionally care about what kind of people appeared in his world and say a few words. What's more, Lee Yuxin was a living legend, so Maradona naturally spoke frequently. Who would have known that when he had just arrived in Paris and was about to see this young man who was known as the youth record killer, he actually broke such explosive news? Maradona was naturally shocked. Incredible, incredible, Lee actually made such a decision. It's a pity that I still can't play against Lee in the last stop of my career. Everyone has their own choice. I respect Lee, but I hope there will be a surprise at the last minute. I hope he will appear on the World Cup stage, even if he is an opponent. Well, I have heard Lee say that he is very tired, but I don't know if he really made such a decision. I think Lee did not make a random decision. He must have his own ideas, but I think he should think about it seriously. I think he is sometimes too persistent. Zidane, who is also in Paris and is known as the third king of football, could not avoid being asked about this explosive topic by the team newspaper. However, compared with the shock and astonishment of those celebrities, although Zidane used several incredible words, it can still be seen that Zidane knew something before. Countless celebrities and critics have denied or even criticized Lee Yuxin's decision, but there are still two football bosses who have not spoken. At this time, many people are curious about how the two heads will react. Indeed, Lee Yuxin's decision is too shocking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Response 2. The Boss's Response. I don't know why Lee made this decision. It's shocking. It's totally unreasonable. Nothing is more important than the World Cup. Arsenal has already achieved everything it can achieve. The remaining Champions League is not a big problem. I believe it's too easy for Lee to get that one. You know, the Champions League is held every year, but the World Cup is only held once every 4 years. If you miss this time, you don't know what will happen in the future. Lee is still young. It's too much of a fuss. Anyway, Lee's entire decision was too hasty. He shouldn't have made such a choice. I believe no one is willing to do so. He is almost an enemy of the whole world. He accepts the attention and praise of fans all over the world, but refuses to give a performance to the fans. In a sense, this is a disregard for fans all over the world. It's not that he can't participate in the World Cup. He is different from others. Yes, I am sure that in terms of giving Lee everything, We have reached a consensus internally. Lee can choose the national team he wants, and all national teams are waiting for Lee's choice. Does it not comply with the regulations? No, after all, Lee has never participated in international competitions on behalf of any team. Every team is looking forward to Lee's joining. This is their common choice. There is no doubt that we have done everything we can. I'll look forward to Lee's change of heart. This is a serious matter. Lee should think carefully and take his own responsibility. Blatter was furious. In his mind, no team would say no to the World Cup. In the past, he had seen those poor stars from their home countries trying their best to get on the World Cup stage, becoming tragic and legendary models, and injecting infinite charm into the World Cup. Now, this Lee actually refused the World Cup, with ridiculous reasons, and even showed a kind of evasive contempt for the World Cup from the beginning. What Blatter could not tolerate in particular was that Lee Yuxin openly expressed in his explanation that the Champions League final was more important than anything else. This made Blatter, who had been in constant conflict with UEFA, even more uncomfortable. What, too tired after playing the Champions League? Can't we just not play? If Lee Yuxin's star was not so bright now, Blatter would have wanted to ban this arrogant guy directly to see who is in charge in football. At this time, Blatter directly revealed his trump card and forced Lee Yuxin into a dead end, so that he could offend fans all over the world. Huh? What a surprise. It's really unexpected. I'm very pleased that Lee thinks the Champions League final is more important than anything else. This is the best reward for our previous work and the best compliment to all European leagues. It's also an affirmation of all of us at UEFA. Oh, no, I don't think it's natural for Lee not to participate in the World Cup, and it has nothing to do with us. If anything, I think Lee values the Champions League more, but we can't influence Lee's thoughts. Like everyone else, I hope to see more of Lee's games. Watching his games is undoubtedly a pleasure. No matter how many times you watch it, you won't get tired of it. But have you ever counted how many games Lee has played this season? Nearly 60 games. You know he's the main force, almost playing the whole game. Do you know how old Lee is? He's only 18 years old. In just one season, he's experienced more than many people. I don't want to say that it's appropriate for Lee to refuse the World Cup. But I want to say that Lee's reason is completely acceptable. For any player, after experiencing so much news, topics, glory, and achievements in a season, they will feel tired psychologically. Besides, Lee is only 18 years old. It is normal for him to be physically and mentally exhausted. He has also been under more pressure. Therefore, please do not think that Lee is a rash player. Just wait and see. I personally hope to see Lee appear on the field, but Lee is not God, nor is he a person who lives only for football. He will be tired. Please think about it. I respect Lee's decision. As Blatter's opponent, Johansson will naturally not cheer for him, and Lee Yuxin's remarks are also to the old man's taste. Therefore, the old man defended Lee Yuxin under huge public pressure. Of course, political masters always speak from deep feelings. As for whether the world believes it or not, it is none of their business. There will always be people cheering for them. No matter how the outside of the UK reacts to Lee Yuxin's decision, in the British Isles, since Lee Yuxin's decision was made public, dark clouds have shrouded the entire islands. Everyone was knocked down by Lee Yuxin. The Millennium Stadium and the FA headquarters have been surrounded by a large number of fans and reporters. They hope to get more responses to Lee Yuxin's decision. Explain to us. Why did you let Lee refuse the World Cup? Eriksson, what have you done to get this position? Give us Lee. Give us Lee. We only need one person, Lee. Not you. Lee is our savior. Lee. The British people could not accept it. They could not accept that their pride abandoned them and they missed the World Cup. The wave of protests was set off by the FA headquarters and spread to the entire British Isles. If we were to say which team's fans had the greatest hope for their team in this year's World Cup, it would undoubtedly be the English fans. This year's England national team is definitely a luxurious team with the most brilliant stars in the world. The new generation of Rooney and Annan, Lennon, veteran Campbell, Owen, and the mainstay Beckham. The most terrifying thing is that the middle generation of England has fully grown up and is fully rising. Gerrard, Lampard, Ferdinand, Terry, Ashley, Hargreaves, Pitt, Crouch and Joe Cole almost filled the entire England roster. It can be said that England's history has never had such a strong roster. How can the loyal and passionate England fans not look forward to their team's performance in the World Cup, especially when they have a world number one that belongs to themselves and an omnipotently, who is in their name? They have reason to believe that their team can change the fate of accompanying the prince to study in this World Cup and win the World Cup. But now this hope is about to be shattered, or the perfect dream has a huge flaw. How can these fans be willing to take to the streets in anger, looking for any way to calm the frustration in their hearts, and the protest to vent their dissatisfaction almost instinctively brought them to the Millennium Stadium? They blamed Lee, and also blamed the England national team for doing nothing to Lee before. Radicalism is the nature of England fans, so the protests are unlimited. Damn it, what does this have to do with us? It was that bastard's own choice. Why did he let us take the blame? Seeing the fans outside getting louder and louder, and all kinds of protests were heard, Terry, who felt betrayed, angrily threw the water bottle out. He cursed angrily. Bastard, bastard, I don't believe we can't do it without you. Rooney, with a livid face, also cursed. Although Rooney was extremely disdainful of Lee Yuxin on the surface, deep down, Rooney felt that he was much better than his arrogant teammate in Manchester United. After all, the results were there. He was also secretly looking forward to cooperating with him in the World Cup, but when the news of Lee Yuxin's public refusal to participate in the World Cup came out, Rooney was dumbfounded, and then a nameless fire rose up, coupled with the protests of those fans. He directly cursed. This is none of our business. What's so great about him? He just won a few championships and his statistics are pretty good. What are you so proud of? Damn it. The earth will not turn without anyone. Period. Dissatisfaction was also on the faces of other England players, including Terry. These England players were full of expectations for their trip to the World Cup. Indeed, this England team really has too many talented players. The strong strength also makes them ambitious. Their requirements for themselves are definitely not just the group stage, the quarterfinals, etc., but the final championship. Their desire for Lee Yuxin is definitely no less than those fans, because they really know the strength of their potential teammate too well. Confident and eager, they are looking forward to playing with Lee Yuxin in their hearts. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Even Lee Yuxin's announcement that he would not participate in the World Cup made them feel mocked and made them extremely angry. Okay, stop talking, take a break, we still have to train later, our task is not to discuss anyone, the game is our task. Seeing his teammates all with anxiety and dissatisfaction, Beckham, as the captain, immediately reminded the players to end the topic and let his players rest first. Lee Yuxin announced that he would not participate in the World Cup. Beckham must be one of the most disappointed people in the England team. After all, he is the captain, and he knows that this World Cup may be his last one. After this season, he will also stay away from the mainstream European leagues. But at this stage, it is no longer possible to consider other issues. Beckham understands this very well. It is not only that he has no time, but more importantly, he cannot affect the morale of the team. Stephen, can we talk? After comforting his players, Beckham came to Gerrard, who lived alone. Although Beckham believed that his physique was always flowing with the blood of the Red Devils, it did not hinder the relationship between him and the Red Army's soul. The relationship between the two of them was definitely quite harmonious. Beckham admired Gerrard's iron-blooded toughness, and in his heart he also believed that he would be the candidate for England captain after he left. At least in his perception, Gerrard was tough and strong, but he did not have Terry's dirty and ruffian spirit. Yet, Stephen, what do you think of Lee? Seeing that Gerrard was not in a good mood, Beckham asked a slightly refreshing question. David, I know what you want to say. I knew Lee had this idea before, but I have already persuaded him. There is no way. He is too determined. In a sense, that game was a bet between us. Unfortunately, I lost, and Lee finally announced it. Maybe you don't know that Lee had already made up his mind from the beginning. Gerrard knew the meaning of his captain's question, but he had done what he should have done before. Who made him lose the fuck-up final where he had a direct dialogue with Lee Yuxin? But losing is losing. Gerrard really couldn't say anything. He just said what he knew with helplessness and disappointment. Go to training. Knowing that Gerrard, who had the best relationship with Lee Yuxin in the team, was powerless, Beckham knew that this result was no longer something he could change. He patted Gerrard on the shoulder and greeted his teammates with a lot of disappointment. In any case, England was really hurt by Lee Yuxin's decision at this time. The headquarters of the English Football Association was already living on beer and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chapter 171 Fermentation and Silence. At this time, the English Football Association, which was at the center of the storm, finally couldn't sit still. Facing the swarm of reporters and the excited fans, these bureaucrats had to speak up. Since the beginning of the season, their disregard for Lee Yuxin had doomed these people to misery. Jeff Thompson held a press conference immediately. Looking at the long-barreled and short-barreled guns in front of him, the serious old man calmed down and said with some pain, "Unfortunately, I had a very uncomfortable day today. The news about Lee caused me fatal damage. I admit that I still cannot accept Lee's decision. In fact, we have tried to save it long before this. Unfortunately, it still ended up like this." "So you knew about Lee's decision a long time ago?" The sharp reporter quickly captured the information inside. "Yes, I admit that Lee told us this decision a long time ago, but we still don't want to give up Lee. You know, he is a player who can change the game by himself. He is unique in the world. We have been working hard, but obviously the result is frustrating. We don't know how determined Lee will be." Excuse me, what makes Lee so determined? Did your previous indifference to Lee anger him? Is Lee still dissatisfied with you? Will he miss the European Cup in 2 years? Are there other conflicts between Lee and you? What is he dissatisfied with in the England team? Is it Eriksen or Terry? Period. We all welcome Lee to join the team. I have tried to persuade him many times, but Lee's attitude is too firm. He still refused to go to Germany with us. Today's press conference is just to clarify some things. As for Lee, the problem is not with us. I respect his choice and understand some of his ideas. It does not mean that we give up our expectations for Lee, but it is within my ability. I have tried to persuade Lee many times. You can see me after the awards ceremony or Arsenal won the championship. Yes, I have been trying, but now I can't do anything. Lee is not an ordinary player. It is indeed a loss for us to let him be out of our list. But no matter what, our team is strong enough. All the talents you can imagine are concentrated in our lineup. The league has been our pride in the past few years. Now it is time to let this pride return to our national team. I believe this team is enough to surprise the world. There is no need to be frustrated for someone. Believe in our children, they will definitely prove their strength. Now let time go on. Lee has his Champions League, and we need to do our best for the World Cup. You can't put any pressure or interference on the children who are running and sweating on the training ground at this stage. This is a harm. It is even more irresponsible. Fans, you need more patience. I don't think anyone is working harder than them now. Kiao Fu didn't want these British media who were always making trouble to seize any opportunities. His tone was full of frustration of trying his best but being powerless, and he quickly cleared himself. He simply put the matter on Lee Yuxin, who repeatedly rejected his invitation. In the end, he played the emotional card. After all, Lee Yuxin is just one person, while the England national team has more than 20 people. And at this stage, these 20 people are indeed England's national treasures. A few words immediately drove away a lot of the dark clouds surrounding them. Lee's decision was too sudden. I never thought he would be a reckless person, but this time I have to say that Lee's decision was too inappropriate. It should not be the choice that Lee should make, at least not now. Yes, I will call Lee again. Such a decision is really incomprehensible. His situation is completely different from mine. His physique and ability are much stronger than mine at that stage. No matter which team needs a player like Lee, England wants to go further, Lee can definitely help a lot. Alan Shearer was also full of regret and loss when he was interviewed. This is considered the greatest shooter in the history of the England national team, and also the most regrettable shooter, because he retired from the national team too early. Although the reason given by Lee Yuxin is similar to that for the club, he also cannot accept Lee Yuxin's reason. After all, Lee Yuxin has not played a national team game, and he also believes that Lee Yuxin's ability is definitely above his own, and he has the ability and time to lead England to the top. Perhaps it is precisely when you lose something that you know how precious it is. Alan Shearer wanted to persuade Lee Yuxin again. Obviously, Alan Shearer did not want to give up. Since the first game of the season, Shearer felt that Lee Yuxin could do what he had not been able to do before. He realized it at the club level, and he also hoped that this premonition would appear at the national team level. What happened to Lee? His era has not ended yet. Oh my God, he should not have such an idea. No one is stronger than him. I think he can complete what others have done in a lifetime in one season. He is absolutely capable. I believe in him. He should not feel tired. At this stage, he should be full of desire for everything, especially the World Cup. This is the player's lifelong dream. The Champions League is by no means his end. The goal he set for himself is too low. Lee was destined to be a player who constantly challenges from the beginning. Now there is a higher goal in front of him. Lee should not give up. Lee made a huge mistake and he must correct it. No matter what difficulties there are, Lee should participate in the World Cup. This is a man's mission. He is a born winner. I look forward to the moment when Lee changes his mind. Yes, I am sure. Pele, Lee's stupid decision. Reims newspaper Beckenbauer, this is disrespectful to fans all over the world. Build Maradona, Lee is too proud too early. Ole newspaper Bladder, Lee's behavior was completely brainless. Azuri Sports Bladder, Lee can go to any team he wants, as long as he participates in the World Cup. America newspaper Zidane, I hope Lee will change his mind. Equip newspaper Joff, Lee never planned to participate in the World Cup. I can't do anything. BBC William, England is still the best team in the world without Lee. Daily Mail Keegan, Lee joining will only destroy the unity of the England team. Daily Telegraph Barton, Lee is just a self-righteous villain. Daily Star, Lee Wuxin's decision caused 1,000 waves, and was reprinted crazily by America, as Mundo Deportivo, Torino Sports, Telegraph, Popular, Kicker, Google, Yahoo, Radio, Sky Sports, ESPN, Italian National Television, Spanish Sports Television. Countless sports media joined in reprinting the news that Lee Wuxin refused to participate in the World Cup, and the comments of bigwigs, celebrities, and active players also appeared in major newspapers. Numerous comments and opinions appeared in front of the world. Some said that Lee Yuxin was self-righteous, some said that Lee Yuxin was afraid of failure, some said that he was too tired after playing too many games, some said that Lee Yuxin was under too much pressure, some said that Lee Yuxin had a bad relationship with the England team, and some said that Lee Yuxin looked down on the World Cup. There was no doubt that the doubts and criticisms against Lee Yuxin occupied the vast majority of the pages. At this time, Lee Yuxin was really in a stage of being attacked comprehensively. No one was even paying attention to the upcoming Champions League final. All the focus was completely on Lee Yuxin. Whether it was Barcelona or Arsenal, they were destined to be the back of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin's ability to make news was too strong. People all over the world who paid attention to the World Cup and Lee Yuxin were shocked by Lee Yuxin's sudden decision, whether it was the media or ordinary people. They all wanted to know the follow-up of this matter urgently. At this time, reporters and fans had filled the Raffles Royal Paris Monceau Hotel. Lee, explain to us. You coward. Go back to your women, we don't need you. Join us. You liar. Lee is our king, as long as you come to France. Tell us you will go. Steven is waiting to fight alongside you. Come to the Netherlands. Form a double gun with Robin. Good job, Lee, you are a real man. You are unique, Lee. Period. Countless banners were waved outside the hotel, protesting, cursing, inviting, cheering. Period. Filled the two sides of the passage from the hotel to the Stade de France, where fans came from all directions. In order to prevent accidents, the Paris city government dispatched thousands of police to maintain order, because most of their opponents were the notorious English fans. Let us in, let us in. We want to interview Lee, you have no right to stop us. We only want to interview Lee, please let us go. Lee, come out and explain. Take out the trash, he. I'm not a reporter, I'm fixing the faucet. It's leaking. Can't see me. Oh. Can't you just turn a blind eye? No wonder you can't be a leader in your life. Period. At all the entrances and exits of the hotel, the reporters were like sharks seeing blood, and they squeezed forward frantically. They didn't know if they could see Lee Yuxin, and it didn't matter if they couldn't see Lee Yuxin. As long as they saw someone related to Lee Yuxin, they would rush forward. So far, facing the surging external situation, whether it was Lee Yuxin himself, his team, or even the people around Lee Yuxin, no news came out. How could these reporters sit and wait for the news they gave? They had already tried every possible means. Fortunately, the people Pastov invited were reliable, and finally no fish slipped through the net and got in. How are the players? Wenger shook his head as he looked down at the endless crowd below. He didn't have time to worry. Time was running out, so Wenger turned to Pat to ask about his players. Wenger knew he would face such a situation after Lee Yuxin announced his decision. Lee Yuxin was too popular, and the World Cup was popular. Lee Yuxin was so unique, how could he not be popular? Moreover, those reporters were good at fanning the flames. There was no need to make an appointment. Once the news came out, those newspapers and media reported it in a bombarding manner, which immediately caught everyone's attention and pushed the matter to the top. Taking advantage of the situation, they interviewed those celebrities and bigwigs, and naturally spread the news around the world. Fortunately, Wenger had taken stricter measures this morning, confiscating all the players' mobile phones and cutting off the internet. The players were only allowed to watch the tactical board and study the game video. When they were tired, they had massages to relax and chat. The players integrated together before the game and entered the state of the upcoming war a few hours in advance. They did not give the players any time for personal activities, and took the opportunity to focus all the players' minds on the game. It looks good. They haven't been disturbed too much? I think it's time for us to set off, Arthur. Pat nodded. He had specially gone to see the players' preparations before. They were in good spirits. Because Wenger took all the martial law measures, they had no time and space to care about the outside. They had packed their equipment and were quietly preparing to get on the car. Their eyes were full of desire and excitement for the game. Even Lee Yuxin did not react much to the movement outside. He was completely indifferent, as if he had never said those words that shocked the football world. Although Lee Yuxin's non-participation in the World Cup may be a shock to the outside world, it is actually an open secret to Arsenal, especially the main players. Lee Yuxin usually plays with him and naturally brings up this issue. Henry and others even joked about poaching Lee Yuxin. Therefore, the reaction is far less enthusiastic than that of the outside world. There is a sharp contrast between the inside and outside of Arsenal. Get ready, we are leaving. Seeing Pat's confident eyes, Wenger nodded, retracted his gaze, and issued the war order. Chapter 172 Departure and Response. Get up, get ready, we're leaving, kids, and at this time Pat's voice was heard. Get in the car. Goggle, let's go. Theo, wait for me. France, here I come. Champions. Ling. Kali. Lee, explain to us. We are the champions. Lee, you liar. Forward, Arsenal. Lee, join our team. We must win, we must win. As the Arsenal bus slowly drove out of the hotel, the reporters and fans surrounding the hotel suddenly exploded, cheering and scolding, shouting and questioning coexisting. This is the outside world's two completely different attitudes towards Arsenal and Lee Yuxin at this time. Didn't Silva also put the medal in his mouth and bite it at first? And it broke his mouth, When Lee Yuxin brought up this topic, the whole team started chatting, and the originally quiet atmosphere suddenly became lively. Everyone exposed each other's embarrassing stories, and laughter suddenly resounded in the car. The tense atmosphere before the war was swept away, and there was only warm friendship. Yes, in this car, they all accompanied me to win the championship. There is nothing that I cannot trust in my teammates who won the victory. Every bit of my glory is shared with them. Now they will go to the highest hall of Europe with me to pick up the highest glory, the glory that belongs to them, the glory of creating history. As long as they win this championship, they will create history and create their own historical imprint, no matter what era it is. The glory of this century-old club is always branded with their own names. Every Arsenal player feels heavy in their hearts, and the desire for victory makes them particularly excited. They have already smelled the breath before the war, and an excited emotion is stirring in their hearts. Remember, you have only one goal this time. That is, champion. The tall and thin Wenger suddenly stood up, interrupting the interaction between the players. His originally wrinkled face now looked extremely solemn, and his black sportswear reflected in the eyes of his players, issuing his strongest pre-match call. Before Wenger finished speaking, the passionate Arsenal players roared out the strongest sound that had been trapped in their chests for a long time like a mountain torrent. At this time, Arsenal was extremely focused and united. This was Arsenal in its strongest era, without infighting or division. This was a team that was glued together for the championship. Championship, an unprecedentedly consistent goal, making them unstoppable. It brings together Bergkamp, Henry, Pires, Ljungberg, Silva, and injects the younger but more mature Van Persie, Fabregas, Haleb, Flamini, and the magical and glorious Yuxin. This is a completely different Arsenal, a championship team. This is the moment when the best talents of Wenger's two eras are focused. Without injuries, Wenger will achieve the supreme status of his coaching career with the most important and last piece of the puzzle, the St. Bledsoe Cup. Rumble, rumble dear fans, I am now on the Arsenal bus on its way to the Stade de France. The entire Arsenal team is in the bus, and I see Mr. Wenger. Lee. I finally see Lee. He is talking to Thierry. The entire Arsenal team looks in good spirits, they are talking and laughing. Now we have seen the grand framework of the Stade de France. They are coming. Rumbling through the air, 3 civilian helicopters have been hovering around the bus, capturing all the movements in the Arsenal bus in the air. A brave reporter with a headset kept tearing out the scene he saw loudly, giving first-hand information to all the people waiting outside the stadium. Finally, the bus turned a corner, and the magnificent steel beast appeared. The road stretched out, and the bus was slowly gathered under its shadow. Arsenal has arrived, here they come. They are coming. Our heroes are going to the battle. Arsenal. 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 Beep. The red and white bus rang its bells. The streets of St. Denis were crowded with people. The cheering crowd forced the bus to move slowly. As the game approached, the fans also chose to forget Yuxin's decision. It was because they loved Yuxin too much? When the moment of the game came again, they instinctively chose to cheer. The shadow that always brought them joy once again occupied their hearts. Back off, back off. Don't push, don't push. Make way, make way. Please respect the ladies, please respect the ladies. Wallets need more respect than ladies. Countless reporters no longer cared about their lives, and swarmed in front of the bus, bombarding with cameras and cannons, and stopped the Arsenal bus. For them, this was the last chance to interview the entire Arsenal team, especially Yuxin, and they could not and were unwilling to give up. From the moment Arsenal arrived in Paris, these reporters were fooled around. First, the airport used Van Persie to attract the attention of reporters, allowing Arsenal to arrive at the hotel smoothly. Then it was announced that the whole team would be in closed training, and then Yuxin announced that he would not participate in the World Cup, which attracted everyone's attention. In the end, this guy disappeared again and didn't give any news at all. It turned out that they came to Paris, but except for the beautiful Melissa, they didn't get any information. How can they report it when they go back? Now they can't care about safety and order, and they will catch as many as they can. Damn it, Peninu, why haven't your people arrived yet? Looking at the reporters in front of the bus who seemed to want to smash the door, Wenger quickly called his acquaintances for advice. He really didn't expect these reporters to be so crazy. Back off, the players are about to enter the stadium, and the game is about to start. There is no time, the game will start soon, and you will have no news if you delay the game. Back off, if you are not allowed to enter the stadium to report. The police were always late, and quickly surrounded them, trying to push these reporters away. Under force and intimidation, a narrow opening finally appeared for the bus to crawl through. Ding ding ding, the bus driver didn't dare to turn, for fear of rolling those fearless guys under the car. Enough, we can't let Arsenal's car enter the stadium. Don't block us, damn it, you are responsible for my wallet. Warning you, don't be violent, otherwise we will let the whole world see your faces. Disgrace you, this is definitely not a threat, let go. We are doing a normal interview, we have the right to stop the bus, Mr. Wenger, please let your players be interviewed by us, we will never waste too much of your time, you can't get through now, we want an interview, we want an interview, we want an interview, we want an interview, pa. In fact, if reporters make trouble, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Those reporters were so anxious when they saw that the Arsenal car was about to break away from their encirclement. They didn't care about anything else. Their threats forced the police to be at a loss as to what to do. They took the opportunity to rush forward, broke through the police's protective circle, and rushed to the front of the Arsenal bus again, blocking it again. What should we do, boss? Those people refused to get out of the way. The driver didn't dare to turn off the car. He pulled the handbrake first and asked Wenger quickly. Fortunately, the car was not moving at all, otherwise, the reporters rushing in front would be knocked out. Now the car can't move, and he doesn't know what to do at all. Those crazy reporters are still banging on the bus. It's terrible. Oh my god, it's terrible. This is the craziest scene I have ever seen. What happened to my colleagues? I even feel like they are under a spell. I think when they think about all this again, they must not know what they have done. Oh my god, Arsenal is in trouble. Is this my colleague? If so, they are so dedicated. What's going on? Is my colleague holding a gun? Is he going to rob? Arsenal must give us a chance to interview. We are going crazy. Yuxin has caused a lot of harm. I think this is an opportunity. Every boss will like my colleagues. They are really great. All the commentators in the live broadcast room were surprised by the riot of these reporters. At this time, the fans who were waiting for the game to start were also dumbfounded. Through the on-site camera, they could clearly see the riot of these reporters, which made everyone feel a little confused. This world was too crazy, and the reporters began to act like hooligans. Arthur, I'm very sorry, my people can't control it anymore. You have to ask UEFA to come forward. Can't control it? What do you mean by saying this? We are here to play, and our safety is mainly your responsibility. You must know that you are shirking your responsibility. UEFA people are not good at this kind of situation at all. After receiving a call from Peninu, Wenger, who was a little anxious and overwhelmed, got such a piece of news. He was very dissatisfied and began to blame the phone. This situation of being neither up nor down really had a great impact on the players' emotions. Wenger has considered suggesting to UEFA after the game that a large number of security personnel should be dispatched in key matches. At least the partners should be trustworthy. Sorry, Arthur, these reporters have already targeted you, and my subordinates have been threatened by them. There are too many people. Even the general administration can't do anything. Sorry. Hello, huh? This is terrible. After an apology and explanation, Wenger heard a busy tone and was hung up by the other party. Wenger was already full of anger, but the players were still looking at him. Wenger could not show any anxiety or impatience, and could only pretend to be relaxed and pursed his lips, thinking of various ways in his mind. Listen, I'll go down later. It's only a dozen meters away. Be smart. Okay. We're about to go in. Don't tell me what to do, Pat. I leave this to you. There was no other way. Wenger quickly made up his mind. He could only sacrifice himself and attract the attention of those reporters. At least he believed that his presence could guarantee a negotiation. He believed that the reporters would not be ignorant of the current situation this time. After all, the game had to go on. After instructing the whole team, Wenger was about to get out of the car. It's open, it's open. Someone is coming out. Wenger. Click. Chapter 173, The Summit of Europe. 1. War begins. Thanks to the professor's sacrifice, Arsenal finally entered the field. The game officially began. Come out, they are warming up. It's about to start. Who is the King of Kings? This is Lee's last game. Arsenal must win. Glory. Recreate the glory of Barcelona. Although countless people are paying attention to Lee Yuxin now, as the Champions League final approaches, all media and fans' attention has instinctively shifted to the game itself. The atmosphere of the game finally overshadowed the storm that Lee Yuxin had set off before. The approaching time also made them passionate and agitated. They urgently wanted to know who is the King of Kings in Europe? Can Arsenal create its own mythical era? Can Barcelona reproduce its dream era? As for Lee Yuxin, people also want to know who is the king of world football, and the comparison between Lee Yuxin and the two. Some insightful commentators even focus on the future trend of the entire football world, because in this game, there's Messi, who they are most optimistic about at the beginning of the season, and Lee Yuxin, who suddenly emerged and jumped to the top. The existence of various comparison factors makes the game itself also have a strong competitive flavor. Without a doubt, this is Lee's last game of the season. The news from the front shows that Lee has no intention of changing his decision. I think this will be Lee's peak match. A showdown between the kings of kings. Everyone is looking forward to how the two teams will perform. Barcelona, will they reach the top of Europe again after 14 years? All the red and blue fans are looking forward to it. Wenger, this is Wenger's closest chance to his strongest opponent, and also his chance to reach the top of world football. He will never accept failure, and his disciples will never let their teacher down. Period. Fans from both sides began to pour into the Grand Stade de France. The stands were quickly flooded by purple, red and blue waves of people. Countless cameras were set up, and all the spotlights in the world were focused on this stadium, capturing every change in the players' tunnel. Must win, Arsenal. Forward, Barcelona. Thierry. Period. Robert. As the two teams entered the stadium for warm-up, the Stade de France roared like a beast waking up from sleep. Henry and Pires were the two players who cheered the loudest. This was France. Although many Barcelona fans came, it was still French territory after all. Arsenal was a famous French gang, and Henry and Pires were superstars who were admired by the whole country in France. Therefore, if Ronaldinho did not appear, Barcelona would not be able to resist the popularity of Arsenal. Of course, even if Ronaldinho appeared, Barcelona would not be able to resist, because there was still Yuxin in the end. Sure enough. Liar. You deceived our feelings. Participate in the World Cup. Participate. The sound was like 1,000 horses galloping, and the momentum was like a thunderbolt. As Yuxin appeared at the Stade de France, the Stade de France was packed with people, and the enthusiasm of Arsenal and Yuxin's fans completely overwhelmed the fans of Barcelona. The whole stadium was filled with the sound of Li, and finally it was gathered on the verb participate. No matter for the die-hard fans of Yuxin, they could not accept the decision of their idol. Although the media finally confirmed the news that Yuxin would not participate in the World Cup, they were still unwilling to accept it in their hearts. This was Yuxin's season, and they longed for this era to be extended. In the future, they hoped to witness the birth of a generation of football kings. With every run and every dribbling of Yuxin, the sound waves raised by the whole stadium were one after another, and they continued for a long time. It's terrible, damn it, you really made a big mess. The whole stadium echoed with participate. A searing roar. It poured onto the stadium and onto Yuxin like a mountain torrent, creating tremendous pressure. Even Van Persie, who was standing next to him, subconsciously took a step back. The camera focused on Yuxin without exception, magnifying his every move in front of fans all over the world. Whether it was the popular Van Persie or the renowned Bergkamp, at this moment, the other Arsenal players were a little afraid to stay away from Yuxin. These big names were used to being surrounded by spotlights, but not so terrifying. There were bursts of hysterical attendance in their ears, and the huge screen did not move at all. It was tightly locked onto every move of his, the feeling of being focused on. It was like dissecting himself, and this kind of heat would completely roast a person to death. What's there to be afraid of? You should know that I only do my own thing. Even though he had hesitated before, Yuxin is now more determined than his idea. It's not stubbornness, but more clear. Even if thousands of lights are added to him, at this moment, it can only add to his own brilliance. Lemon. Bao. Toure. Campbell. Flamini. After the Arsenal players returned to the locker room, Wenger announced his starting lineup. There were no changes. If there was any, it would be Ashley Cole. Originally, Wenger planned to send Cole, who he had trained, for this game, but after the previous incident, Colgate, the starting left-back was naturally Flamini, who had performed well this season. And when Wenger turned his attention to the Arsenal midfielders, Silva and others were full of expectations, especially Pires, Ljungberg, and Haleb. This game was a game that would be engraved for all the Arsenal players, and they were all full of expectations. Before the game, Wenger rarely announced the game roster within the team. All the regular players in the team trained together. Wenger wanted his players to be able to fight at any time. Therefore, except for Yuxin and Henry, no one dared to be sure that they could play. There was no sign. At this time, the back line was clear, and only the fierce competition in the midfield and front court was left. Silva. Yes. The first name read out is the only defensive midfielder in the team that can be relied on for defense, Gilbert Silva. This is the most undisputed. Wenger needs someone to intercept in front of the back line and delay the Barcelona midfielders' passing. In a sense, he is the opponent's troublemaker. Although Silva has played for a season and his physical strength has reached the limit, this game is not a big deal. Although Song and Diaby have shown great potential, their game experience is too immature. Wenger dare not take risks against such a mature midfielder of Barcelona. Silva was also very happy and nodded quickly. Being able to play in the Champions League final, even if he was tired, Silva's whole body was full of strength and motivation. Endless motivation filled the hearts of all Arsenal players. Cesc. Fabregas' name was read out. The midfielder is one attack and one defense. Fabregas this season is the most important metronome for Arsenal's transition from defense to offense. Fabregas' growth this season has completely exceeded Wenger's imagination. The best midfielder of the Premier League season is the best compliment for him. Lee. Yet, not surprisingly, Lee Yuxin is the absolute core of Arsenal and the backbone of the entire team, but Wenger did not put Lee Yuxin on the left as he did in the past. Instead, he withdrew Lee Yuxin to the right. Seeing Wenger's arrangement, Pires and others felt a little more uneasy, but they were not too surprised, because in training, Lee was too free, and in Wenger's tactics, Lee Yuxin's position has never been fixed. Just like this, Haleb, Ljungberg, Walcott and others were a little disappointed. They really had no advantage on the left. Sure enough, Robert. Yet, when the French veteran heard Wenger calling out his name, he was extremely happy. He nodded quickly, eager to try. He couldn't wait. Pires hadn't had this feeling for a long time, just like the impulse to play football in his early years. There aren't many times left, really not many times, and Pires cherishes it very much. Wenger can't let Barcelona take the ball at will and let the opponent play their skilled ball control style. The purpose of Fabregas and Pires' play is to drive a nail into the opponent's mature midfield line and fight for possession of the ball. If it is just pure defense, Pires may not be superior to others, but facing Barcelona, no team can maintain a high level of defensive intensity throughout the game by blindly intercepting the midfield. The only way is to keep their own midfield balanced. Pires' ability to get the ball can definitely make Arsenal stable and sharp in the midfield. Thierry. Yet, Henry is absolutely an indispensable part of Arsenal's victory. His speed and agility are also the nightmare of all teams. This is the best time for Henry to reach the pinnacle of world football. Hearing Wenger's call, Henry's bright eyes flashed with excitement and even restlessness. Undoubtedly, this is the game Henry most desires. As the saying goes, bearing fruit, Henry feels that the most important harvest season of his career has arrived. Robin. Yet, if Henry is the fruit of his glorious period, then Bergkamp, who has entered the last game of his career, is more or less watching others pick the fruit. Wenger's eyes swept over the two Dutchmen, and finally fixed on Van Persie's face, announcing his decision. Bergkamp, who is always calm, also showed a rare look of loss. In the crowd, his cold face looked even more obscure. This was Bergkamp's last game, and for this reason, Bergkamp took a boat to come here overnight. However, compared with Van Persie, who is like the light of sunrise, Bergkamp's aging was more obvious. Van Persie's deep running in the front court is what Bergkamp does not have now. The grown-up Van Persie has become more and more skilled in cooperating with Henry in the middle. His style of being able to play on the wing and in the middle also makes it easier for him, Henry and Lee Yuxin to switch positions, and the effect of dividing the opponent's backline is stronger. Since Wenger has no intention of restraining his sharpness, of course, Van Persie is the first person he considers. Although Bergkamp tried hard to catch up with this game, he has missed too many European games for Arsenal. He has never been the protagonist of Arsenal's European games. For this master of art who is about to retire, it is really difficult for him to play in this game. Looking at the group of teammates around him who are eager to try, Bergkamp, who is somewhat lonely in his heart, really feels like a hero in his twilight years, and that thought is getting stronger and stronger. I am really old. This is your era. Your era will eventually end, and why did you choose it? Bergkamp, whose thoughts have diverged from the game itself, couldn't help but sweep his eyes over each of his players, and finally fixed on Lee Yuxin. Looking at their piercing, fighting eyes, each of them straightened their bodies. That kind of momentum was like a lion ready to kill its prey at any time, and Lee Yuxin's stern face still felt an uncontrollable madness, until this moment. Bergkamp truly realized that he had been replaced by the new Gunners, as if his fate was destined. He was leaving Arsenal, and Arsenal would enter a new stage. At present, it seemed that this season, he and his Arsenal teammates had a very smooth transition and soared all the way to the sky. However, where's the driving force of Arsenal? Although Wenger had noticed Bergkamp's hopeful eyes before, he had already decided. Wenger would not have any melancholy, and had no time to care about Bergkamp's expression full of lost thoughts, but would shift his mind more to the starting 11, especially the new generation of hard work he cultivated. Seeing his disciples full of expectation, excitement and even eagerness, Wenger was very satisfied. Even though they had achieved such a magnificent record this season, these players were still eager for the game. This kind of spirit is what Wenger wants most. No matter what the outside world reacts to, the only thing Arsenal needs to do is to be themselves. Wenger turned his eyes and noticed Lee Yuxin, who made him both fond of and troubled. His piercing and hungry eyes were like a hungry tiger waiting for food. Wenger nodded with satisfaction. Suppressing his full of hope, he frowned and said solemnly, "Your only task is to win, prove yourselves, prove that you are the best team in Europe. Do you understand?" Clear. Without any extra words, the Arsenal players gave Wenger the answer in unison and determination. This is the best era for Arsenal. It is also the era that countless people look forward to, and it is also the era that this group of players desire the most. For Henry, for Fabregas, for Van Persie, and even more for Lee Yuxin. As the game time approaches, Lee Yuxin's desire becomes stronger and stronger. It has nothing to do with anything, no need to do it to anyone, just what Lee Yuxin wants, victory. The only word in Lee Yuxin's mind is for the promise to yeah. In the locker room of Barcelona, the desire for victory in the game is equally strong. There is Eto'o who wants to prove that Lee is just so-so, Xavi who wants to prove that Barcelona is nobler than any other team, and Ronaldinho who is full of fighting spirit because of the Liang Yu dispute. Similarly, there is the future football king, Messi. Giuli when Rijkaard gave the last starting opportunity of the game to the Frenchman, Messi, who was sitting next to Xavi, suddenly dimmed his hopeful eyes, and the feeling of loss filled his entire mind. He couldn't help but clench his fists fiercely. He didn't understand that his injury had healed, and his previous performance in the league was not inferior to Eto'o, and sometimes even overshadowed the team's first man Ronaldinho. Why did his coach still choose to ignore him, and his previous request for a fight was meaningless? Not being able to start in this game was definitely a blow to Messi, who was extremely proud. He admitted that Lee Yuxin was strong and even the strongest player of this era, but so what? It only made him more motivated. He was eager to face such an opponent in this game. He believed that he could definitely defeat his opponent in this game. The strength of his opponent made him extremely confident. He even felt that his era would come early in this game. Unfortunately, his opportunity to take a step forward was cut off by his coach, which made Messi full of regret. "Leo, there is a chance. You have to watch every performance of Leo on the field. In the second half, it's your turn. Do you understand?" Seeing Messi lowering his head and becoming more and more dull in silence, Xavi, who was familiar with him, knew what Messi was thinking and patted his shoulder to comfort him. No one questioned Messi's talent. Messi, who constantly refreshed a number of records and copied countless classics, was considered the birth of a new generation of superstars since his debut. In Argentina, he was even known as the successor of Maradona. Messi did not disappoint anyone. Last year, Messi beat a group of geniuses to win the Golden Boy Award, which is the best proof. However, just when most people saw Messi embarking on the new road to kinghood, Lee Yuxin suddenly appeared and soared to the sky, becoming the number one in today's football world. Although Messi did not say it, how could the fighting spirit in his heart be extinguished? "Well, I will watch the game." Messi clenched his fists tightly, calmed down his depression, restored his original silent temperament, and nodded in silence. The Champions League final has begun. Chapter 174 History repeats itself, Lehmann says no. Toure brought down Edmilson, and Barcelona got a direct free kick 28 meters away from the goal. Ronaldinho took the penalty. Oh, this free kick was very beautiful, bypassing the wall, but unfortunately it was a little bit off and flew out of the baseline. Let's see the slow motion. The ball almost brushed the far post and flew out of the baseline. If it had just gone a little bit inward, Lehmann would have had no room to save, and Arsenal escaped. Oleg brought down Van Persie who was about to break through on the wing, and Arsenal also got a free kick. Fabregas kicked the ball into the penalty area. The referee blew the whistle, and he judged that Kolo Toure collided with goalkeeper Valdez. From the slow motion it seems that Valdez was performing. 15 minutes had passed in the first half, and the two sides attacked each other for 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, both sides created 7 shots, with an average of almost 1 successful attack every 2 minutes. Arsenal had a slight advantage with 4 shots, but the goalkeepers and defenses of both sides performed very well, and the score is still 0-0. Lee Yuxin has been trying hard to attack. He vaguely remembers that game in history. Barcelona got that opportunity less than 20 minutes into the first half. Then Arsenal played 10-11 for more than 70 minutes. That is to say, if this situation did not happen within 20 minutes, history would not be repeated. It's not that Lee Yuxin is superstitious. In fact, the current situation has changed a lot from history. However, Lee Yuxin always has a hunch in his heart that he always feels that some shadows of the past will appear in this game. This intuition makes no sense, but Lee Yuxin believes in his intuition. It is an intuition generated from long-term games and important attention to the opponent. Because Arsenal's defense line does lack speed, Barcelona is also very good at this kind of direct pass after getting rid of the midfield. Ronaldinho and Eto'o may both create such opportunities. So less than 20 minutes later, Lee Yuxin didn't want to sit down. He wanted to observe the start of this game carefully. At least he had a deep memory of the Godfather theory of later generations. Lee Yuxin didn't know why Barcelona was always so lucky in the Champions League. His intuition told him that it was definitely not because Platini liked Messi or Barcelona betrayed G14 to get such treatment, but he knew one thing: Arsenal would never make much profit in the Champions League. In fact, since the Premier League became strong, Arsenal has been targeted by referees in the Champions League. There has been no excessive misjudgment, but some small details can often have a huge impact on a team. In such a final, no one can be missing. In the history of the Champions League final, no player has ever been sent off in the final. Lee Yuxin didn't want his team to be the first. In the 17th minute, Gilberto Silva made a mistake when passing the ball in the midfield. The ball was caught by Deco, who immediately took the ball one step forward and then took a long shot before Arsenal's defense was organized. This nearly 30-meter long shot was saved by Lehmann, and then he immediately threw the ball back and launched an attack. The opponent attacked. We must immediately suppress it with offense. The ball fell at Edmilson's feet. Deco retreated to ask for the ball. His action attracted the attention of Arsenal players, but Edmilson did not pass the ball to him. Instead, he passed it directly to Ronaldinho, who retreated to get the ball. Ronaldinho took the ball a little bit outside the 30-meter area. He was facing Arsenal's half at this time. However, before Fabregas cautiously pressed up from behind, Ronaldinho collapsed his right shoulder, and when Fabregas' attention was on his right side, Ronaldinho pushed the ball back, then turned quickly to break through. This fake move was nothing uncommon, but Ronaldinho's movement was incomparably quick when he made this fake move, so Fabregas didn't even have time to react. As long as he could slightly block Ronaldinho's forward speed, Fabregas would be able to form a front and back pincer attack with him, and Gilberto Silva would be confident that even if Ronaldinho had great abilities, he could only choose to pass the ball horizontally at that time, and would not be able to complete a vertical breakthrough or pass the ball. However, Ronaldinho did not give him this time. After catching up with the ball, Ronaldinho's left foot magically stuck to the ball with the outside of his foot, then he flicked the ball to the left, and then quickly dunked it back, breaking through in the opposite direction. Gilberto Silva took advantage of Ronaldinho's first move. This is also the most troublesome thing for defensive players to deal with: Ronaldinho's bull tail swing, because if they don't react to the first move, then Ronaldinho may just break through like this. With Ronaldinho's speed and agility, it will be difficult to catch up if you don't react immediately. And after you react, when Ronaldinho swings the ball back, you can't be faster than him. All of this is based on Ronaldinho's speed and explosive power, which is why Ronaldinho's move was invincible in his peak period, but one of the reasons why he rarely used this move to pass after his form declined. When there is no explosive power and speed, this kind of fake move is not of much use unless it completely deceives the defensive player. Now Ronaldinho, who still has six-pack abs, doesn't need to completely deceive the defensive player. He only needs the opponent to be sluggish for a moment. Now Gilberto Silva showed such a moment of sluggishness, and Ronaldinho successfully rushed past him with a ball. After passing Arsenal's two defensive midfielders, Ronaldinho immediately had a vast expanse of space in front of him. At that moment, Arsenal's defensive formation began to become chaotic, because Arsenal's defense had been well organized before, so after such a large gap appeared, Arsenal's backline inevitably became chaotic. Kolo Touré pounced on Ronaldinho the first time, and Vidic was also attracted by Ronaldinho's attention, but forgot to pay attention to Eto'o's running position. When Lee Yuxin began to realize this, Ronaldinho had already shaken his ankle after breaking through and passed the ball to Arsenal's penalty area. Kolo Touré made a strong flying tackle to try to cut off the ball midway, but he was still a step slow. The ball flew past his feet and then flew to the front of Arsenal's penalty area. It, who had been lurking for a long time, was like a cheetah. After Ronaldinho passed the ball, he rushed out from Vidic, who was parallel to Vidic but had a vertical gap between them. When Ronaldinho broke free, It was extremely careful about his position. He always put himself parallel to Vidic. Now when Ronaldinho passed the ball, it was a perfect offside, a perfect one-on-one. When Vidic turned around, It had already got the ball behind him, and then he took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the top of the penalty area. When It moved forward, Lehmann realized that something was wrong, because the two fullbacks were still on both sides and there was no time to return to defense, and Vidic's speed was obviously not comparable to It, not to mention Ronaldinho's through pass was so beautiful, showing the style of a top player. So he made a prompt decision and attacked, and when It broke through the penalty area after getting the ball, he had already rushed out of the small penalty area. As a goalkeeper, although his speed was not fast, his attack in this situation was incomparable. He tried to run past Lehmann but failed, and as It dribbled the ball he ran into the empty goal, but the ball bounced off him and into the net, and then he was able to get past Lehmann. As a goalkeeper, Lehmann fell to the ground decisively, then stretched out his arms and tried to hit the ball out with his hands. As for the fact that It was now outside the penalty area, Lehmann did not take it into consideration. However, Itu's dribbling of the ball was quite large, and it directly passed Lehmann's control range, but his men had not rushed out yet. In this situation, it is impossible for a person to be faster than the ball. Seeing that he failed to catch the ball, Lehmann's hand went towards Itu's feet. This was also a goalkeeper's instinct, but at this moment, Lehmann's mind flashed through the words that Yuxin had always told him. Because he was wondering why Yuxin often told him such instructions, and Lehmann was also a player who liked to use his brain to think about things. After all, he was in his 30s and he had to consider things more carefully. So Lehmann had been thinking about such things whenever he had free time in the past few days, and his memory of this matter became more and more profound in his subconscious mind. At this moment he remembered Yuxin's words, "In a final like this, I would rather lose a ball than have one less person on the field. No matter how many balls we lose, we have the ability to catch up, but if we have one less person facing an opponent like Barcelona, that would be a loss that would be difficult to make up for." When he remembered these words, Lehmann decisively stopped his next action. He just stretched out his hand, but stood still, just lying there. If It had bumped into him, then it would definitely not be considered a foul. He just stopped there, instead of actively blocking Itu's progress. This little difference is very important. For Lehmann, this was also an extremely difficult decision. Then, Lehmann watched Itu jump over in front of his hand. Then, a huge cheer came from the stands occupied by Barcelona fans. At this moment, Yuxin was only worried about one thing, whether Lehmann would forget his instructions because of the excitement of killing. This is not a rare thing. If the players are involved in the game on the field, it is easy to forget everything and just rely on their physical instincts to act, especially the goalkeeper. Many wonderful saves are the subconscious reactions of the body at that moment. If you think about what to do first and then do it, it will be too late. At the beginning of this game, both sides launched back and forth attacks in the game, and the goalkeeper also entered the state faster than usual. In the case of this ball, Lehmann was very likely to rely on his body's instinct to react at that moment and use all means to stop Itu's goal. In that game in history, didn't Lehmann know what the consequences would be if he lost a player in less than 20 minutes in such a final? But at that moment, he didn't think of anything else at all, just thinking that he couldn't lose the ball and had to stop Itu's progress, and then he reached out and grabbed Itu's ankle. In fact, even after the game, basically everyone thought that this red card was undisputed. The argument was just that in order to ensure the smoothness of this final, it was more appropriate to judge that the ball was scored. After all, Gigli followed up and scored the ball into the empty goal, and give Lehmann a yellow card warning. This approach was more appropriate. Jose, feeling uneasy, watched the field, watching Lehmann attack, Itu dribbling the ball, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, because he saw that Lehmann did not grab Itu's foot, but just lay there, and Itu did not look for a foul. He jumped directly from Lehmann's hand, then caught up with the ball, and easily kicked the ball into the empty goal. The stands rang with huge shouts from Barcelona fans and sighs from Arsenal fans. In the 18th minute, Etched received a pass from Ronaldinho and scored a goal, helping Barcelona to take a 1-0 lead. Although they were behind at this time, Arsenal was not in a passive position, because they had no fewer people on the field. Lehmann made a difficult decision at a critical moment. Although he lost the ball, Arsenal was able to continue to participate in the game without being at a disadvantage. "Sorry, Jens." Toure walked back with a frustrated look on his face. If he hadn't relaxed his defense on Etched at the beginning, even if Etched got the one-on-one ball, he might not have had so much space to shake Lehmann, and then the ball might not have been lost. There's still a chance. Lehmann, who got up, had regained his composure. After all, he could still perform on the court, and there's no need to blame yourself. Even if you could return to defense in time, Gilly would have caught up over there. Etched only needed to make a cross pass and Gilly could have directly hit the empty goal. We would still lose the ball. Although he was attacking just now, Lehmann still saw the situation on the court, so he was very glad for the decision he made, because even if he had committed a foul just now, Gilly, who caught up with him, could have scored a goal. At that time, he might have received a card and lost the ball, which would have been even more unworthy than now. After comforting Toure, Lehmann picked up the ball from the goal and kicked it hard towards the midfield. "It's just a lost ball, you must quickly equalize the score." Lehmann waved his fist and shouted to the front court. Yuxin silently reached out to catch the ball falling from the air, and then threw the ball to Henry, who was a little further ahead. "That's right, it's just a lost ball. We have lost more than 1 or 2 goals. Next, we can score a goal to equalize the score. This is the final of the Champions League, not a 2-round game. There is no such thing as an away goal. A goal is a goal, and there is no meaning to it." Chapter 175, Equalization and Interlude. After taking the lead, Barcelona still took the initiative in the midfield to a certain extent, which made the Barcelona fans quite excited. Although they didn't say it, the Barcelona fans themselves knew that only Arsenal was their strong opponent. No matter in any aspect, Arsenal was no worse than Barcelona. The two teams were definitely evenly matched, but Arsenal's overall offensive ability was more tacit, while Barcelona's stars had more outstanding individual abilities. In a battle, it often depends on who is in better condition and which side has better luck. Lehmann got the ball. Lehmann threw the ball to Fabregas. Fabregas passed Xavi and passed straight. 19 years old, Fabregas is only 19 years old now. But he has played in the Premier League for 2 seasons and is already a well-known midfielder in the world football. Wenger is very cautious in using Fabregas, although Fabregas is a scoring attacking midfielder in La Masia and the Spanish national youth team. But Wenger did not put Fabregas in front, but instead used him as a defensive midfielder. Although Fabregas is young, he has a very broad vision. He can give full play to his strong long pass ability in the position of defensive midfielder. After Fabregas got the ball, he easily shook off Xavi in the face of Xavi's defense. Before Yaya and Toure caught up, he passed a ball. Henry is very fast. This is Arsenal's counterattack. Barcelona is often like this. Because of the attack, the entire formation is too forward, and the most feared thing is the counterattack. What kind of player is Henry? He is a very fast player. When he was about to break through with the ball, Puyol and Marcos immediately came to the front to defend Henry. Don't let Henry speed up. They all know that once Henry speeds up, they can't keep up with him at all. And Henry is Arsenal's nuclear weapon, and Barcelona attaches the most importance to Henry. Therefore, defending Henry is Barcelona's top priority. Henry, run to the left. Henry, pass the ball. Henry is the offensive core of Arsenal, a player who can pass and shoot. At his peak, he completed the double 20 achievements in the Premier League, that is, 24 goals and 23 assists. In the current European football, there are not many forwards as comprehensive as Henry. When Henry was running with the ball, Puyol and Marcos reacted quickly, so they blocked Henry's plan to go straight into the penalty area. Henry couldn't get up to speed. Toure was ready to stick to him, and several players almost surrounded Henry. But Henry was not nervous at all. Henry seemed to go left, but when everyone's attention was on him, he suddenly passed the ball to the right. Lee is too fast. Lee got the ball. Lee was moving on the right, and Puyol and Marcos were defending Henry, leaving a big gap on the left. Henry passed the ball, and the ball came from between Marcos and Jankilovsky. Lee rushed in at high speed and got the ball. One-on-one, one-on-one. Lee got one-on-one, Valdez left the goal. Lee passed, he passed Valdez, he passed. Empty goal, big empty goal. Lee. Ghoul. Huh? Go fuck. Exclamation mark. Lee Yuxin didn't have time to think about anything. He rushed to the stands where the Arsenal fans were with his fists clenched, and roared like crazy, shoo. He held his head high, hammered the sky with his right fist, and roared. He slid down with a domineering knee, leaving an indelible trace, exposing a strong and masculine upper body. The unintentional catharsis and uncontrollable excitement were revealed at this moment. Lee, our saint. 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 Period. Like pouring oil into a hot flame, Lee Yuxin's sliding knee made the excited Arsenal fans completely crazy. The flames of excitement flowed wantonly, spreading from here to there. Those fans of Lee Yuxin shouted as if they were seeing a miracle, and they worshipped with their 5 bodies prostrated on the ground. They rushed forward just to see the existence of the saint who saved them in their hearts. Worship, endless worship, as if seeing a miracle. They wanted to get closer to Lee Yuxin, and the stands were stirred again. It was boiling instantly. Wow. Damn it. No. Like the magma that was still ready to burst out of the crater, breaking the balance of that interface, 2 fans at the bottom of the stands finally broke through the riot police interception and rushed into the stadium. One fat and one thin, they did not meet the standard body, but in an instant they left the well-trained riot police behind and rushed to Lee Yuxin's side. Great Lee, Lee. Man, you are so great, so great. Honey, I love you. I love you. Benjamin. Fuck, can you not shout so affectionately? An emotion was released. Smiling Lee Yuxin just wanted to stand up and celebrate with his teammates and change his jersey casually. Although he was very confident in his figure, he still had to maintain his moral integrity. But just as Lee Yuxin stood up, a thin man and a fat man rushed to him, dancing and waving their hands. Their faces were distorted and they said I love you. If Lee Yuxin had not had an excellent memory and could barely piece together that it was a fan of his, he might have kicked Benjamin out when he saw the man swaying like that and shouting his name. You bastard ruined my reputation. There was no way. Who told Lee Yuxin to integrate into Arsenal as soon as possible in the early season? He often participated in Arsenal fans' activities and sat with his own fans to talk about his performance on the field. Benjamin was one of them, although later because of many things. Such gatherings are almost extinct, but they still keep in touch with him. If there are any activities, even if they can't show up, he will send his thoughts or ask someone to go. Therefore, Lee Yuxin's relationship with his fans is undoubtedly quite harmonious. Otherwise, after Lee Yuxin announced his withdrawal from the World Cup, the self-proclaimed traditional British fans would not be so tolerant of Lee Yuxin and not all defect. Lee, dangerous, dangerous, he is an extreme fan. Seeing that Lee Yuxin was still standing there stupidly without knowing how to avoid it, the members of the French riot squad following behind them were very anxious. They clearly saw that the fat man was holding a rolled object in his hand, and the situation was quite dangerous. Mr. Mayor, I know, I'm an idiot, I'm going to die, I'll go right away, bye. Our grandson of Chief Rajib finally finished pretending, and his meatballs were able to relax. He turned off his mobile phone with a smile and squinted at his subordinates who were as quiet as a cicada. Damn it, do you know how serious this matter is, you bunch of idiots? How do you do things? Why don't you just die, you bunch of incompetent guys? Why are you still staying here? Go. Let those people catch up with you all. Heh. Finally he got what he wanted, and Grandit breathed a sigh of relief. He supported his body on the desk with his big hands, leaned against it, breathing heavily, thinking about something, and called N, who is in charge on the scene. Hey, you idiot, all the players are here. Chase the 2 people who entered the stadium immediately, all of them, bring them back to me immediately, I will beat up those 2 lawless guys, bring them to me. The evil spirit has come out, it's time to find the real culprit. Grandit immediately called the person in charge of security on the scene, and after making every possible arrangement and intercepting them, he still missed it. Grandit felt so embarrassed, waving his right arm, shaking his body with flesh, and blasting the phone, asking all his men to chase them. Well, boss, There are still fans in the stands. That should be enough. His men tried to suppress their nausea and looked at the red, chubby face, and quickly reminded him that if while the riot police in the sky were really allowed to chase those two people, you can imagine how the whole stadium would collapse, and it might even turn into a riot, and the consequences would not be something the people here could bear. How could Grandit not know that he couldn't move the anti-riot team in the stands? All he wanted was an attitude. He was tall and fat, but his intelligence was still matched. Thanks to Platini's iron fist, those fans who would cause trouble had long disappeared. He knew that after the game entered this stage, that player was the source of all the incidents. If that guy was attacked, he would face the accusations of fans all over the world, and no matter how he defended himself, it would be powerless. The fact was just as Grandit thought. When Benjamin and Ryan appeared on the court and rushed towards Lee Yuxin, all the live broadcast rooms exploded instantly. It's great, Lee's goal is unparalleled, unparalleled, this, oh, someone rushed into the field, someone rushed into the field. Oh, my God, what are they doing? They actually let the fans rush out of the stands. He rushed towards Lee, rushed towards Lee. Lee encountered crazy fans, it's too dangerous, he shouldn't rush to the fans to celebrate. Those idiots can't catch up, Lee must retreat back to the field. It's too dangerous, God knows what they are going to do. Bad security, bad France, what happened today? What's wrong with their security work? What are they doing? We must stop them before the fans touch Lee. There has never been a final where the security measures were worse than this one. They couldn't even guarantee that the players could play in a safe environment. You know, it's possible that Lee would suffer this time. It's Lee, damn it. These idiots, if anything happens to Lee, I will definitely sue them to death. Huh? I can't imagine that they actually let the unrest interfere with Lee. This is seriously irresponsible. This is a crime. It's an Arsenal fan. It's an Arsenal fan. I hope he can control his emotions. Lee can't have an accident. Damn it. After the game, I must write an article to let the world know about the incompetence of the French and the irresponsibility of UEFA. Quick, quick. They are getting close to Lee. Too dangerous. Obviously, the off-field factors of this game disappointed most people. There were too many surprises, and the drama that stole the limelight, but it can also be seen how much emotional fluctuations this game brought to the fans. The more expectations, the more surprises. It's not just life. In the chase, Benjamin and Ryan attracted all the cameras on the scene. Under the big screen, a crazy sprint race was staged, which not only made the commentators in the live broadcast rooms heartbroken and gnashed their teeth, but there were too many unexpected situations in this game. Now they are really afraid of it happening again, because if it happens this time, no one can accept and bear it. Although the behavior of Benjamin and the other two made many people angry and worried, it unexpectedly diverted the attention of the emotional Arsenal fans in the stands temporarily. They were not overly worried because many of these fans were familiar with him. They knew that they could not hurt Lee Yuxin, and it was somewhat funny to see them looking up their heads and slamming the police to escape. They looked at this extra chase with a complicated look. Fortunately, they did not take the opportunity to cause trouble. Damn it, it's Benjamin and the others, how did they get in? Huh? I didn't know that Fat Ryan ran so fast. Tisk tisk, the French are rubbish, the riot police are so bad. Oh, God. He really plans to do that, so brave, we support you, Ben. Damn it, who are those two bastards? If he dares to hurt Lee, I will kill them. Come on, Ben, you are the best. Must let him know, must let him know. Period. Damn it, stop it. Ah. Ben, go on. In the field, the Fat Ryan was not strong enough and was knocked down by a riot police member, but at the last moment before falling, Ryan threw the object in his hand with all his strength. Idiot. Benjamin looked back and saw Ryan being pressed to the ground. He could not help but curse inwardly. He was about to reach Lee Yuxin, but his teammates were not strong enough and he was caught up at the last moment. But it didn't matter. He was about to reach Lee. He had already seen Lee's shocked expression. When he thought about completing that task in the whole world, an irrepressible excitement came to his mind. He must let the whole world know our feelings for Lee. A belief supported Benjamin, speeding up, speeding up. His feet were like the wind, and he was close to Lee, and the object thrown from behind also arrived. That is all our hot dream, we must not give up. Benjamin roared fiercely, I'll catch it. He exerted force on his right foot, kicked, and his right hand reached out to grab the object thrown by Ryan. The resolute projection covered the area, which was eye-catching. At this moment, Benjamin, who was jumping in the air, became the focus of everyone. Even Lee Yuxin had to look up at him and even had to raise his hand. Ah! Plop! It stopped abruptly, the slender body paused in the air, fell down like weightlessness, and the upper body suddenly disappeared from the camera, like an angel with broken wings. It was really miserable. Huh? What is that idiot doing? Does he think he's Jordan, or does he think he's Lee? Shame on you, this idiot. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Dot. Arsenal fans felt a little embarrassed. Many of them covered their heads and couldn't bear to see Benjamin like a little swan caught in the net, thrashing in pain. Let me go, let me go. Damn it. Let go of my feet. You idiots. Benjamin, who was lying on the grass and chewing a few grasses, pounded the ground and stamped his feet, almost crying. He kicked the riot police who were still holding his ankle with his right foot, and his unwillingness was beyond words. The miserable Benjamin looked like he had swallowed a fly, with a bitter face, and felt helplessly that his body was sliding on the grass, being dragged away from Lee Yuxin step by step, and before that, the graceful figure was already a myth, and more of it was the embarrassment of being knocked down from the air. Huh? Finally caught up. Damn tired. Period. Finally, Jibby didn't get a chance to get angry, and the riot police were somewhat relieved. Now the only thing to do is to take the two fans away. Well done. Although it is a bit inhumane to let a fan fall directly from the air, it is undoubtedly the best way. He is too close to Lee. It calmed down again. But this can't happen at all. This is not enough for UEFA to evade responsibility. Huh? After they leave the field, the first half should be over. It's really a series of accidents. Huh? What is Lee holding in his hand? Why is Lee approaching those two dangerous elements? Period. Although this guy always destroys his reputation, after all, he took a great risk to send the object in his hand to him, and Lee Yuxin couldn't ignore it. Sure enough, spread it, please, please, Lee. Benjamin's eyes lit up, struggling, looking at Lee Yuxin pleadingly, looking at Lee Yuxin with excitement and expectation, even forgetting the pain in his body. Trying to stay in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee. No, I'd better not, although I'm your fan, but let the security personnel handle it. The first half of the game is about to end, let's watch it in the locker room later. Period. As if sensing Lee Yuxin's hesitation, the Arsenal players comforted him. Although they could see what it was, the method was too extreme. It's really hard to say what the accident was. I think I should know what it is. Looking at Benjamin and Ryan, who were getting farther and farther away from him and still kept shouting spread it, Lee Yuxin was at a loss and couldn't make a choice. Damn it, Benjamin and Ryan, these two idiots. He said it was foolproof, damn it. Asshole, he made so many of us lose the opportunity to watch the game live, I will never let them go. Huh? Failed, damn it. Obviously, Benjamin and Ryan's action was planned and organized. This action has been carried out from the UK to here. This is why the two of them were able to enter the stadium under the strict protection of the French riot police. Many Arsenal fans and Lee Yuxin fans squeezed out a gap, allowing these two fastest guys to take advantage of the opportunity, but in the end they still failed. Disappointment and dissatisfaction were written all over the faces of the Arsenal fans who were educated youth. No, Lee must spread it out. Spread it out. An old British lady roared like crazy. She was too eager to relive that midsummer night 40 years ago. That night he kissed her, and the scorching temperature still remained. The incomparable longing made her unable to calm down. Lee, spread it. 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 Period. The old lady's call was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing endless ripples. From here to there, an atmosphere of expectation spread. Those who knew or didn't know were immersed in this refreshing feeling. The Stade de France was united again for Lee Yuxin. What's going on? What are they shouting? What's wrong with Arsenal fans? What do they want to do? It's premeditated, tens of thousands of people just for Lee. This is really terrible. What is that? Why are Arsenal fans so excited? What is so important? What makes Arsenal fans so crazy? Oh, I really want to see that treasure. Ball, jersey. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.